After the Dementors flooded the pitch, Madame Hooch called the game, and since the Gryffindors were 10 points ahead, and nobody could find the snitch. "Oh, here it is," said Harry, reaching into a pocket of his uniform to withdraw the small winged ball. "It was all cold and lonely, so I was holding on to it until we got the points you wanted." "Doesn't that mean Hoot has to give us the points and the win?" he asked with mock innocence. For the third time, silence greeted him, but this one he felt quite smug about. "On the count of 3, said Professor Lupin. 1, 2, 3 now." Red sparks leaped from his wand, flinging the trunk lid open. Professor Snape, dressed in Neville's grandmother's clothes, stepped out. "Ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous," screamed Harry, waving his wand frantically. "We's be winning's the war, but it's taking too longs," said the Brigadier Major to the assembled. "Elves, Harry Potter, sir." At the sound of Harry's name, a cheer broke out, interrupting him. "He gives us the secrets of how to beat nasty booksies one at a time, but at this rate, we nots be finished before the end of the year's feast," he cried over the still cheering crowd. The cheers died abruptly, and a panicked murmur started to grow. "Brigadier Major, Eyes has an idea," called the elf who had fought his way to top to win the right of taking Harry's place in history of magic. "We's can use tacticses." "Tacticses?" asked the Brigadier Major. "We's been learning them in Professor Binns's classes," answered the elf. "Goblins and wizards uses them against each other, and we've been learning them." A mutter of agreement rose around him as other elves from Binns' classes realized they had indeed been getting lessons in warcraft and battle. "Great Harry Potter sirs must have known," yelled another elf. "That's why he's be sending us to classes, giving up his own place so we can learn what we needs to know." "And he must have convinced his friends to also give up their places," screamed another, getting they jump on any other elf. "Great Harry Potter sirs is truly great," yelled yet another elf who really wanted to yell out something, but had not thought of anything worthy until now. The cheering went on for quite a while longer after that. "On the count of 3, said Professor Lupin. 1, 2, 3 now." Red sparks leaped from his wand, flinging the trunk lid open. A stunningly gorgeous creature stepped out of the trunk, her long flowing locks draping over magnificent shoulders onto a perfectly proportioned breast. Tight, satin robes hugged her slender waist, above curvaceous hips and down her long, long legs. A hint of familiarity in her face distracted Harry, so he did not hear her first words. "Harry," she repeated, her voice low and smooth as silk, "I know you've had a hard day at work and dinner was terrific, but once you finish the dishes, can you take out the garbage and then put the kids to bed, please?" "Ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous," screamed Harry, waving his wand frantically. "Close your mouth, Harry," said Sirius, chewing on a rather overcooked portion of fried basilisk. "I know it's an impressive story, but it isn't that jaw-dropping, not until I get to the end, that it." He tried stewing it, grilling it, sautéing it, and even made a lovely magic mushroom sauce to go with it. But it still tasted like chicken, if that chicken had been eaten by a snake, that is. Still, it was free and plentiful, and those were the 2 criteria Sirius most valued in his food. "Sure you don't want some?" he asked, offering a large chunk to Larry. The golem shook its head slowly, mouth still wide open in its usual pose. Not that Sirius noticed. "Anyway, yeah, I guess it's not a patch on those fabulous meals you're getting in the main hall, are they? You lucky bugger." The golem remained silent, not at all worried that its unasked for companion was so delusional that he had never noticed Larry was with it all the time and never left, or slept, or went to the bathroom. So anyway, there we were, knee-deep in chocolate sauce and about to set fire to the marshmallows, when Sirius suddenly froze, staring at something behind Larry. Larry didn't bother turning. It grabbed one of the less disfigured knives Sirius transfigured using the mostly broken wand from inside the dead basilisk and tossed it. The knife flew a wobbly but direct Flight and skewered an unfortunate rat, killing it instantly. "You are getting really good at that," complimented Sirius as he came out of his trance-like state. Larry remained silent. The man went even crazier whenever a rat showed up, but killing them quickly was usually preferable to seeing the dog running around trying to catch them. Usually. "On the count of 3, said Professor Lupin. 1, 2, 3, now." Red sparks leaped from his wand, flinging the trunk lid open. Professor Sprout stepped from the trunk, a gleaming badge in her hand. "Congratulations, Harry," she said, holding out what Harry could now clearly see was the Quidditch. "Captain's badge. Now you can practice every day." "Ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous," screamed Harry, waving his wand frantically. "Hermione, I can't help noticing you have either managed to smuggle a previously unknown identical twin into the school, have cloned yourself, or are somehow managing to be in 2 places at once," said Harry, taking a seat next to his friend at the Gryffindor table. Caught off guard, Hermione spluttered into her morning juice. "What's that?" asked Ron from the other side of the table, perking up suddenly as Harry mentioned the possibility of a twin Hermione. "Haven't you noticed that she is in every single class, even when they are on at the same time?" asked Harry. "I don't know what you're talking about," said Hermione. "Or that she is sometimes completely out of sorts and not sure what time of the day it is," continued Harry, sneaking a piece of toast off Hermione's plate. "Hey, get your own," protested Hermione, slapping at Harry's hand as it retreated with her breakfast. "But yours is already buttered," said Harry, munching happily on the stolen food. "What is he talking about? Do you have a twin?" asked Ron, unwilling to leave the subject alone despite Hermione's rather lame attempt at supposedly not knowing what was going on. "Nothing," said Hermione, shooting Harry a warning glance that promised dire consequences. "You know, one of the best things about going to a school is the access to all the answers you could ever want if you just know where to look, or in this case, who to ask," said Harry. "Harry," warned Hermione, trying, but failing to sound more menacing. Hermione here has somehow managed to get a hold of. "Stop," said Hermione, starting to panic. "I've promised not to tell." "And you should keep that promise," agreed Harry happily. "I, however, simply had to ask a couple the upper years how somebody could be in 2 or more places at the same time, and was right surprised to find out how many different ways there are. Of course, it was relatively easy to eliminate all of them, except one that could easily hang from a necklace much like the one you are currently wearing." "What do you want, Harry?" said Hermione, her resolve collapsing faster than Neville could fall from a broom. "Me want something," protested Harry with as much innocence as he could muster, which was actually quite a ought, due to the sheer amount of practice he had put into developing that particular faking skill. "You always want something," answered Hermione darkly. "It's one of your less endearing traits." "Well, yes, I agree, but in this case, I think you'll find me most amiable. You see, I want you to stop using it every day." "I am not going to lend it to you," she said. "You just abuse it to get a few more hours sleep or something." "Great idea. But no, the last thing I want is to be stuck in school even a second longer than is absolutely necessary," said Harry. "No, I want you to cut back on how much you are doubling up." Hermione's attitude and posture changed from despondent to outraged, and even slightly horrified. For a moment, Harry marveled at her ability to change moods, but decided it was probably just a girl thing, since he had noticed a lot of girls this year acting a bit schizo, as Justin so eloquently put it. Then it likely had more to do with the current problem he was addressing. "Why?" she demanded. "It's not hurting anybody or causing you any extra work or anything, so it really doesn't have anything to do with you. It's bad for you. You are losing track of yourself and starting to make some big mistakes," he explained, not at all perturbed by her anger. "I am not," denied Hermione, looking even more outraged. Really? Then why weren't you in Muggle studies this morning? He challenged smugly. For a moment Hermione looked confused, then terrified. Oh no, she said, quickly gathering her bag and racing away from the table in a mad whirlwind of almost uncontrolled activity that frankly exhausted Harry just watching it. What the hell was all that about? Asked Ron, feeling left out and confused and not entirely sure whether he should be defending Hermione or siding with Harry. We haven't even started classes. Today, Hermione has a time turner and is using it in order to get to all of her classes and do all of her work, said Harry. She's being overdoing it and has lost track of herself a few times. A time turner, blimey, said Ron with a hint of awe. That's dangerous magic, that is. Apparently so, agreed Harry, helping himself to the rest of Hermione's abandoned breakfast. So how did you really figure it all out, and why did you lie to her about missing a class? Asked Ron. Well, it's simple, really. She is so mixed up that she will try to go back a few hours, which gets her even more confused. I found her having a bit of a nervous breakdown an hour ago outside the ancient ruins class, and she is now sitting in the infirmary having an enforced rest, courtesy of Flo. So she had a breakdown because you tricked her? Asked Ron, getting slightly angry. No, I tricked her because she had a breakdown and told me everything, including how I tricked her, said Harry. Ron looked confused for a moment as he thought it through, before resorting to what most teenage boys would do in a situation like this. Fair enough, he said with a shrug before returning to his breakfast. Just so long as she is going to be. All right, pity she doesn't have a twin, though. On the count of 3, said Professor Lupin. 1, 2, 3 now. Red sparks leaped from his wand, flinging the trunk lid open. Professor Trelawney stepped from the trunk, dressed in a barely-there robe Harry distinctly recalled. From the Divine Action Memory Sphere, lessons. Come, dear boy, she rasped throatily. Let me take you into the great beyond. Ridiculous, 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 screamed Lupin, waving his wand as frantically as Harry. And this, Harry, said Sirius, pushing the decaying door at the end of the narrow, winding tunnel open, is what the locals now refer to as the Shrieking Shack. They stepped into a very run-down, dust and cobweb-covered room. Broken and rotten furniture and furnishings were littered throughout, and the whole building leaned slightly to one side. Yep, it used to be just an average house when Lupin's parents bought it for him to spend his weekends away in, but thanks to the Marauders' skill with the ladies it gained a whole new reputation, proclaimed Sirius proudly. Larry, obediently following Sirius into the room, looked on with no change in his expression. It's true, insisted Sirius as if Larry had somehow expressed doubt in his claim. We must have bought every fashionable girl here at least once in our later years, and we had them screaming all right, but not in fear. Oh no, it was passion. Yep, we had a system to let each other know if one of us was getting busy, and the rest would keep away over in Hogsmeade, where we could hear everything. Larry's face didn't change, as per usual. Well, okay, admitted Sirius shyly. Maybe not every girl. Again, Larry looked on dispassionately. Would you believe half? Larry blinked, or rather, the eyes painted on his glasses blinked, which was a reflex Harry had added. But rarely worked. And I guess most of the screaming was us trying to impress the others by pretending we had a girl here when we didn't really. Another blink from the glasses, they were on a bit of a roll. Except for the girl Peter actually did manage to convince to sum in with him that time. Apparently. He showed her his thingy and she screamed. Or maybe it was him screaming when she started hexing. Him, can't recall now. Anyway, want to hear. Sirius didn't wait for an answer, taking a deep breath. We live in a castle filled with ghosts, have a poltergeist tormenting us between classes, and come into weekly contact with magical animals that would find us a tasty snack, said Harry, eyeing the run-down shack he had been conned into walking half a mile out of the village to see. What could possibly be in An old house to make it so terrifying that. A noise came from the building in question, a noise so hideous it defied description, although one of Hagrid's cuddlier, pets eating something that did not want to be eaten and was still protesting, was not that far off. Bloody hell, he said instinctively, drawing his wand. What in Morgana's name was that? Unfortunately, there was nobody left to answer as the rest of his classmates made impressive speed. Exiting the local vicinity, Harry thought about running, then thought about the fact there had been no rumors of anybody ever having been attacked, and he was armed, then reconsidered his first thoughts as a second hideous scream emanated from the decrepit building. He had just convinced himself running really wasn't worth the effort when a series of short barking-like howls destroyed his resistance and motivated his legs into new heights of activity. "Think I might be a bit rusty," said Sirius, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes after he finally managed to get himself a bit under control. "So, you want to have a go?" "Brigadier Major, we's be having success. All's the remaining enemies are on the run." "Hoorays!" cheered the elves in attendance in the war room, formerly lower kitchen number 5. "That's be good news," agreed the old elf. "Where they's be running too." "Squatties 8 and 6 are driving many bad booksies through corridor E8, sector 5. Explained the elf, using a polenta stick to move several macaroni pieces across the long kitchen table. That was serving as a war map. Various other kitchen paraphernalia were spread out over the table, symbolizing the distribution of forces throughout Hogwarts, with lines drawn in sauce to represent walls and other fixtures. "That's be good," said the old elf, looking at the map carefully. "They's be heading right into the pit of desolation, where we's put all the escaping oddsocks to die, with Squatties 9 and 14 pushing their groups into Filchie's dungeon, and Squatties 200 and Yellow both forcing the last of the bad booksies from Biggie Tower. We's be having no problems containing them all separately. Wait. What's that?" He pointed to a wet spot on the table that extended quite a way across the battlefield. "That's was the pudding," answered another elf. "We's be needing it for dessertsies." "Dessertsies? That was the secret corridor number 67859, yelled the brigadier. "It's be dessertsies now," said the elf, unconcerned. "Oh no," cried another elf, desperate to join in. "They all be escapings." Cries of woe filled the room. "There's be too many for us to contain," said the elf who originally bought them the good news. "All's not be losting," said the brigadier as he studied the map intensely. "If we takes out this, the crumpet, yes, the wall between this, the jam, this, the soup, then we can makes all the bad booksies go here," finished the brigadier major. "Into the pasta. That be very messy, brigadiery, and not a good meal either." "It's be messy, but it's be ours only chance of victory. We's drives them togethers, then drives them outs and push them into the beyond." "Beyond, beyond, beyond," chanted the elves excitedly. Harry, Harry," called Ernie, shaking Harry gently. "Snap out of it, mate." Harry shook himself and automatically went through the wake-up process he had gotten out of. Strange little book he read. It had helped him develop the ability to occasionally snap almost instantly, awake from even the deepest sleep, which was ironic since he had actually been trying to improve his ability to go instantly to sleep. "What's up?" he asked after barely a second delay as his brain ramped up. "I think you killed another professor," said Ernie, nodding over his shoulder to where a group had gathered around something. Harry, heart now racing despite his efforts to remain calm, pushed himself up out of his chair and into the ring of people. Professor Trelawney was sitting on the ground, boggly eyes open even wider than usual, staring off into the distance, her mouth opening and closing wordlessly. "Nah, she's not dead," said Justin. "Just stunned, I think." "What happened?" asked Harry. The last thing he remembered was settling in for a nice nap after slipping his cursed ring on. You screamed abuse at her when she asked if you were in the great beyond, huffed Susan. And now? We need a new professor. You are so careless sometimes, Harry. It was brilliant, laughed Justin, who had been stifling outright laughter the whole time. Are you sure she hasn't just been overdoing it on the spiritual walking water again? Asked Harry, giving the professor a gentle shake. You know, like the time she lectured us on the attributes of the perfect crystal ball and passed out standing up. No, she most definitely was fairly sober, said Susan, still obviously annoyed. Although she was once. Again, wasting our time, going on about ways of reading death omens in a lark's vomit. So, did it sound like a prophecy? Asked Harry, not actually sure if he should be concerned or not. Since while none of the other puffs were particularly enamored of the batty professor, none of them had caused this. What I said, I mean, did it come out like a prediction or a foretelling or something? Not unless Trelawney one day gets a whole lot friendlier with a centaur tribe, said Zach, in which case, I'm pretty sure she will be more than happy to give you and exceeds expectations. If she lives through it, added Justin, breaking into laughter again. We need to go fetch Madame Pomfrey, said Hannah, who was about the only one showing any real concern for the unpopular teacher. She might just be in shock, but we can't just leave her, and she is in no condition to have a nice cup of tea and calm down like she usually does. I vote we send Harry, since it's his fault, while the rest of us go to lunch early, suggested Zach. Harry was not impressed with the unity his housemates showed in backing that decision, as they swarmed out of the room happily chanting, free period, leaving him behind to care for the incapacitated professor. And he had only managed a mere 15-minute nap. Come on then, he said to the now mumbling teacher and taking out his wand. At least he was going to get some practice levitating a person without having to worry about them suddenly changing their mind and starting to struggle. Hopefully, she wouldn't remember if he accidentally bumped her into a few walls on the way there. It was finally time. Padfoot silently crept up on the unsuspecting rat, utilizing every ounce of stealth his canine form could muster, which was quite a lot more than a normal dog, mainly because he had spent years sneaking into and out of various girls' bedrooms and prepared to pounce. He knew it was Peter. It had taken months for him to track his former friend, but his nose was incredibly sensitive, and once he had caught a whiff of the traitor while he was sneaking into Hogsmeade to steal more beer. He had been driven like never before. Finally, after torturous weeks of secretly patrolling the vast Hogwarts grounds, he had found his quarry, hiding in the groundkeeper's shack, and tonight, for some reason, the traitor had made a mistake and ventured outside the relative safety of Hagrid's home. With a sudden burst of energy, Sirius leapt. Peter had no warning before he was swept up into the Grimm's jaws. For a brief moment, Sirius considered crunching down and ending it, but Harry's silent reproach when Sirius explained his vendetta made him hesitate. Of course, Larry was actually completely silent almost all of the time, but Sirius never really noticed that, and chose to interpret it differently depending on the subject matter at hand, his mood, and a raft of other inconsequential factors, as he had always done with most things. For instance, when it came to one of Sirius's favorite subjects, sex, he believed Harry was silent with embarrassment and sometimes in a bit of awe, as Sirius related his own experiences with the angrier half of humanity. In this case, he decided that Harry didn't really approve of his plan to become the murderer the world thought he was, but would not stop him if he chose to fulfill one of his prison-born dreams and actually taste vengeance in a very literal way. So instead of testing the squishiness of his former friend, Sirius simply pinned him between his razor sharp teeth and shook him until he stopped moving, probably from fright or possibly from the remains of the potent mushroom stew still on Sirius's breath. Padfoot was about to begin the long trek back to the cave that lead into the depths of the chamber. where he and Harry were camping, when a sudden, all-too-familiar chill made him shudder. A brace of Dementors floated out of the darkness between trees in front of him. He tried to growl, but only a weak whimper escaped his mostly full mouth. The Dementors hesitated, unsure of what to do. Their instincts told them prey was nearby, but they could not properly pinpoint its location. Sirius felt the drag of the ghastly, indrawn breath. It tugged at his soul, trying to pull it from his body. In his mouth, Peter stirred and shivered in fright. The Dementors floated closer. Well, at least Peter will die too, thought Sirius as his brain began to shut down in fear. A deep rumbling noise interrupted his morbid thoughts. It quickly grew louder, causing the Dementors to stop their advance in confusion. Suddenly, a wave of the strange, nastily toothed book Sirius had seen the house elves fighting months before, swept out of the trees not far from the Dementors. Before the horrid soul-suckers could retreat into the sky, the books changed directions and overwhelmed them. Viscous teeth tore into the frail cloaks and putrid flesh, ripping and tearing in a frenzy of unadulterated rage. Sirius stood stock still for only a split second before turning and putting all four of his legs to very good, if slightly unsteady, use as the books flowed over the Dementors and headed towards him. Lupin felt the moon madness begin to take hold and started panicking. He was such an idiot. Not only did he foolishly rush out to confront his former friends the very second he saw their names on the map. He had just confiscated from the Weasley twins, but he had completely forgotten to take the foul tasting potion Snape had left on his desk beforehand. Suddenly, a very familiar black dog burst out of the trees and sprinted past him, an equally familiar rat, dangling precariously from its jaws. He tried to call out, but his voice became a howl. He was turning into a wolf, and nothing was going to stop it. Except maybe the several hundred monster books of monsters currently rushing towards him, hot on the heels of Sirius. The situation was so unusual, his not fully transformed mind could not comprehend it, and he completely failed to recognize the danger until it was far too late, and the wave of books crashed over him. The last thing he had, or thought he heard, since he was never fully convinced afterwards that it had really happened, was a high-pitched voice. "Ops, sorry, Mr. Doggyman," called an elf as it rushed past, trying to catch up to their stamping horde of books. Sirius ran like he had never run before, fear, anxiety, and excitement driving his legs harder than should have been possible over the broken ground and through the tangled forest. He ducked under low hanging branches and leapt over fallen trees in a display of amazing athletic prowess. The first spider webs didn't even register, but as they grew in number and thickness, he realized he was in big trouble. He couldn't turn back, but going deeper into the lair of the acromantulas was even more sure suicide, especially since he knew the spiders longed for the succulent taste of dog. Of course, Sirius believed most creatures practically lusted for a bite of his tender flesh, mainly due to a series of rather mean jokes played on him by his Hogwarts dorm mates involving the giant squid. But in this case, he was actually right. Swerving suddenly, he headed for the least webbed part of the forest he could see. The fact an area relatively cleared of webs existed didn't really bother him until he found out why. There was a car. It was blue. He had seen it before. It had been rather unsuccessfully trying to fly. Now it was apparently taking out its frustrations on the giant spiders who called this part of the forest home. Dead, crushed spider bodies littered the floor, some almost as big as the car itself. In response, the giant spiders were swarming in to defend their home and hopefully add some iron to their diet. Without hesitation, Sirius leapt through one of the smashed windows, transforming back into a human. As he went, he spat the rat onto the floor of the car and calmly asked, "Excuse me, would you mind giving me a lift back to the castle, please? I'm in a bit of a hurry." The car was so startled that it paused in its rampage, just in time to see a wave of monstrous books flowing into the spider's huge nest. Sooner rather than later, suggested Sirius. It suddenly seemed like a pretty good idea, so that's what it did, leaving behind mighty battle that would have become legend if anybody who could tell the tale had seen it. Right then, Harry, said the scruffy-looking stranger. I'm off then, yes I smell too, don't say it, that joke got old a couple of months ago. Anyway, I'm off to a nice island in the sun somewhere, hopefully. One with a ton of mostly naked birds. I'd take you in for the halls, but this has all been a bit stressful. And I need some time off alone to do adult stuff, okay? So I'll write, and see you soon, I guess. Yeah, okay, agreed Harry. See you then. The scruffy man went to turn away, but hesitated before suddenly sweeping Harry into a hug. Take care, you rapscallion, he said, letting Harry go and transforming into a huge black dog that loped off into the night. Who was that? Asked Ernie as he and Harry watched an image of the wizarding world specter of death run towards the trees. No idea, said Harry without missing a beat. The dog paused just before the shadows of the forbidden forest for one last look back at Harry, then climbed into a battered-looking blue car that seemed to just appear out of nowhere. Seemed friendly enough, though, added Harry, waving, since it seemed like the polite thing to do. So, Harry, how was your year off then? Asked Zachariah as they rode the carriages away from the castle. To tell the truth, it was a bit boring, said Harry. Boring? Asked Hermione incredulously. You were stalked for most of the year by an insane murderer. Yeah, but that happens every year, interjected Harry. Nearly got your soul sucked out by Dementors, twice. I didn't even really notice the first time, said Harry, and was falling too fast for any of them to have a proper go the other time. Helped establish the Wizarding World's first major full-motion production and distribution company. Hey, that more Smiley's doing than mine. Reckon our grades are going to be pretty good this year. Though I've never seen so many people wanting to study so often before. Dean did 4 lectures in one night. Introduced the house elves to the art of war so they could defeat a plague of rogue magical books that infested the lower levels of the castle for the better part of the year. Binns taught them that, not me. You redesigned the Muggle Studies course and wrote the new textbook for it, she continued. More plagiarized than wrote, and the course is mostly just watching a bunch of movies now. Movies. You helped choose, thank Merlin. I thought I was going to have trouble getting them to change, but apparently it's been on somebody's to-do list for a century or so, and they were happy just to wave the changes through without any sort of proper review. I should have added the Sun newspaper or some other rag. That would have been funny. You gave the divination professor a seizure. Beardy said she really was making a prophecy, so her condition had nothing to do with my unfortunate bout of cursed ring-induced Tourette syndrome. It was just bad timing, really. Hey, did you know he has this flamboyant chicken in his office that cooks itself? Self-cooking food, genius. You mastered a highly advanced bit of magic that many adult wizards are incapable of performing. I'm pretty sure Mooney was drunk when he decided that the Patronus spell was easier to teach me than the ridiculous spell. Mind you, why nobody ever thought about casting a cheering charm on themselves first has got me buggered. Easiest thing in the world to have a happy thought when you are tripping on that minor spell. And finally, you caused that very same defense professor to have a nervous breakdown and leave just days before the year was out. Oh, come on, it's not my fault he thinks Bane thought of as a cross-dresser was a bigger embarrassment than being outed as a werewolf, said Harry. And I didn't even do that, really. It was more your fault for telling everyone about my mistake. Hermione huffed as Susan and Hannah both giggled, quite enjoying watching the bright but often self-righteous Gryffindor struggle with Harry's attitude. At any rate, said Harry, I feel like I had to work pretty hard this year. Don't snort, Hermione, it's not Very dignified and doesn't suit you at all. As I was saying, I feel like I put in quite an effort this year. And have nothing to show for it, so next year I am going to do better. Merlin, protect me, but are you saying you are actually going to try to get into trouble next year? Asked Zechariah. Not at all, my good man, said Harry, leaning back and spreading out in what everybody recognized he called sleeping position number 8. I am most definitely not going to put in more effort than I did this year, but I am going to get more out of it. Hermione could only stare incredulously. 200 miles away from where a war veteran with a decidedly shady past was making himself a late-night spot of tea, Harry Potter startled himself awake with a particularly loud snore. This was rather annoying to the young teen, as he had been having a truly vivid dream about being fast asleep. While that does not sound quite right, for a normal person it fits perfectly for this boy. You see, Harry Potter was determined to become the laziest person to have ever lived, and he worked at it constantly. Not even the long hours of bed rest he rewarded himself with for achieving milestones in sloth, such as not getting out of bed before lunchtime for 2 days in a row, were spared from his goal. As a fledgling wizard attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, or HOSYY as Harry had recently taken to referring to it as because it felt like he was using less energy saying HOSWYWY than Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, plus it was sure to annoy Snape. He had some unique opportunities to develop his laziness, the ability to summon object from across the room and then banish them away was a stalwart skill he had been working on for years, and his devotion to learning the subtle and exact art of using charms to bypass manual labor of every kind was becoming legendary, as opposed to the stupidly dangerous, complex, and wasteful mess that was Professor Snape's potion-making, or cooking for suicidal idiots, as Harry renamed it. Currently, Harry was using an obscure mental art to try and control his dreams, and was making some good progress. He was getting quite proficient at becoming aware he was dreaming for just long enough to direct his mind towards more satisfying scenarios, such as sleeping in his dreams. The young wizard's outlook on life would likely have been very different had it not been for his less-than-loving auntie and uncle, and the round blob of lard they called their son. These were Harry's closest relatives and the creatures tasked with raising him after his parents were brutally murdered by a lunatic whose consciousness was currently apparently residing in a blood-splattered glass jar. Amongst the many knickknacks in Headmaster Dumbledore's office, this family routinely accused Harry of being lazy, selfish, and generally an unwanted drain on their resources, and while it had not been true at first, Harry chose to give them exactly what they wanted, and so dedicated much of his nearly 14 years of existence to proving them right. Of course, just being a lazy git was not a particularly ambitious goal, so Harry naturally decided he would be the laziest git ever, and do it in such a way that no one could fault him for it. Last year he took a year off of pushing his laziness, and it had turned out a bit boring by his somewhat distorted standards. Consequently, this year he was determined to find new and interesting ways to slack off while still getting things done, and so far it was working out brilliantly. Currently, as he was back at his loving home in Surrey for the summer holidays, Harry was unable to use his wand to perform any of the magic he had been learning for the last 3 years at HOSYY, so he had to make do with specially prepared items and arrangements made before leaving the school for the holidays. Much of this Harry figured out in previous years, such as a trunk full of ready-to-eat food held in magical stasis, and the deal he had with some house elves to secretly take care of just about every other bit of housework. In fact, the house elves were really coming through for Harry this year, and it was causing Vernon, Harry's uncle, to develop an ulcer, and his auntie, Petunia, to turn prematurely gray and possibly develop a secret drinking habit, if the bottles in the recycling bin were anything to go by. Dudley the lard ball was too dense to be affected, or to even notice anything for that matter. Harry's new favorite game was to make sure he was fully inside of either his aunt or uncle as much as possible after they gave him a task to complete, while the house elves completed the work in a literal blink of an eye without anybody seeing how or when it was done. Harry was certain Vernon had never before turned quite the same particular shade of purple as he had. The third or fourth time the dishes were done, before Harry had even gotten into the kitchen. And Petunia was so desperate to find any speck of dust that she had nearly taken a nasty tumble when she tried running a white glove along the top of the high mantel, where her ugly collection of plates with ghastly pictures on them resided, in order to find something to make Harry do. She was so startled by the glove coming back spotless, and she was also possibly a bit intoxicated at the time that she had taken 2 steps forward, completely forgetting she was standing on a chair. Better yet, when she hit the floor it had bent under her like a mattress, absorbing the impact and saving her from some serious bruising at the very least. Luckily, she didn't know that Harry had been watching from the outside, through the window, while pretending to water the garden, or she would have blamed him for her near accident and miraculous injury-free survival. Well, she would have thought about blaming him, but then probably would have backed off because Harry had another thing going for him this summer. He was receiving regular letters from his apparently insane, escaped convict murdering godfather. The letters were a mystery in themselves. Sirius was completely nuts but very amusing. He kept referring to incidents that had never happened, like them spending considerable time together at Hogwarts, when in reality, Harry had never seen the man until a few minutes before leaving the school. At the end of the year, and every package included several photos of the escapee in various parts of the world, putting Ron's old pet rat in potentially lethal situations. Harry was a bit shocked to see old Scabbers, wearing a tiny collar and leash, precariously hanging out over a ledge in the Grand Canyon, or being dangled from a stick to entice crocodiles in the Australian outback to jump out of the water. A normal person, probably, would have panicked or gotten worried that the insane murderer who had supposedly betrayed his parents was possibly making death threats with those photos, but Harry was not a normal person. Worrying about something he had no control over was a habit Harry had long ago broken. He calmly sent the first of the letters and photos with an explaining note to one of his close friends. From Ho Syy, Susan Bones, as her auntie just happened to be somebody involved in magical law enforcement in some way that Harry never really made an effort to understand. From the excited return letter a few days later, Harry gathered this had caused a huge fuss that he was extremely glad to have avoided when Madame Bones had taken the photos to Ron's dad to ask something about the rat, and somehow Harry's defense teacher from the year before got a hold of them and identified the rat as a magically transformed former friend of his everybody thought was dead. It all got very complicated after that, with betrayals and accusations that Harry frankly could not be bothered trying to figure it out. Somebody would explain it to him later, once it was all sorted, but for now all he needed to know was Sirius was not guilty of the murderers he had been jailed for, although he was definitely insane and still on the run, had not betrayed his parents, was not likely to be threatening him with a brutal death, and the rat was an evil git who deserved everything Sirius was subjecting him to. That was good enough for Harry, and he even managed to find a couple of the photos amusing. Who knew rats could look terrified while magically glued on the front of a crazy-looking roller coaster car? At any rate, it was all working itself out without Harry having to do anything except forward his letters to Madame Bones after he had read them, and reply to Sirius with one of his many mostly pre-written form letters that all his friends were again getting this year, so he counted it as a win. Vernon and Petunia only knew Sirius from the Muggle news, where he was still being described as armed and extremely dangerous. It was no accident that they had found out about the letters from Sirius soon after the first one arrived, since Harry well knew how to make the most out of strange situations, and now their fear kept them in check. All this left Harry with lots of time on his hands, time that he made sure to waste. Sure, some people would not consider reading highly advanced magical books a waste, and Harry was thinking about Hermione when he considered this, but not Vernon or Petunia. Nothing riled them up as much as seeing Harry resting blissfully, outside, under the shade of a tree, apparently engrossed in book about magic. Vernon had tried taking away Harry's books, locking them under the stairs, or in the shed, or even in the boot of his company car, but somehow they kept showing up again. He even went as far as sneaking into Harry's room in order to collect them up and burn them, but the very first one he stumbled upon tried to bite him, and then chased him around the room for 5 minutes before Petunia rescued him by holding it at bay with a broom until they could slam the door closed, all the locks on. Their doors had been upgraded after that incident, and the bars on Dudley's windows reinforced. Although Harry still thought they would be better off locking him in his room, rather than trying to keep him out of theirs. Harry didn't just spend the time reading, though. He had a journal he occasionally jotted down ideas in, mainly so that he did not have to try to remember them later. In just the few weeks away from school, he was already halfway through the moleskin notebook. Pages were filled with diagrams and outlines of schemes and contrivances that might help make his year, and indeed life, easier. Half thought out new spells and sequences of runes filled the pages between long trains of notes on alterations to the way the world within Hose YY worked. Hermione would likely have a fit if she ever saw the disorganized mess, and Sue would likely get confused and possibly even angry at some of his ideas, like the one where house elves were tasked with scrubbing people's backs in the showers, both images of which actually made Harry smile when he thought of them. Moon Girl would likely add her own dawdles to his pages, possibly improving them, but more likely turning them into artworks of creature too weird to exist even in the magical world. Damn it, he was doing it again. The last thing he needed was to keep getting distracted by thoughts of the girls of Hose YY, but it kept happening. It seemed he could not stop his thoughts from continuously drifting back to pretty much every girl he had ever seen, or met, or in some cases been told about. Not that he had ever objected to the thoughts of girls, or the idea of spending a lot more time with them during the upcoming year, but he just knew in his very bones that girls were going to be the cause of a lot of work in his life, and he felt powerless to stop it. How troublesome. Damn it, he was still doing it. He had to think of something else. Luckily, right at that moment, an unusual flicker of movement in darkness outside of his window caught his eye. Putting on his glasses, Harry opened the glass and peered out into the night. In the far distance, highlighted by the moonlight, a speck was floating towards him. He stood in front of the window and watched as the speck slowly resolved itself into the shape of a large owl. There was never any doubt in his mind that the owl was destined for him, since nobody else nearby was likely to be getting mail delivered by a bird. Sirius's letter often arrived by exotic and often beautiful tropical-looking birds, although the vulture was a bit of a shocker, and he still could not figure out what the thing that looked like a snake with wings was. But most witches and wizards in England used owls for their post, often strange and non-native owls, because even conservative British magical folk just could not help showing off, but owls still the same. As it neared, Harry began to notice something not quite right about it, namely that was flying rather erratically, as if was struggling to make it. Harry found himself holding his breath and silently urging the bird on as is dipped and swayed and struggled to make it across the last few blocks to his window. Just as it was about to crash into the wall a few feet below him, It gave a mighty surge and smashed into the wall to the left of Harry with a dull thump. "Bugger," said Harry, watching the bird tumble lifelessly to the ground 2 stories below. He thought about not going down to collect whatever mail it was delivering, but it seemed a bit cruel to leave its body there for the local cats to have their way with after such a heroic effort. Besides, the package might have something interesting in it. Quietly, Harry slipped on a pair of magically soft and silent slippers, then snuck out of his room and down the stairs. It took a minute to undo all of the locks and chains on the door leading outside. But soon Harry was searching the ground for the unfortunate bird. It didn't take long to find it, spread-eagled on its back as it was. Or was that spread-owled? Harry thought to himself. Surprisingly, it gave a weak twitch as he picked it up by a wing, causing him to drop it again as it startled him. Cursing quietly to himself, Harry carefully picked the bird up, attached letter and all, and made his way back to the door. "What are you doing?" asked Dudley sleepily from the doorway, nearly making Harry drop the bird. Again. "Nothing," he replied automatically. "What are you doing?" "Getting a snack, of course. Heard you mucking about and came for a look. What's that then?" he said, pointing with a piece of cake at the bird in Harry's arms. "I was hungry too, so I grabbed a local owl. They go good with strawberry sauce. Want to try some, or aren't you meant to be on a diet or something?" Dudley screwed his face up in disgust, and Harry fought not to smile too much lest it give the game away. It was a bit mean, but Harry did enjoy occasionally tormenting his intelligence-challenged bully of a cousin. Years of being picked on by the huge idiot motivated Harry to do more than just always ignore the moron. "Strawberry sauce, that's sick. You can't have a desert sauce with a bird of prey. You'll completely ruin the flavor, especially if you fricassee it the way it is meant to be done." The smile froze on Harry's face as he took a few moments to come to terms with the fact Dudley actually sounded like he knew what he was talking about, or could possibly have been taking the piss, or maybe both. "Right," he said, making a valiant recovery as he pushed past his cousin and made for the stairs. "I'll keep that in mind then. Thanks, Big D." He was also going to keep a closer eye on Hedwig from now on. By the time Harry had taken his letter from the leg of the ancient-looking owl, it had revived enough to squeeze onto the perch next to Hedwig and not drown in the water dish while it gulped down every drop it could. Harry unrolled the parchment and read his letter, thankfully banishing thoughts of what the hell Dudley was learning in that private school he was attending. It turned out to be a letter from Ron, one of Harry's acquaintances from Hose YY, inviting him to attend some huge Quidditch game or another, which was rather surprising since they were not really close mates or anything. They had shared a bit of an adventure together in first year, and Harry did sort of save Ron's younger sister's life in second year, and there was that whole thing with Harry's godfather torturing Ron's pet rat, but those were just isolated incidents. Further down in the letter, it came to light that much of the reasoning involved the fact the tickets were from Sirius as a sorry for abducting Scabbers, although Sirius actually stated they were for taking such good care of the little shit for so many years, and Ron's mum thought it was only fair to invite Harry along. Harry wasn't a huge fan of any sport, although he was forced to play Quidditch at school, and the effort involved was a bit daunting, since Ron had invited him to stay over the night before the game because they were leaving early in the morning, in 2 days' time, which was a bit short notice. "Just how long did it take you get here?" he asked the practically comatose delivery owl. The owl gave him a look that showed it clearly did not appreciate his lack of respect for the feat it had undergone. On the other hand, Harry was quite keen to see a fully magical household and all the labor-saving wonders it was bound to hold. He had planned on seeing if he could visit one of his housemates, but hadn't gotten around to making the effort yet. This would save him from that. Still, he was probably supposed to send a reply, and there was no way the old owl was going to make it. Back in time, Hedwig could possibly be convinced, but could Harry be bothered? Faint noises, emanating through the wall between Dudley's room and his own, decided him. Obviously, his cousin's midnight food excursion left rotund teenager with a bit too much energy to go back to sleep, and Dudley had apparently made some self-discoveries that Harry really didn't want to think about. Besides, aside from escaping the Dursleys and getting to see more fantastic magic, Ron's sister was a bit cute when she wasn't secretly stalking him. Not again, damn it. Ron's house proved to be quite different from what Harry had expected. After arriving by fireplace travel, a feat Harry found way too energetic to be enjoyable, although seeing the Dursleys' living room half destroyed had been damn funny. The first thing that Harry noticed was how homely Ron's house was. He guiltily admitted to himself that he had been expecting something a bit grander, since magic was so fantastic and wizards were such show-offs, but the sheer warmth and comfort he could feel from every corner of the converted pigpen was magical all in itself. At first, the crazy architecture of the house gave Harry to some safety concerns, and having to climb several staircases in order to get to the bedroom was definitely a thing he would change if it was his house, but all in all, the place was just so much nicer than the Dursleys that he instantly forgave all of the minor annoyances, like having to help denome the garden. So aside from eating the veggies, they don't actually do any harm, right? Asked Harry as he watched Ron fling another gnome over the hedge. They got a nasty bite if they get riled up, answered Ron, watching his projectile tumble away. But really, it's the holes that are a problem. If you leave it get bad enough, you can't even walk on it, let alone land a broom. Well, normally I'd say live and let live, said Harry, but I guess they are a bit of a problem. Of course. I don't think catching them by hand and tossing them like this is best use of our time, though. Ron, never a fan of chores or work in general, totally agreed with Harry and was fully on board with any plan that involved making life easier. Once Ron's prankster twin brothers got involved, things did get a bit out of hand, but in the end, and hours after they would have finished if they had performed the job by hand, the first ever gnomopult was deemed a success. It helped immensely that the gnomes were just as fascinated with being flung dozens of meters away as the boys who had built the tool. The original idea was to use magic to rewind it ready to fire, with a simple slice of apple as the bait, but Ginny proved it was much easier to teach the gnomes to wind it up themselves and fight for the right to be the next in line. They really were rather stupid. Mrs. Weasley was dubious about the whole affair, but since it kept the boys busy and out of her hair, while still achieving the goal of stopping the pests from ruining her garden, she saw no harm in it. That night, after a wonderful afternoon of alternating flying, lazing around at the watering hole, and watching gnomes unsuccessfully try to fly via the gnomopult and some random feathers, Harry found himself slipping away into his controlled dream state, rather contented and quite looking forward to going to the World Cup. Just as long as there was not going to be much in the way of physical activity. Whose bleeding idea was it to put the boot on top of a hill out in the middle of nowhere? Complained Harry as they trudged along. He was enjoying the walk through the beautiful countryside. It was very pretty, especially compared to the dull streets around the Dursleys' home, but he felt compelled to protest at the needless waste of energy. Especially when there was a shed full of brooms back at the burrow, just begging to be used. I dunno, mate, said Ron, equally annoyed at not being allowed to fly, but I can't wait to learn to apparate like Bill, so we don't have to do this sort of thing again. Harry nodded in agreement, making another promise to himself to do exactly what Ron was saying. Unless it took too much energy, of course. Then he would just make sure to always have his broom with him. Just how big is this camping ground? He asked after 10 minutes of wandering around the overcrowded field. The fascinating array of magical tents was worth the walk, but once again, he could not help feel there. Had to be a better way than walking. Maybe a flying carpet shuttle service or something. They could charge a nut each way. A nut per nut seemed pretty fair. Still, he got to see a few of his housemates during the stupidly circular trip to the tent Mr. Weasley had procured for the event, so that helped, since it meant he wasn't going out of his way to see them and still got the benefit of appearing friendly. Now he just needed a way to find out how to get to the top of the stadium, where their seats were, without having to climb all those stairs. The game was surprisingly exciting. It was so much faster and more brutal than the games they played. At Hogwarts, it was like comparing riding a pushbike to motor racing. Omnioculars got Harry excited, even before the game started. "These are exactly what I need to record classes with," he exclaimed, lamenting the lost time spent developing the memory spheres with Lockhart. Then again, that whole endeavor came with its own advantages, namely the extracurricular content. That was making him a pretty penny, as well as providing hours of entertainment for his reoccurring preoccupation. When the Vila mascots took to the field to hypnotize the male portion of the audience, it was only the fact Harry was dutifully recording the whole thing that stopped him from joining Ron and the other boys in making fools of themselves, because it was way too much work to record and do something impressive for the Vila at the same time. Then he missed a large portion of the early part of game, watching the replay trying to reconcile the visions of loveliness he recalled with rather alien-looking females in the recording. In fact, it wasn't until he found something snuggled up inside his pocket that he stopped going back to the replay and really took note of the scoring. Ron," he asked timidly, "is there some sort of penalty for a spectator interfering with the snitch during a game? Anybody stupid enough to do that would probably find themselves inside Azkaban," said Ron, not taking his eyes off the game. "Oh," said Harry, almost crushing the snitch in his pocket. Luckily, he was able to throw the damn thing away, without anybody seeing him when everybody was jumping up and down because of another score, and Victor Crumb caught it before it could make its way back to Harry, although he nearly crashed into the boy who lived in order to get it before his rival. Harry wondered if that was the reason the star had such a sour look on his face, or maybe it was the chocolate that had melted in his pocket where the snitch had been huddled. Either way, Harry was glad he would never have to explain to the grumpy-looking fellow why the chocolate-covered thing seemed to be behaving so strangely. "I am not running all the way to some bloody forest in the middle of the night, just because some morons are causing a riot," announced Harry as the explosions got closer. "I mean, this sort of thing is pretty standard at Premier League football matches, so what's the big deal?" "Now is not the time to be stubborn," said Charlie, Ron's oldest brother, as he tried to start shuffling them out the flap of the tent. "I'm not being stubborn, I am being sensible," said Harry. "Running around in a riot in the dark is madness. What if there are more of these nutters hiding in the woods, waiting for scared, defenseless kids to run to and be captured, horribly tortured, and then violently dismembered?" "I think you spend way too much time thinking about this sort of thing," said B1, who Harry was pretty sure was Fred, but it didn't really matter since they were fairly interchangeable. "Nevertheless, if you want to get us out of here, make another portkey," suggested Harry. "We aren't allowed to make portkeys without proper ministerial permission," protested Percy, Ron most stuck-up brother. He was so stuck up, Harry had to continuously refrain from calling him Stick out loud. "Like anybody is going to care about that right now," said Harry. "Just make one and get us and the tent out of here. Blame it on trying to protect the boy who lived if you have to, I don't mind." A brief but heated discussion ensued, but all Harry really cared about was not having to run if there was a viable alternative. Finally, the decision was made, and sanity prevailed, with Harry and Co. taking another gut-wrenching journey back to Ron's house while holding onto the central pole of the tent that had become the portkey. "Well, that was pretty exciting," said Harry, preparing himself for bed a few minutes after untangled himself from the inevitable human pileup that occurred on landing. Portkeys were not one of Harry's preferred methods of travel. "You are just going to go to sleep?" asked Charlie incredulously. "Just like that?" "Not much else to do," pointed out Harry, "and seems like such a waste not to use the beds with them. All being made up and such. Besides, I'm sure you adult folk will be running around doing all sorts of noisy things like arguing about who is responsible and who is at fault, so it'd be much better if us lot stayed in here out of the way and undisturbed, right?" Charlie's look was clearly unbelieving, but that didn't matter to Harry. The boy who lived to sleep was nothing if not practical, and he was supremely confident somebody would eventually get around to sorting it out and telling them what it all meant. Harry ended up staying with the Weasleys until it was time to return to school. Mrs. Weasley was so incensed at the thought that his auntie and uncle would, if anything, be disappointed that he had not been murdered during the incident at the World Cup that she simply refused to let him return home. It was his own fault for honestly answering her questions about letting them know he was okay after the attack. Despite not being able to return to his routine, Harry still found himself with lots of time on his hands and an amazing world of magic that he would never get to see at school. Mrs. Weasley absolutely loved his modern mandolin slicer and already owned a Snape stirrer without realizing it was his invention. She introduced him to the art of cooking with magic, mistakenly thinking Harry was there doing his bit to help out when in fact he was just intrigued at the many shortcuts using magic introduced into the chore. Ron was less impressed, but happily let Harry distract his mum, while the twins tried making fun of him. Ginny somehow managed to either be angry at him for his less than stellar prior treatment of her, or reverted to her overly shy original treatment of him. He was fairly sure she was often spying on him, too, but he wasn't going to go to the effort of finding out. Mr. Weasley had some truly interesting ideas about Muggles' technology that Harry enjoyed hearing, but his discussions with Stick about work at the Ministry of Magic set Harry's teeth on edge. "So, can somebody tell me why they don't just use magic to report and record when an illegal spell is cast?" he asked. "I mean, the Trace reports when we do magic outside of school, so why not just use that to record if people cast spells like this giant floaty skull thing and issue the fines and notices automatically, instead of having every department running around trying to figure out what happened? And can't you use sneakoscopes or something like that to sort out which of these buggers are lying about the damages they're claiming?" The sheer amount of redundancy and repetition made by the ridiculous bureaucracy was nothing short of criminal. Mr. Weasley and even Stick had been working non-stop since the fiasco, despite the fact neither of them were directly involved in anything to do with the cup. Stick was positively outraged at the thought something could be done in a better way that was not suggested by a person already in the government. Harry silently vowed to have as little as possible to do with the whole mess that was the ministry. "Spells like the Trace are not that precise," explained Mr. Weasley. "They can't really tell who has cast a spell, just that a spell was cast in the general area where the Trace was placed. A bit of guessing goes into all of it, and it would take a witch or wizard to follow up and make sure it really was an underage person who cast it, especially when it happens in an area where a lot of magicals are, and there just aren't ever enough people for that." Suddenly the room, that just prior to his statement was awash with several conversations, went deathly still as all of the underage Weasley children turned to stare at their father. "What, like the family home of a magical family, perhaps?" asked one of the twins with an innocence Harry was surprised either of them could fake. Mr. Weasley's face froze as he realized what he had inadvertently let out of the bag. "Oh dear," he said, just before Mrs. Weasley took a deep breath in order to lay down the law. But it was too late, and the twins' faces were already sprouting huge grins. For Harry, that was just the icing on the cake of what had quickly become his best holiday ever. It took barely any convincing to get Ron to make sure all of his gear was ready to go the night before. They had to leave. Once Harry found the pack spell in one of his many household charms books, they had a great deal of fun practicing it. Well, the spell itself wasn't that much fun, but unpacking and throwing their stuff around in increasingly random and spread out ways in order to get the most out of the learning experience certainly was. Especially since it usually ended up in clothes war. He was pretty sure the twins had started the first one, but Ginny definitely contributed to the chaos, somehow managing to get her underpants over Harry's head several times, which oddly did not upset him as much as he made out. Ron's mum was less understanding about their newfound desire to practice magic, but was fairly easy to get around, since they had opted to stay in the magically expanded tent rather than return to Ron's more cramped room. Ginny's cat also didn't appreciate their skill when it accidentally got caught up in one casting and ended up buried in Harry's trunk and nearly eaten by the monster book of monsters. Still, when the morning came, Mrs. Weasley was certainly suspicious of her children all being ready on time without her direct involvement, but grateful nevertheless. "Here, Harry," said one of the twins, passing him a bag of lollies. "We really owe you for finding out about the trace." "Yeah, we got so much done after we found out we could cast silencing spells," said the second one. "Be careful with those, though. We're pretty sure the effects are only temporary, but until we can get a few more test subjects, you can't be too certain." Harry accepted the bag, nodding their plans for opening a joke store based around a range of magical lollies with interesting effects were a lot further along than anybody realized. The plan to take Muggle taxis to King's Cross after Mr. Weasley was called away on some urgent business involving a mad bloke with one eye was quickly aborted when Harry explained they would not normally be used to transport so many large trunks or live animals like his owl. In truth, he didn't really know it would be an issue, but he was rather hopping to convince Ron's older brothers and mother to apparate them there instead. They could take the night bus, but he was eager to try this new, to him, form of transportation. Mrs. Weasley reluctantly agreed, since both of his brothers and herself could take more than one person and one trunk at a time. Unfortunately, Harry found out it was only slightly better than a portkey, and still nowhere near as much fun as flying a broom. He was pretty sure he could get used to the feeling of being squeezed through a rubber tire, but the landing sucked just as bad, with him somehow ending up on his bottom yet again. But at least it did save them a long, uncomfortable trip in a couple of boring old taxis. "So, Potter, going to enter, are you?" asked Draco, standing at the door to the compartment where Harry was once again unsuccessfully trying to sleep. Ron was off catching up with his Gryffindor mates, leaving Harry to bear the brunt of Hermione's interrogation about the events at the World Cup. Likewise, the twins and Ginny had all gone there separate ways. Sue and Hannah had joined him first, with Hermione joining them just after he finished telling them about it all. She insisted he recount everything yet again and kept digging in for more details and explanations than could reasonably be expected of him. He just couldn't see anything wrong with his first explanation of, "Yeah, somebody was apparently causing some trouble, so we left before it got near us." Then Justin and Ernie joined them and added in their own versions of what happened, and were subsequently interrogated almost as much as Harry. At that point, he wondered if he should have just writ it all down. No, Hermione, at least probably, would still have demanded a verbal retelling. "Probably not slick," said Harry casually, for once grateful to see the Slytherin. "You." Draco was a bit taken aback by Harry's answer. "What, why not?" "Too much trouble," said Harry. "It hardly seems worth it, does it?" "No, I suppose not," said Malfoy, smiling. "At least not for you, right? I mean, 1,000 galleons is hardly worth getting out of bed for, and fame isn't everything, is it?" "Don't I know it?" agreed Harry, smiling ruefully. Draco nodded his head to other occupants almost respectfully and then left, somehow avoiding looking at Hermione. "What a git," spat Hermione as soon as the door was closed. "What is he talking about, Harry?" "No idea," said Harry, shrugging. He probably would have admitted to not knowing what Draco was talking about if it had been anybody. Except Draco. Slick was the sort of arrogant idiot that ended up being more work the more serious you took him. "Something big is happening this year," Sue told them. "My auntie was always going on about it, giving me all of these little hints and clues, but not outright telling me." "How annoying," said Justin. Harry agreed, although he was quite interested, since last year had turned out to be so boring that he promised to get into something this year. "Well, whatever it is, it involves possibly winning 1,000 galleons and becoming famous," said Hermione. "Or more famous in Harry's case," pointed out Ernie. "Sounds interesting," said Hannah, to the general agreement of all. "Just so long as it's fun," said Harry. "And easy, not interested if it involves anything like real work." Harry's loud cheer was decidedly out of place. "What?" he asked, looking around at all the whispering people in the great hall. "Mate, you are not meant to be happy that there is no Quidditch Cup this year," whispered Justin. "You're not the one that would normally be looking at having to drag yourself out onto the pitch several times a week come hail or shine to practice plays that have nothing to do with you," snarled Harry in response. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "As I was saying," he said, smiling at the sea of students before him, all of whom were still gazing transfixed at Harry, "we are to have the honor of hosting a very exciting event over the coming months, an event that has not been held for over a century. It is my very great pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year." Whispers quickly rose in volume to the point where Dumbledore had to clear his throat again to quiet everybody down before he could continue telling them about the tournament. It was all reasonably interesting to Harry until he reached the bit about the death toll being the main reason it was cancelled. "Bit of a deal breaker, that," Harry whispered to Sue, who unsuccessfully smothered a giggle. So, between the age restriction and the real possibility of death, Harry figured he would be looking somewhere else for his excitement this year, although there was bound to be enough stirred up by the tournament that he would not have to put too much effort into finding something distracting to do. He thought his wish was answered when the Beauxbatons contingent arrived. The extraordinary sight of the flying horses and carriages was spectacular, but the insanely pretty female half of the foreign school's students were much more interesting. "Beautiful," whispered Harry to himself as he faithfully recorded the whole spectacle on his omnioculars. Of course he wasn't silly enough to have them on him, where a professor or overzealous prefect might think they were inappropriate. Not only would that possibly get him a detention, but carrying them around and holding them up to his face all the time was too much like work. It hadn't taken any effort at all to find a tripod and get a couple of older, more proficient students to help him set it up to record the general areas he was looking at. True, the spot they had picked on top of one of the towers would not give the same point of view as what he was seeing, but it should get a pretty good recording of the event anyway. "Are you talking about the Abraxans or the girls?" asked Sue from next to Harry, a slight edge to her voice. "Since I don't know what Abraxans are, I can't really answer that," said Harry, not really paying attention. "That's the name of that type of flying horse," explained Han. "Oh, cool," said Harry, feeling slightly dazed as the students walked by. "So which was it?" asked Sue, sounding less than really interested. The sudden ominous feeling that came down on Harry finally shook him from his contemplation of the girl walking next to what he assumed was a professor. The professor was least as big as Hagrid, but just did not seem to attract his attention quite as much as her average-sized student. "Can it be both?" he asked, not sure what the right answer was, but now certain he was somehow in trouble. He was saved by something suddenly poking up out of the lake. "What's that?" he asked, pointing dramatically, successfully turning Sue's attention away from him. It turned out to be the mast of a large sailing ship that rose up out of the lake to dock at the school. Luckily for Harry, the arrival of Sourpuss-Face Victor Crumb, the famous international Quidditch player, grabbed the attention of the girls enough to have them forget whatever it was he had done wrong. Before. For now at least. "Harry, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire?" asked Professor Dumbledore calmly. "No," said Harry honestly. He had gotten a 7th year to put in half a dozen other names, paying the girl a sickle for each one, and in turn charging a galleon from the owners of those names, although a couple he had put in just for a lark, but had never actually gotten around to putting his own name in. Of course it would have been funny as hell if Peeves' name had come out. But of course he is lying," cried Madame Maxime. Snape was now shaking his head, his lip curling. "Potter is far too untalented and lazy to have entered," the surly bastard said, "although I would not put it past his arrogance." Harry wanted to object, just on general principles, but there really wasn't any point. "Well, it's not all bad," said Harry. "I know half the house thinks I am a git for stealing Cedric's thunder, and the rest of the school believes I am too untalented and lazy to have entered. But think of it this way, I do get out of end-of-term exams." Hermione just clutched her hands to her head harder, all the time mumbling to herself in a despairing voice. "It's okay, Hermione," reassured Harry brightly. "I'm sure I'll find something good to use my powers for one day." Harry didn't really care for the press. They always seemed to be trying to work people up into a frenzy about something or another. Sure, it was good to know what was happening around the world, but did they always have to make everything out to be so dramatic? Vernon used to get so upset by just the headlines that he would often throw the newspaper out without reading the actual articles, although Harry suspected the stupid bugger could not properly read anyway. Of course, Harry had some excellent personal experience of examples of overdramatizing something, with his cousin Dudley supplying an amazing variety of overacting scenes for him to work with. Getting Dudley to do something he did not want to do, especially in a public place, was practically an invitation to a stage show. "Bad touch, bad touch," he screamed as Rita Skeeter grabbed his arm and tried to shove him into a cupboard for an impromptu interview. "Help, nasty woman is touching me." Did you know the paper today has half a page dedicated to how being struck with the killing curse has resulted in your unfortunate mental retardation? Asked Sue the next morning at breakfast. "Could explain a few things," agreed Harry, fighting Hedwig for a piece of bacon she had taken from his plate. There was plenty more on the table, but neither he nor his oversized pet wanted to have to reach over to get it. "Did you really have to make a scene, practically accusing her of attempting to molest you, just because she wanted an interview, and you didn't? That's nothing. You should have seen what happened when that creepy old bugger, Oli whatever, tried to get a hold of my wand. In the deepest, darkest, most forgotten kitchen storage room of Hogwarts, the one where the gluten-free, decaf, fat-free, reduced salt, and other horrible and silly food things Muggles invented were left to spontaneously decompose or become sentient and run off. A lone elf sat slowly swaying on a threadbare rug, surrounded by a silent ring of awestruck elves. Unlike normal house elves, this one was not dressed in the traditional clothing made of students' cast off odd and ends or repurposed Hogwarts linen. She sat in an almost resplendent gown made from only the best fashion accessories the elves had been able to forage from between the cushions, behind the wardrobes, under the mattresses, and hanging from the chandeliers and curtain rods of the many professors' dormitories that were scattered about the ancient castle. Dobby thought she looked quite bizarre, which is an astounding thing coming as it did from an elf who was considered by most of his brethren as the weirdest elf to ever have existed simply because he did not think it was his calling to remain enslaved to a horrible family. And then I says to him, the Yunji master, hick, I says, you shouldn't be going potty in the potty plant, mumbled the elf on the rug before bursting into raucous laughter. She stopped laughing long enough to take a huge swig out of a beer stein that was at least as big as her head, then laughed again, swaying so much Dobby thought she might actually spill the remaining contents of her mug this time. It would never happen. A tide of whispers rose from the circle of elves surrounding her. Dobby listened for a while, trying to understand. I thinks this one is tied to yesterday's one about the gold fishies in the stew, argued one elf loudly. Enough for Dobby to make out his words. No, almost screamed another. Is newy prophecy, goldfishes finished when we served peach cobbler. For elevensies today. I's been telling you it was meant for late-night snacks, angrily whispered yet another elf. Professor Boggle-Eyes, Mindlube, sure was powerful magic, thought Dobby as the crowd's anger rose. And the philosophical discussion became heated enough to degenerate into fist fights, which wasn't really that much. He had never seen anybody, except the professor, go so far into the great beyond, and he hadn't even been aware that elves could, but according to the other elves, this had been going on for days before a few of them started making connections between Winky the Greats, the ranting and events at the castle. The trigger had been Quidditch being cancelled just a few hours after Winky had told them to make sure young Master's toys are put away properly, or something to that effect. Of course, he initially thought she was just drunk, and suggested that as an explanation, then promptly nearly been disemboweled with a spork for such a heretical idea. He was sure to keep that and many other dangerous ideas to himself for then on. Not that everything Winky said was a prophecy. Hey, don't fights, she suddenly shouted. Fightsing is bad, I loves you guys, don't fightses. Immediately the brawl stopped. Praise the prophet, intoned one of the elves, who eye was quickly swelling closed. She bids us to show love to each other. Praise the prophet, responded the others instantly. Praise the prophet, said Dobby, slightly slower than the others and with a lot less conviction. This place was strange, but it was better than being forced to watch his old masters try to make the beast with two backs, literally, using their wands and some poor goats, all because Lucius misunderstood something he read. So, when do we have to strip naked then? Asked Harry, interrupting Bagman's explanation of the rules. He didn't expect to have to do so, but it was worthwhile taking the time to make sure. After all, it would be really annoying surviving facing a dragon only to be disqualified because the rules weren't explained properly. What? Asked Bagman, clearly confused as Harry's interruption derailed his obviously well-planned and practiced monologue. You said that we were only allowed to take our wands in, explained Harry. So obviously we have to go in naked. Cedric paled, and Flowers or Floor or whatever her name was looked outraged, as if she took the suggestion as a person insult, which she probably did. She seemed the type to take everything as a person insult, regardless of the circumstances. Sourpuss Face Crumb didn't seem shocked or worried at all, and Harry had the sneaking suspicion he probably would have no issue dropping his drawers and going for it au naturel. His skin was probably tougher than the flimsy material of Harry's robes anyway. Bastard. Ah, no, Harry, you are allowed to keep all your current clothes on. I just meant you can't bring along any potions, magical swords, or things of that nature, just what you have on you, explained Baggy, looking decidedly worried. You have all been checked and are cleared to go, so nothing to worry about. They're all right, Harry. "Oh, good," said Harry, although he was suddenly of two minds about if seeing Floor naked would have been worth the embarrassment, especially if it was likely to be one of the very last things he ever saw. Before being consumed by an angry dragon, mind you, he wished he had been allowed his normal robes with their magically deep and well-stocked pockets. Got it. Excellent. Now wait here, and when your name is called, come to the arena. Mr. Diggory, you have 5 minutes to prepare. Good luck, everybody. The champions split up, each going to their respective cots to mentally prepare. Harry immediately lay down and wondered if he could just stay in the tent and avoid the whole thing altogether. Nobody said anything about there being a time limit, so maybe he could wait for the dragon to fall asleep and then sneak in to pinch the fake egg. "Why aren't you more nervous?" asked Cedric, taking a brief pause in his incessant packing up and down the tent. Harry was actually more nervous than he had ever been in his life, but it was not in his nature to pace or get carried away with worry. Sourpuss's face and Floor were watching, apparently interested in his answer. Neither of them appeared overly concerned, although Harry could see they were both trying very hard to appear completely cool and calm. Probably because they had both been told beforehand what to expect in the challenges, if some of the rumors going around the Hufflepuff common room are to be believed, thought Harry. Of course, some of those rumors also had them all having to participate in a last-man-standing battle royale, so a grain of salt was in order. Harry had never found it worth the energy to pay too much attention to gossip and rumors anyway. "Seti," he said in an unnaturally calm voice, "I am so utterly terrified right now that I am beyond being able to show any sign of nervousness. I'd wet myself, but I think I have sweated out every drop of moisture in my body, making me especially good kindling for the dragon, I imagine." Sourpuss snorted, apparently amused, and Floor just rolled her eyes and tried to look even snootier, which was pretty much impossible. Cedric gave a half-hearted grin. "Do you have a plan?" Harry asked. "You sort of got the short end of the stick with only a couple of minutes to think about it." "Yeah," he said, pointedly looking around at the other competitors before leaning in closely to whisper to Harry, "I am going to try transfiguring a rock into something to distract the dragon while I run over and grab the egg." Harry nodded in appreciation of Cedric sharing his strategy. It sounded like a good one, especially if he had just come up with it on the spot. It was a pity Harry's own transfiguration skills were nowhere near being up to copying the idea. He could probably make something that looked a bit dog-shaped and would wobble along reasonably well, but he had never bothered mastering that particular set of transfiguration skills. Finding buying things that experts had made was a lot more efficient than making them himself. Ron's brother mentioned dragons don't like dogs much, but like to eat goats and sheep, he told Cedric, offering the only thing he could remember that might help. He nearly added people to the list of things they liked to eat, but managed to stop himself in time. No point in making it any harder for his fellow Puff than it was already going to be. Cedric nodded thoughtfully. "What about you?" "I was rather hopping to be able to summon it," said Harry hopefully. "The egg, I mean, not the dragon. Summoning the dragon would just be silly." Cedric shook his head and frowned. "It'll be protected from that," he said, and was about to continue when his name was suddenly called from outside the tent. "Good luck," said Harry. "You too," replied Cedric before heading out to be the first one to face the challenge. Harry knew bugger all about Swedish short snouts, or any dragon really. The next 15 minutes were an exercise in mental agony, as Harry was forced to listen to the crowd alternately cheering, yelling, and screaming, while Cedric tried to get the egg from the brooding mother. The commentary was even worse, with nothing Bagman said doing anything to clarify what was happening. "Look at that," screamed the has-been professional Quidditch player turned commentator at school events. It was almost all over then. When it finally finished, with Cedric somehow apparently able to get a hold of the egg without dying. Bagman's only recounting of the whole process was a weak, well-done lad. Fleur looked slightly less composed as her name was called a little while later, and she headed out. He felt a pang of compassion for her. At least he thought it was compassion, although it could have been something entirely different given. The way she seemed to affect his and every other boy's senses, especially whenever she walked away. From them, nose high in the air and robes swishes about her ankles enticingly. Thinking about the French beauty being totally naked and running from a dragon temporarily distracted. Harry and he had to force his thoughts back on track, rather than daydreaming what could be his final. Moments away, no matter how pleasant that sounded. Eventually, he resorted to trying to use the mentally calming exercises he had learned to perform before. Going to sleep in order to lucid dream. They were surprisingly successful, and he managed to get his heart rate right down to something slightly lower than a galloping racehorse who had gotten into some of Hagrid's special chilies. Bagman's commentary was even more useless the second time around, and at times sounded like the man was trying to stage whisper over a megaphone to an audience numbering in the hundreds. When Sourpuss Face was called, Harry could probably have gone to sleep, but he forced himself to concentrate on coming up with at least a basic plan. He had his wand, 3 years of rather lackluster magical education, and the clothes on his back to work with. Not much when facing a protective mother. Dragon he knew basically nothing about. Reaching into his pocket, he took out the model of the horntail to examine it for ideas and clues. It snapped at him and puffed a tiny flame while swinging its spiked tail, and slowly, a mad, insane idea bloomed, igniting hope in Harry's rather forlorn heart. Finally, after yet another 10 minutes of the overly excited commentator's performance, it was his turn. And he fought to keep his panic in check, but not suppress it totally, as he walked out of the tent and through the trees to the entrance of the enclosure. At the other end, crouched low over her clutch of eggs, her wings half furled, her evil yellow eyes upon him, waited a monstrous, scaly black lizard, thrashing her spiked tail, leaving yard-long gouge marks in the hard ground. Hundreds of people stared down at him from the stands around them, cheering, clapping, shouting. Words of encouragement or possibly derision. Harry couldn't really tell, and he was far beyond caring. Taking the small model of the dragon from his pocket, he petrified it and then carefully levitated it about halfway to the other dragon, slowly dropping it to the ground. Engorgio, he cast, fueling the spell with all of the panic and fear that had been building up in him. The model swelled, growing quickly to the size of a large dog. He cast again and again, pumping everything he had into the spell until 2 Hungarian horntails sat in the arena, one of them glaring at the newcomer with a strange, almost hungry look, the other rather odd-shaped one stood unmoving, still petrified. While Harry's enlargement charm had gotten significantly better over the years, it was still not quite perfect, leaving the model bulging oddly in places. At least it hadn't grown 2 heads or something equally strange, which was a possibility of charms going badly wrong. For a moment he doubted the wisdom of his actions. After all, he now had 2 death-dealing monsters to face instead of 1. Oh well, he thought to himself. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, and dead is dead whether it be by 2 dragons or 1. Besides, coming up with another plan would be a lot of work and a complete waste of all the casting he had just done. With that thought, he released his now full-size model and then dashed off to the side. Immediately, his model bellowed at the original, and a second later stood on its hind legs, flapping its deformed wings in an obvious challenge. The effect on the original was much greater than Harry had hoped for or expected. He was fairly certain Charlie's tailies about dragons indicated they were very territorial, so putting 2 of them so close together was likely to start a fight, but he didn't expect the brooding mother to simple rush out and jump at his model. As the two dragons clashed, Harry bolted for the nest, determined to grab the egg and get the hell out of there before his fake was torn apart, which was likely to happen in about 2 seconds. Harry was a natural runner, and despite years of making a determined effort to suppress such a silly waste of energy, was actually fairly fast, but not fast enough for his liking. Unfortunately, while he knew of at least one spell that could have helped him move faster, he had never had a reason to learn it, and had to make do with his own natural muscles. He heard the crowd screaming and Bagman suddenly going nuts, but the noise from the dragons drowned out any meaning. The earth shook as the dragons clashed, but all he concentrated on was sprinting as fast as he could to the nest, while staying as close to the wall of the enclosure and as far away from the beasts as possible. Bits of rock and dust pummeled him, making him duck and weave as he ran. A tongue of flame licked out and scorched him too, but he kept moving forward, focusing on just getting to the damn egg. It took him much less than a minute to reach the nest, where an obviously fake golden egg sat waiting. On top of a pile of real eggs, he barely slowed down as he grabbed it, only to discover gold was a good conductor of heat, and dragon eggs needed to be kept extremely warm, as he should have remembered from Tiny's pet project a few years ago. Ouch, shit, bugger, damn, he swore as he juggled the burning egg and continued to run. A cooling charm would have fixed it, but there was no way he was going to stop running until he was safely out of the arena. He could see an exit where the dragon tamers were waiting, watching open-mouthed at the ongoing spectacle of his fake encountering the real dragon. His way was clear. Relief flooded Harry as he reached the exit. He had done it. A quick Aquamenti charm later and Harry was finally able to relax and turn to see what is left of his toy, made life-sized savior. It took a few moments for him to comprehend what was happening. The first thing he realized was that the construct was surprisingly still intact and was actually on the back of the original dragon, firmly holding the original's neck in its oversized jaws. They're intertwined. Tails thumped and swept the ground around them, turning boulders into pebbles and pulverizing the ground where they struck, while their wings flapped madly, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. The real dragon occasionally let out a burst of flame that bathed the barricades of the arena, sheets of fire, and caused the spectators to scream and duck for cover. His next rather shocking realization was that the two writhing dragons were not actually fighting. Far from it, in fact. The judges sat, Baggy holding the microphone limply as he watched speechlessly. Igor was outright laughing, while Dumbledore appeared to be grinning. Big Max was looking totally scandalized, and the older Ministry stooge clutched his head in his hands in a way that reminded Harry of Hermione when she was at her most despairing. I wonder why the model was a male. He asked, nobody in particular, as the spectators either screamed or laughed, depending on their disposition. Well, at least now I know why they are called Horntails. Harry was surprised to find himself upset at the low score one of the judges awarded him. He wasn't expecting to beat the others, but this was ridiculous. 0, how can you give me 0? He demanded with more anger than he thought he would ever be able to summon over something he didn't think he cared about. Hunchy, as Harry decided to name him, had scored him quite high and seemed to want to reward him for the best laugh he had in quite a while. Beardy said the fact the dragons destroyed half the stadium and nearly killed a few people cost him some marks. Baggy gave him a perfect 10 for some unfathomable reason, and the Ministry stooge, of course, gave him a middling mark like a typical politician trying to compromise for both sides. So he was actually tied for second place with Floor, whose attempt at putting the dragon to sleep had been ruined by Baggy, apparently making a loud noise when he claims he was hit with a stinging hex, but the 0 really bothered him. Big Max apparently blamed Harry for her student's failure and gave him a big fat 0. Harry could probably have learned a great deal from those scores and the reasoning each of the judges gave for them, but as it was, he still just could not shake the idea of seeing Fleur competing on a trail from his mind. If he had been inclined to even try to get rid of the idea, he would have given her a 10, of course. "You know what, forget it," he yelled. "This is most certainly not worth the effort." With that he turned and left, but deep inside he felt his annoyance and anger growing into something more nasty and infinitely more worrying: motivation. "You sees, Dobby," said the elf, "exactly as likes the prophet says it would happens." Personally, Dobby thought it might have been just a bit of a stretch to say, and special little young Master went to bed with nothing to eat, while the Master and Mrs. went to make whoopee, could mean watching Harry Potter overcome the first task and score 0 points from one of the judges, but he knew better than to voice his thoughts out loud, and just nodded in agreement. "Mr. Potter, if I hear that Merlin be damned awful noise, I will personally petrify you and put you in a room with it for the remainder of the day," warned McGonagall as soon as Harry reached for the egg. "I can assure I will not be having any of that nonsense in my classes." "Sorry, Professor," said Harry, looking not the least bit remorseful. "Just trying to work it out, you know, so as to lessen the chance that I will get thagamized and die in the next task, like I nearly did in that arena with the massive death-dealing dragon." "The Transfiguration classroom is hardly the appropriate place for that," she snapped back, "as you would be well aware." "Well, you did say we could work on our own once we finished the work you gave us," protested Harry. "You know well and good that opening up that blasted egg in here is not acceptable. You are not making it impossible for the other students to study, not to mention ruining my hearing. Now put it away and work on something else." "Well, can I go to another room somewhere and study it, please?" pleaded Harry. "It's kind of important to me right now." "Very well. Take that damn thing and be gone, but I had better not hear it at breakfast, lunch, or tea again, and you are not to open it in your or any other house's common room or dormitory at all. Understood?" "No problem, thank you," said Harry, stuffing the egg into his bag and heading for the door, trying hard not to let a smile creep onto his face. "I still don't get what he is trying to achieve," Padma, the Ravenclaw paddle sister, said, watching Harry leave. "You have to understand that to Harry, even 10 minutes of extra shut-eye is worth getting a spell he couldn't cast 2 years ago to work to block out the noise that thing makes," answered Susan. "He can't hear it, so it doesn't bother him at all." On the other side of her, Justin snorted. 10 minutes. He got out of an hour of herbology with it, and is banned from divination after it. Shattered 2 crystal balls and Trelawney's glasses. "What about potions?" asked the Ravenclaw. "Harry hasn't bothered showing up. He claims the fumes down there are affecting his ability to compete. And Professor Snape accepts that." "No, but the headmaster apparently does. I think Harry bribed him or something." In the office of the headmaster, Dumbledore quivered with excitement as he reached into the bag and withdrew one of the fabulous sweets Harry had given him. He had never heard of super sweet sherbet lemon drops before, but they were without a doubt the most terrific burst of sugary goodness he had ever encountered. "Oh my yes," he moaned as the sweet began dissolving in his mouth, sending an involuntary shudder of delight through his ancient frame. "Yeah, I really can't see that," said Padma dismissively. "Backfired on him in care of magical creatures, though. Hagrid must have had 1 or 2 under his belt to calm his nerves before class or something, because he started singing along with it." "So, Harry, who are you taking to the ball?" asked Sue with so much innocence it instantly made the normally trusting Harry, because trusting someone is a lot easier than trying to figure out what their angle might be, extremely wary. "I was not planning on taking anybody," said Harry, carefully setting aside the scroll he was pretending to read to focus on Sue. "Why?" "Oh, no reason," the girl answered a bit too quickly. Harry knew he should ask, or at least think about it, but all he could see was a whole lot of trouble. Besides, he had suddenly developed a real fear of the person he most wanted to ask, Floor, or Flu, or whatever the hell her Frenchy name was. Just seeing her made him feel strange. His heart beat a bit faster, his breath caught at every movement she made, and worse yet, he felt compelled to not be so lazy, as she obviously did not appreciate his normal behavior. That absolutely terrified Harry. Even after he verified, he was not having a mild heart attack despite nearly matching the list of symptoms Petunia always ran through with Vernon when he overexerted himself, as he clearly recalled one of the many shapes the boggart Professor Lupin repeatedly exposed him to had taken, and it wasn't the Trelawney dressed in scanty clothing one. "I thought about auctioning it off," he said, casually throwing the egg clue up into the air and then catching it, but I couldn't really decide what it was worth. Several younger year girls had suggested they would be amiable to trading favors for the opportunity to attend, but every time Harry started to think about things he could get them to do, like do his homework or take a detention for him, he quickly got caught in a bit of a mental guilt loop. Moon Girl told him she would only go if he learned to dance some strange thing she probably made up. She called the rumba, and Hermione was trying to be all mysterious about who she was going with. She didn't seem to realize that Harry wasn't really that fussed about her secret. Now he was stuck, because no matter who he asked, he was likely to upset somebody else who expected him to ask them. He was also wise enough to admit to being shallow enough to worry about taking one girl, only to find out a different girl would have been a better option. So the obvious path was to ask nobody and let it sort itself out. That's how things usually worked out for him anyway. With luck, the situation would be resolved by the girls themselves and involve a large toddler pool filled with jelly and lots of wrestling. At least that's how things happened in those training videos Lockhart was selling, so it must have some basis in truth, right? He didn't see the absolute horrified look on Sue's face as she contemplated what Harry could possibly get for the right to be his date. "Potter," the mad professor practically growled, "you next." Harry moved forward into the middle of the classroom, into the space that Moody had cleared of desks. Moody raised his wand, pointed it at Harry and said, "Imperio." It was the most wonderful feeling. Harry felt a floating sensation as every thought and worry in his head was wiped gently away, leaving nothing but a vague, untraceable happiness. He stood there, feeling immensely relaxed, only dimly aware of everyone watching him. And then he heard Mad-Eye Moody's voice, echoing in some distant chamber of his empty brain. "Jump. Onto the desk, jump onto the desk." "What and ruin this feeling?" asked Harry. "Jump now," insisted the voice. "Nah," he answered, far too relaxed to bother with something so unlazy as physically performing a feat that taxing. "Look at that, you lot," yelled Moody. "Potter fought it, he fought it and beat it." "Well done," whispered Zach as Harry returned to his spot and Moody continued to rant. "That was pretty impressive." "Not really," said Harry casually. "I think I'm still under, feels good." The look on Zach's face would have been really funny if Harry had been in any condition to care. "So how are you going with figuring out the egg clue, lad?" asked Moody after the rest of the class had made their usual scampering escape from his classroom. Moody's, his fake magical eye, for once was staying in place as it stared at Harry unblinkingly. "Yeah, good," answered Harry uncert if the nut job of a professor could somehow tell he was lying. Or would just automatically assume it, since that is what Harry would do. He hadn't actually made any effort himself, but that was beside the point. Tiny seemed to know what the noise was saying, so he figured he could probably go ask about it later if nothing else easier came up. "Excellent," exclaimed the insane teacher. "Make sure to keep your friends close and your enemies closer." "Okay, sure, thanks for the advice," said Harry, making a break for the door while he could. In Harry's opinion, there was something decidedly wrong with the defense against the dark arts. Instructor. Then again, taking his other 3 years' experience into account, that was actually the normal for them. Relieved, Harry relaxed and went to his next class, leaving a frowning professor watching him through the walls behind. Ravenclaws suck, announced Harry as he plunked himself down into his favorite chair in the common room and dropped a booklet on the low table in front of it. That's an unfounded rumor of a generalization that should not be repeated without just cause, said Luna, who was apparently completely unaware she was once again in the wrong common room. I challenged them to try and find out anything about this blasted egg, Harry explained, not even trying to work out what Luna meant, but instead of getting the clue, I got this 100-page treatise on the damn thing. Sounds about right, said Ern, picking up the book and flicking through it. Must have something in here that will help, though. Probably, admitted Harry bitterly. Problem is I can't understand half of the words they have used. Let alone what they mean when applied to this annoying, oversized breakfast option. Ernie laughed and passed the booklet on to Justin. I don't suppose Hermione. Not talking to me, explained Harry. Apparently her helping me look up spells and things is perfectly okay, but getting a whole house to research the second clue is cheating or something. I'll never understand that girl. She might have a point, said Ernie. It hardly seems fair. Fair smare, dismissed Harry sulkily. I wasted a lot of time and energy convincing those claws to do this. You mean you bribed them with your stash of sugar quills and butterbeer, interrupted Ern. And I am not happy with the result. Seems a bit out of character for you, Harry, said Sue thoughtfully, opening the book to have a look. What's suddenly got you all riled up like this? Harry opened his mouth to answer, but then stopped, realizing he didn't actually have an answer that would not require a lot more explanation about his deep-seated anger caused by the dismal score from the first task. It the Raxperts, said Luna sadly. It's always the Raxperts. Yeah, them, agreed Harry. In truth, he was starting to get a bit annoyed at how this competition was affecting him. It should have been a great time for slacking off and having some fun with it, but he was finding himself getting a bit frustrated with the whole thing. Well, he knew what to do when something frustrated him. Figure out why it made him feel that way. Then once he understood it, ignore it. That was a more solid plan than any other, for the moment. Wait a moment, it kills things that don't have souls too, asked Harry, uncharacteristically drawing attention to himself in the class, where most people tried very hard to avoid being singled out for any sort of recognition. It kills everything instantly, yelled the unstable dark arts professor excitedly. Why do you think it is so feared? Well, I thought it just killed people, said Harry, looking very shocked and shaken at the corpse of the enlarged spider. And how is that less frightening, eh? Asked the professor. Harry was too shaken to even think about following his normal pattern of just letting things slide and answered without thought. Because pretty much every other of the more powerful spells I have ever heard of have been extremely specific to the point of ridiculousness, he said. I mean, there is a specific spell for repulsing spiders and even a special spell for levitating human bodies, so I expected a spell that kills something instantly would be a bit less general purpose and more of a one-of-a-kind sort of thing. And what about the Imperious Curse, then? Asked the professor pointedly. Well, that didn't really seem that powerful, mumbled Harry distractedly. No, that powerful, screamed the professor incredulously. Not that powerful, one of the most terrifying spells ever devised. A spell that will see you sent to Azkaban for life if you cast it. A spell that could make you kill all your friends and family with smile. Not that powerful. Well, yeah, I mean it was pretty easy to get around, he said dismissively. Does this killing one stop after it has killed the first living thing it hits? Or does it keep going through until it runs out of steam or something? It took a few moments of silence before he took his eyes off the dead spider to look at his professor. And realize, instead of answering, the man was just standing there staring at him with bulging eyes while the rest of the class sat with bated breath, waiting to see what was going to happen. He really hoped this was not going to cause him trouble. "So rumor has it," said B1, "that you managed to make Mad Eye Moody's eye pop out of his head," finished B2 as the twins came up alongside Harry, who was making his way back to the dorms after spending a complete waste of sleeping time scrubbing trophies for awards that nobody cared about, given to people that nobody remembered anyway. Well, except for his dad's award, that was pretty special. His mum probably had a few in there as well. But after a while, Harry had gotten bored and put himself into a trance to numb the pain. "I wish," said Harry. "That might have been worth a detention. What are you two doing up and out?" "Anyway." "Running low on snacks," said B2. "Been selling them to the Frenchies," added B1. "It seems they can't get quality sweets like ours over in their snooty, upper-class school. Have to do it all on the QT, though. Apparently they don't want each other to know they are pigging out on pretty much anything we can get them that is more than about 80% sugar. So we have been making a killing," said B2. "Tried selling them to Drumstang first, but they don't have a hankering for the sweeter things in life, the way those Frenchies do." "Try blood pops," said Harry. "Make it a challenge to their masculinity or something." "Brilliant," they both said at exactly the same time. "So, I doubt that's why you decided to escort me to my dorm," said Harry leadingly. "What's going on?" "No easily fooled are you, young Harry," said B2. "Always took him for a man who know the what's what," agreed B1. "Yeah, let's just cut to the chase, fellows," said Harry, cutting off what probably would have been an amusing series of buttering up comments that he was just too tired to process right now. "Just after the inside scoop, matey," said B2. "Feeling confident about the second task?" asked B1. "Got your clue all sorted and have a plan?" asked B2. "Sort of," said Harry without much conviction. "Excellent," they intoned together before stopping to give each other a high five. "We're off to see Man." "About a bet, then." "Wait, what? I just said I sort of had it figured," Harry protested. The twins cast a knowing glance at each other. "Harry Harold Harrikins, your sort of is a lot better than most people's definitely," explained B1. "Yep, most people might say you are a lazy, good-for-nothing git who wastes his potential on trivial things that don't matter and who will never amount to much," said B2. "Hey," protested Harry. "But not us. We know a good bet when we see it, so we're off to the bookmakers." "See ya." "Wouldn't want to be ya." Harry knew he should protest or argue or just plain deny their accusations. But at that point in time, he was much more interested in the fact the twins could somehow make a bet on the tournament. "Hey guys, wait up a second." Harry got the distinct feeling he was being watched again. Lately, it seemed he could never settle into a deep meditative trance, which other less enlightened members of his house called sleeping sitting up with his eyes closed, without somebody deciding it would be a good time to discuss something with him. Of course, it had taken a while for some people to understand that he was not actually listening to them, while they jabbered on, mistaking his automatic generic ums and ahs as meaningful communication. But it had happened so often that Harry was now starting to develop the habit of rousing from his trance instead of blissfully missing out, and possibly later being blamed for giving advice he most definitely did not mean to. Who in their right mind could mistake a snore or slight dropping of his head for agreement or any sort of comment? People were nuts. Sure enough, as he cracked open one of his eyes, someone was standing patiently in front of the table he had claimed as his, waiting for him to acknowledge them in some way. Actually, it was two somebodies, Justin and Ernie. Regretfully, Harry put down the book he had been pretending to study and switched the illusion of eyes on his glass version 6 off. "So we need your help," said Jay. Okay, answered Harry. As you know, or should know since you showed up to the first couple of them, we have been taking dance classes for the Yule Ball, and most of us are not much chop at it. True, said Harry vaguely. So we figured that you must have worked out a way around learning to dance, and with the help of a couple of guys from the other houses, we figured out you are probably planning on using either one. More likely, or a combination, of the many dance-based curses we found out about. Okay, said Harry. In actual fact, he had just decided not to go to the ball, since even though it sounded like something that might be interesting, the effort involved was way too high a price. This solution to Dance's dilemma was an interesting idea, though, almost something he might have thought up himself had he needed to. The problem is we don't know how to go about getting the curse placed onto our shoes, so we have to ask you for help. Not your shoes, said Harry absently, as his mind quickly went over the possibilities. Obviously it would be a bit more complex than anything he developed before, but he had learned enough to see that it was possible, and he definitely knew the right people for getting it done. You want it on something you can easily turn off, for when you don't want to dance, and be able to take it off without making it obvious, just in case something goes wrong. Good point, mumbled Jay. If you can get us this, we can help you get a date since we know you haven't bothered to say anything to anyone yet, which is bordering on rude. That would be convenient, said Harry. Who? Not one of those terrifying birds from the Frenchie. School thing, I hope. No deal if that's what you arranged. Only you would think a gorgeous girl from Beauxbaton is terrifying, Harry, laughed Ernie. Yeah, well, you haven't had a glimpse of a future, married to a woman who can get you due to anything. She wants you to, argued Harry. Ernie's eyes suddenly glazed over slightly as he stared off into the distance. Yeah, that'd be terrible, he said quietly. But anyway, interrupted Jay, you grossly overestimate our influence and abilities. There is no way we could convince any of those heavenly creatures to give us the time of day, let alone go to the ball with one of us. Not even the famous Harry Potter stands a chance, sorry. So we asked around and discovered, not surprisingly, some of the Ravenclaws are more interested in spending the night reading rather than dancing, and had not committed to going with anybody. Megan said she would go with you as a favor to Susan, who owes us for helping Hannah with a problem she was having with, well, I guess it doesn't really matter and probably should not be repeated anyway. Bottom line, help us with dancing, and Megan will go with you and be a nice date for you. Brill, get yourselves a pocket watch, said Harry. You can discreetly press the button to activate or deactivate the curse, and we can charm it to let you pick which dance to use depending on what music is playing, unless you found a curse that does that anyway. No, but we could keep looking, said Jay. Good plan, said Harry, already figuring out how to convince the pair to do most of the work that would be needed to get this side project on track. Get two each, because you need a spare for the enchanting, as sometimes it fails and could possibly set fire to it, as I found out, much to the detriment of many items, including several pairs of shoes and one rather nice pillow. Anyway, write down the dances you want to do and the curse or curses you can find that might be applicable. Keep it simple. Just 2 or 3 that are most likely going to happen, like a waltz. You'll need to throw in a galleon or 2 to cover the cost of getting the senior I have in mind to do the enchanting too. Excellent, said Ernie. No more dance lessons. Good, now just one other thing. Who is Megan? Harry, we have to talk, shouted Hermione, bursting into the dorm. Ernie gave a sort of muffled cry and dived back under his blankets, not that he had properly gotten out from under them anyway, but apparently having a girl see him in his night clothes was too great a shock for him. You can't keep making those dance amulets. Harry yawned and gave a stretch, postponing worrying about Hermione's antics until after he had a chance to decide if they were actually worthy of such effort. Harry, this is important. ranted Hermione in her most annoying, bossy voice. He knew she was just worried and was trying to help, but sometimes she really just needed to chill out. A bit, although she did look quite cute, all riled up with passion and so fierce. "Why not?" asked Harry, flicking his wand to cast a rather complex cleaning spell on himself. He really would have preferred lounging in the bath for a few hours, especially the huge, pool-like one. The prefects got to use whenever they wanted. It had been pure cruelty to show him that, but his head of house flowers got some sort of silly idea in her head that if Harry saw the advantages being a prefect and a role model brought, he might put a bit of effort into at least appearing more of a traditional Hufflepuff. It had not even come close to working, since Harry was still quite immune to outside influences trying to manipulate him into doing real work, but an ex-girlfriend of one of the Slytherin prefects gave him the password to the glorious sanctuary as some sort of revenge thing that he was not going to even try to understand, and now he could make use of it any time he wanted. Still, the quick clean spell was handy to have when you just needed a quick freshen up, and since Hermione had seen it fit to invade the boys' dorm to lecture him, he didn't think he'd get a chance to take a real bath before breakfast anyway. Magic is not like science. It follows very different rules and is a lot more chaotic, she continued as Harry used a switching spell to swap his pajamas for the standard class robes. There are complex interactions that involve motivation and hundreds of other factors that even the most brilliant of wizards like Dumbledore have barely began to understand. Well, Harry's standard robes, not the actual standard ones. He needed all the expanded pockets and other charms he had accumulated in order to make his day as simple as possible. The standard robes might as well have been made by a muggle and didn't even keep the draft out. You know all those muggle stories about genies in lamps and being careful what you wish for. They are all based on real events in the magical world. Hermione almost yelled as Harry stuck his wand in his mouth and mumbled a teeth-cleaning and breath-freshener spell, which was quite a bit harder to do than it sounded, since casting spells with a wand in your mouth is not something people normally do. Idly he wondered if you were meant to cast it on someone else, and then have them cast it on you in return in a sort of mutual cleaning, ritual or something. That would be so weird. "You have to be careful with magic or it will turn around and bite you," Hermione announced. "You can't just take it for granted and abuse it without paying the price." Harry lifted each foot up in turn, and his socks and shoes shot out from under his bed and slid into place, the laces finally tying themselves neatly. He smiled, recalling how tricky that bit of magic had seemed not so very long ago. "This dancing curse thing you have been making for the boys is going to be a disaster. Something is going to go wrong, and people might get hurt. Curses are called that for a reason." Harry opened his mouth to reply, but paused as Wayne sleepily pushed past them on his way to the loo, wearing nothing but the skin he was born in. Hermione squeaked and turned away, blushing brightly. "'Scuse me," mumbled Wayne, eyes still pretty much closed and totally oblivious to the presence of a girl in their room. "Something always goes wrong," said Harry, ignoring his often naked roommate and taking a moment to wave his wand over his hair to make it slightly less of a nightmare. He dropped his wand into the special pocket on his robes and then clapped loudly 3 times. His bed obediently reassembled itself into a perfect picture of bedness. The sheets were tucked in with military precision, and the blankets lay so smooth and flat they looked fake. Even his pillow fluffed itself into an absolutely gorgeous model of a cushion. He wasn't allowed to get house elves to make his bed, and had been forbidden from casting spells to do it, but nobody had told him he was not allowed to use charmed bed covers that had been taught to make themselves, not yet anyway. "Exactly," said Hermione, recovering from her close brush with male nudity with remarkable speed. "So, you see the problem. The more you use it to try and cheat the system, the more likely it is that it will turn on you. Interesting idea, said Harry, taking out his wand to summon his bag from wherever he had left it. I guess I should try not to exploit my magical ability so much then. That's right, said Hermione. There are loads of anecdotal evidence to suggest. Harry flicked his wand to open the door as he led Hermione out of the room, fighting hard not to let the grin he really wanted to put on from showing, while Hermione continued talking, ignoring everything, contradicting her, that had just occurred right in front of her eyes. Behind them, Wayne suddenly yelled in outrage as reality and realization caught up with him. Seriously, I don't get it, asked Harry, causing Moody's real eye to start twitching. It just doesn't seem that bad. What can you possibly not understand, you daft donkey? Screamed Moody. It causes pain so intense that it'll drive you insane in the blink of an eye. Yeah, but it's not permanent, right? I mean, unless it's held on you too long. What are you blathering on about? Well, you've got a lot better chance of recovering than if you had your legs burnt off or something, said Harry. I mean, the human body can only generate a set amount of pain, and after that it makes no difference. So something like getting burned alive is going to be just as painful, but with the added shock of physical damage. Or if you had your guts pulled out of your eye sockets, added Ernie. Or had to watch someone eating part of your brain, said Justin, getting into the spirit of the conversation. Surely that would be worse to experience. And I mean, you could probably have the memory of the Crucio obliviated away, right? Asked Harry. Innocently. So you might know it happened, but not recall the actual sensation. Course, there's some people that like pain, added Kev the Ravenclaw. They might not even object to having it cast on them. Moody was incoherent, his mouth just opening and closing without any sound coming out. I reckon they broke him this time, whispered Sue to Hannah. Serves him right. What kind of a fool thinks he can outgross a bunch of teenage boys who have about as much empathy as a dead rock? Get out, screamed Moody, hurling the books from his desk as he finally recovered some semblance of wit. Out, out, out. The girls wasted no time rushing for the door, their books already packed in their bag and ready even before the old Auror had started losing the plot, just as Harry had promised. Harry, why aren't you dancing like all the other boys? Asked one of the girls from one of the other houses, at least that's what Harry thought about her. I've only seen you take a few dances so far while your housemates have barely sat down. In truth, he had no idea who she was. The effort the girls had put into making themselves look not necessarily better as such, but different to their normal appearance baffled Harry and almost managed to stir a slight feeling of guilt at his own, almost complete lack of effort. True, his robes now shone with a magnificent bottle green shimmer, then somehow matched the color of his eyes. His hair was practically glued to his head by several bottles of magical hair cream, and he was sporting a very elegant bow tie over an elaborate ruffled shirt, but it was not as if he had put any real effort into his look. He just asked someone who knew something about this sort of thing and then followed their instructions and suggestions. The girls, though, that was a different story. With gowns that defied description and incorporated more magic than Harry had ever seen in any wizarding clothing, including his own, he could not possibly tell what house the questioner-asker had come from, and without that clue, and with the different often exotic hairstyles and makeup they were wearing, he had absolutely no chance of recognizing somebody he was not very familiar with already. For all he knew, she might not even be a Hogwarts native. It was something he decided he needed to work on. Ignorance in anything when he had possibly the greatest collection of magical knowledge in the world within his reach seemed really wasteful, and Harry hated waste. Possibly he could charm his glasses to label the people he was looking at with their name, a sort of heads-up display like in those science fiction movies Dudley liked to watch. Magic was useful for things like that. "Oh, trust me," he said, pausing to take a small sip from an ornate goblet. "I am dancing on the inside." In reality, he had worked out that even with the curse doing all the work of knowing how to dance, it still took physical effort. Several of the more enthusiastic boys had been forced to quit and leave when their energy reserves flagged too dramatically, but they seemed to have had fun while it lasted. For a couple of unlucky fellows, the charmed objects malfunctioned, leaving them struggling to make do with only their own pre-learned skills, or what little they had managed to pick up while cursed or to excuse themselves. They only had themselves to blame, of course, either not taking Harry's advice about multiple charmed objects seriously, or not understanding the magic well enough to pace themselves. All in all, perhaps because of these issues, it seemed like there were a lot more females present than males, and for some reason a significant number were crowded around where Harry and his date sat. "You dork," laughed the girl, slapping him lightly on his arm in an overly familiar manner that sent Harry's heart racing just a little bit faster and made his smile just a bit larger. "Do you know what people used to believe a dork actually was?" asked Harry's date in a tone that seemed pleasant and conversational, but somehow held a sharpness to it. The questioner looked slightly confused and opened her mouth to reply, but was cut off as Megan continued speaking. "The myth is that the true meaning of the word refers to the sexual organ of a male whale," she declared, staring intently at the questioner, who blushed. "I hope you weren't referring to my date in that context." Several of the other girls gave little laughs or squeaked as they tried not to laugh. The questioner seemed suddenly very uncomfortable and a bit lost for words. "Harry," said Megan, turning towards him, "I think I would like to go for a breath of fresh air outside." "Okay," said Harry, automatically rising to his feet out of politeness as Megan stood up. She paused for a moment, looking at him as if considering something. "Would you care to join me?" For a moment, for just a split second, Harry considered declining, since randomly walking around was most definitely not his thing. But then something inside his brain started screaming abuse in an unmistakable warning tone, and he wisely chose to give it the attention it deserved. "I would be delighted," he said, holding out his arm for Megan to take. She smiled warmly and took his arm, and afterwards Harry could never really recall exactly what they chatted about as they made their way through a garden Harry had no recollection of ever seeing before. "I am rather impressed that you never once managed to accidentally touch any of the girls you danced within what could be considered as even a slightly inappropriate manner," said Megan, once again, using far too many words to say what she really meant, leaving Harry not completely sure he understood properly. "Not that it matter, really." "Thanks," he said, picking what was undoubtedly the easiest and safest answer. "I thought all boys our age had only one thing on their mind," she said, "but you have been the perfect gentleman all night despite all those girls practically throwing themselves at you." "Thanks again," said Harry, absolutely dumbfounded by her words. Throwing themselves at him. As far as he knew, they were just all talking together as friends, since there were not enough boys left dancing to accommodate all the girls. She stopped walking and turned to face him. "You are not going to hit on me at all, are you?" she asked with a thoughtful and slightly unsure look on her face. It was unusual for Harry to let anything fluster him, even the most extreme situations. Not even this completely unexpected turn of events could cause him to panic and waste valuable energy, although his heart did start to race a bit faster. "Should I?" he asked, bravely taking a step closer to her. "Most definitely," she said, moving her face closer to his. "Potter!" screamed Greasy, several very enjoyable minutes later. The sudden interruption made Harry literally jump back and draw his wand with a speed he had never imagined he could achieve. "What do you think you are doing?" demanded the professor as he stomped through the rose bushes towards the alcove where Megan and Harry had been snuggled. "Why am I not surprised I'd have to explain it to you?" began Harry, rather more than simply annoyed by the sudden turn of events. The number of detentions Harry achieved over the course of the next 20 minutes as he decided to take out all his recent frustrations on the surly professor set a record even the fabled marauders would have been proud of, and became the single most widely told story of the whole tournament outside of the actual tasks themselves. Not that Harry intended attending even one detention, no matter how well deserved. The second task was not going at all well. It was obvious from the faces of the judges that they had not expected Harry to just refuse to go into the lake. "I inventoried all my things just before coming here," Harry said. He carefully did not mention that the really weird elf Dobby actually did all the work. "There is nothing I really care about missing, so I'm done. You can keep whatever it was you took." "You do realize you will fail the task?" asked the huge woman Harry still had a problem thinking of as Madame Maxine rather than just Big Max, but Tiny had asked him to be a bit more polite, and since the half-giant was kind enough to explain the mermaid's song from the egg to Harry, it was only fair to make the small effort of using her proper name. Well, sometimes at least. Drumstang's headmaster, Igor, who really didn't fit that name as he had no hunch or lisp, seemed entirely too pleased at the prospect, while Baggy looked quite ill and panicky, and the ministry stooge had a self-satisfied smug look plastered on his mug. Beardy looked his usual professional self, but Harry got the feeling he was quite amused. That probably wouldn't last very long. "Yeah, but I really can't compete against the other champions, who are a damn sight more skilled than me, so it's a fair cop," agreed Harry. Baggy went into a bit of fit, stumbling and bumbling while apparently trying to convince Harry to change his mind and have a go. "Mr. Potter," interrupted Dumbledore, "perhaps you should not look at what you are missing, but rather whom." Harry stopped for a moment, a confused look on his face, until he suddenly opened in eyes in apparent comprehension. He searched the crowd looking for his friends. One by one he ticked them off until only one person was missing. "Sue, you took Sue." None of the judges said anything, possibly bound by the rules of the competition. Harry was lazy, but he wasn't stupid. He was not a great intellect like Hermione or a clever strategist like Ron, or even a randomly brilliant mind like Moongirl, but he was extremely practical and quite cunning, and while he had in fact previously researched spells that could probably be used to avoid drowning, he had been looking for spells that would save him from the effort of having to breathe all the time, but there were too many downsides to such a permanent fix, like having to put sign on his chest saying, "I am not dead." Every time he went to sleep anywhere, he knew his magical skill was not up to a level to make a recovery effort likely to succeed, and he hated wasted effort. He removed his wand and quickly cast 2 charms, the second of which astounded 3 of the judges. Dumbledore having apparently already been aware Harry could produce a corporeal patronus. Harry whispered a message to the glowing animal, and it suddenly raced off. "Where is it going?" asked Igor suspiciously, after he had shaken off his amazement that a seemingly average to almost incompetent 14-year-old boy could casually do such complex magic. "To the place where people usually go when they discover a person has been kidnapped and is in danger," said Harry a bit flippantly, as the effect of the cheering spell he cast on himself to enable summoning the patronus kept his spirits high. While the other judges looked confused and began demanding answers, Dumbledore no longer looked amused. It was only a few minutes later that a group of very eager-looking Aurors being led by an irate Madam Bones stormed into the grounds and over to the judges' table. The yelling and arguing went on for quite a while before 4 Aurors raced off and retrieved Sue from the bottom of the lake, while Madam Bones continued to tear the judges a new wand holder, as Justin later rather confusingly put it. Unfortunately, the Aurors encountered some resistance from the merfolk, and a bit of a battle broke out. The gouts of water and flying spears added some much-needed excitement to the event for the spectators, who had really been equally spoiled and traumatized by the events of the first task. It got really exciting when the giant squids stumbled into the fray and began throwing anybody and everybody it could get a hold of into the air before pelting them with fish. Harry took the opportunity to sit down and get comfortable, of course, and only got up when Sue looked like she was going to kick him. "I volunteered to be your hostage, and you don't even bother to come and get me," she demanded in an angry rant that Harry could not be certain was real or fake, or maybe half of each. "I really didn't know how to do it myself," Harry found himself explaining, "and I figured these guys would do a much better job." "So it wasn't that you just decided to take a nap then?" she asked. "Definitely not," said Harry earnestly, earning a slight softening of her glare before adding cheekily, "Far too much noise out here." His reassurances did not go down well. "There is something I have been wondering about," said Susan, standing rather stiffly in the doorway of the long, vacant classroom, where Harry had been quietly contemplating the color of the darkness. Well, that was the excuse he was going to use if anybody had asked where he had disappeared to. It was something Moon Girl had said once and had stuck in his mind. In fact, he had been sulking. Not that. He would admit it, even to himself, not this time. "How in the world did you find me?" he asked, taking his marvelous cloak off. "And I thought you weren't talking to me, like the rest of the house." "I just asked the twins. They always seem to know where you are. Also, they said they have a bag of gold for you or something. They might have been joking, but I can never tell with those two. Anyway, I thought about you not coming to get me from the lake, and got a bit angry." "A bit?" he asked, allowing a hint of sarcasm into his voice. "Okay, a lot," admitted Sue. "Especially after the ball fiasco and the number of house points you lost us in your tiff with Professor Snape." "Not totally my fault," said Harry. "How was I supposed to know the stupid house point thing could go into negatives? Once it hit 0, there should have been nothing else to lose." "Yes, well, that is not what I have been thinking about. I was wondering how it came to be that the Aurors got to Hogwarts so quickly after you sent your message." What do you mean?" asked Harry innocently. "That's their job, right, to come running when someone needs it. It's not like it takes a long time to apparate anywhere." "Harry, I have lived with my auntie for as long as I can remember. She is pretty much my mother, and in all that time, do you think she hasn't told me stories about how hard it is to get people to do their jobs, or how she misses being out in the field, actually doing things instead of sitting behind a desk, trying to get other people to work?" "Zar." "Well, she has, and one of the stories I distinctly recall hearing repeated is how atrociously long it usually takes the department to respond to a call for help from an outsider." "Zar." "And yet, miraculously, not only did a whole team of Aurors get here with 5 minutes, but my aunt herself was leading them." "She's your guardian, isn't she? Why wouldn't she come immediately?" "Because she is the head of magical law enforcement and is expected to stay behind to organize and control things in the event of emergencies, not rush off on what could have been some wild goose chase reported by a 14-year-old boy." "I'm not sure what you are getting at," said Harry, "and I am hardly just any 14-year-old. Your auntie knows me too, remember, after that big thing with Rat Boy earlier in the year." "I think you know exactly what I am saying, Mr. Potter. I think the only way my auntie could have gotten here so quickly was because she was already waiting, with a full team of Aurors on standby." And the only way that could have happened is if you had not only worked out what the clue was, but also figured out well in advance that I was going to be taken as your hostage, and sent her a message, several messages, in fact, I'd warrant. It must have taken a lot of work to convince her to get something like that organized." "Don't know what you are talking about," said Harry, unable to keep a grin off his face. Funny, that's exactly what she said when I asked her about it, said Sue, taking a few steps into the room to stand closer to Harry. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, she said. I wouldn't want to ruin your act for you, but I did just want you to know that I know. You're barmy, said Harry weakly. Sue just smiled. Come on, she said, taking his arm. Enough sulking, let's go get lunch. Not sure that's a great idea, said Harry. I'm not really that popular at the moment. Don't be silly, said Sue, pulling him along. Almost everybody is over their anger now. Almost everyone. Well, all of us that count anyway. That makes me feel so much safer. Well, if popularity is your concern, you'll be happy to know that the Gryffindors absolutely love you. Right now. Should have left you drown, he mumbled as she walked him out of the room. See is just as Winksy says, shouted the elf heatedly. The dirty underthings needed washing. No, no, no. It's the calling to dinner one, screamed another, waving a tea towel around like a whip. Mr. Harry Potter, sirs, called the auntie, just like in the story where the young master was sent to call his mother. How's can dinner mean, going under the water? Use is all wrong. It's been the parable of the bath time ducky little master tried to drown, growled out a third, brandishing a massive ladle like a sword. Dobby shook his head and just kept on with the dishes. The only good thing to come out of all this nonsense was at least he had more than enough work to do, since so much of the other elves' time was getting spent arguing about which of Winky's ramblings predicted whatever event had most recently taken place. Sometimes, he was sure the elves were only one step away from trying to make the events they derived from her often incoherent utterings happen. Did you know the paper today has half a page dedicated to why you are a sick pervert, and how dozens of Aurors had to rush to the school to stop you from abducting one of the other students for your depraved revenge at having to compete for the cup rather than just being given it? Asked Sue at breakfast. Would that have worked? Asked Harry after a thoughtful moment. I really don't see Igor Hunchy agreeing to give you the cup in exchange for a Hogwarts student, no, said Jay before hastily adding, sorry, Sue. Yeah, I think he is more the kind to give extra points if you off the other hostages in order to win. Agreed Ern. No, I mean getting them to give me the cup, and then have a new tournament with just the other 3 contestants, so that I didn't have to actually compete against them, clarified Harry. No idea, possibly, said Ernie. Should have thought of that. Oh well, live and learn, shrugged Harry, returning to his meal only to discover Hedwig had managed to get away with all of his bacon, and he now had to wait for more to be fetched by his enchanted spork. At least they didn't say you were just trying to get one of them wet, said Jay, smiling. Or that you just wanted her tied up, added Ern. Sue grumbled angrily. Oh, lighten up, snapped Hannah. It's not like anybody actually believes this rot. You'd have it to be a total moron. Well, Potter, I must say I am impressed, said Malfoy, having approached the table unnoticed. I didn't know anybody had explained the old ways to you, but it's obvious you understand them. Hannah sighed, while Susan looked even angrier. Harry just smiled and nodded. Harry, you need to come with me to see Hagrid, demanded Hermione. Okay, said Harry, instantly dropping his quill and parchment and standing up. Hermione, caught off guard at Harry's instant agreement, stalled. Are you even going to ask why? She asked, getting over her initial shock and argument derailment. I'm sure you will tell me, shrugged Harry, motioning for her to lead the way. Yes, well, that horrid reporter who has been writing all that nonsense about you has told the world that Hagrid is a half-giant, and he has gone and locked himself up in his cabin and won't come out. Bugger, said Harry, walking alongside her as she strode purposely along. Well, as she tried to stride along purposely, but then found herself having to slow down and wait for Harry's more moderated pace, lest she leave him behind and end up at her destination without him in sight yet again. That's we have had that substitute, continued Hermione. While she is a better teacher for the most part, it is just not right that Hagrid should feel he is not welcome simply because his parents aren't. What some bigoted idiots. Hang on, interrupted Harry, stopping in his tracks. So he really is a half-giant. Was it his mum or his dad? What possible difference could that make? Are you serious? He asked. I mean, how can it possibly have worked with him and her if one of them was like 5 times the size of the other? Harry, said Hermione, turning slightly red. How can you think of such a thing at a time like this? Hagrid needs help and support, not people probing into the personal lives of his parents. Yeah, but I mean, oh come on. Don't tell me this sort of thing is common. Surely wizards don't just run about with really good enlarging charms. It doesn't matter, said Hermione, going even redder. And if it was his mum who went out looking for a really big Harry, yelled Hermione. Well, all I am saying is the whole thing sounds a bit sus, said Harry. If he really is a half-giant then. Somebody has a lot of explaining to do, because there are definitely areas of magic where our education has been woefully neglected. Hagrid wouldn't open the door. Oh well, said Harry sadly. That's that then, let go. We can't give up that easily, argued Hermione, banging on the door again. We are not going away. Until you let us in, Hagrid. Yeah, we can, actually. It's pretty easy. Hagrid, we are going to keep knocking until you let us in, so you might as well do it sooner rather than later, called Hermione, banging on the door again as if the last 5 minutes of it didn't count. Harry considered his options. It would be a waste to go back after coming this far without achieving anything, and he hated waste. Beside, Hermione would hassle him forever if he left. Tiny was a good fellow and had done him a solid with the mermaid translation, so he sort of owed him. It just didn't feel right to let the big guy suffer over something stupid that he really couldn't be blamed for, unlike the whole dragon egg fiasco, or that time with the unexpected hippogriff ride. Setting fire to the door was an option. He had learned at least 2 different spells for setting fire to things, as they had lots of potential uses, but while that would likely get the door open, it wasn't really a nice thing to do. Plus, he'd end up having to fix it, although he might be able to convince Hermione to fix it, especially if he pointed out it was her idea to come down and barge their way into the someone else's problems. He had just convinced himself that a little bit arson was in order when the door suddenly opened, and the headmaster walked out. See, Hagrid, the old professor said, it is not only I who miss their teacher, no matter his heritage. Now I expect to see you back taking classes on Monday. No excuses. Or I could just wait and let things pan out by themselves, Harry thought to himself. Somehow that often seemed like the way to go. Mr. Potter, why in Merlin's name were you throwing omnioculars off the astronomy tower? Asked Professor Sprout, or Flowers, as Harry usually thought of her before Fleur had come along and made things confusing. I can't see why I am in trouble for it. They were mine, and I put a sign up on the ground where I was throwing them, warning people, said Harry sulkily. Did you not consider that people might venture over to read the sign, thus putting themselves into the danger zone, as you so called it on your warning? Not my fault some people are too curious for their own good, said Harry. Haven't they heard about that stuff, killing cats and all that? You almost knocked young Mr. Creevey out, and then summoned him to the top of the tower. Why did he think he was doing? Catching my omnioculars anyway. Then you dropped him. Well, I wasn't expecting a second year to come flying up at my face, was I? Startled me he did. And you still haven't explained why you were throwing omnioculars off the astronomy tower. Harry mumbled a reply. Pardon, Mr. Potter, said Sprout. I didn't quite hear that. Harry mumbled again, slightly louder. Once again, if you would please, Mr. Potter, this time with some clarity. I was trying to teach them to fly, admitted Harry, looking down with embarrassment. Why would you think you could teach them to fly by throwing them off a tower? asked his head of house in an exasperated and confused tone. Apparently, I didn't quite understand something I read about how evolution works, said Harry, hanging his head. Misunderstood evolution? How the devil can you? And why would you want them to fly anyway? I thought it would be really neat for people like Hermione, who doesn't like flying, to be able to see the world from really high up, said Harry quietly. I tried recording while I was flying on a broom, but it shakes around too much and just made her dizzy again. I figured if I could get the omnioculars to fly, they would be more like Hedwig and give a really nice view of Hogwarts. I tries training her to carry them, but she was only interested in eating them. Really? Asked Professor Sprout, her tone extremely skeptical. Yeah, said Harry. It's amazing what that owl tries to eat. Hermione's cat is lucky it is as big as she is. And Nev's toad hasn't dared leave the Gryffindor common room since that one time he mistakenly got too close to her at the breakfast table. I meant about your reasoning, not the dietary habits of your spirit animal. Oh, yeah. Hermione's been in a muggle plane before, but they go too high to really see anything, and they don't fly over Hogwarts or Hogsmeade anyway. Half the school has never been higher than the tower either. Mr. Potter, I suspect there is a lot more to this than you are letting on, she said. Harry held his breath, waiting for the inevitable punishment he knew was coming. But as Mr. Creevey was not injured and seems to consider the whole incident a terrific adventure, I am inclined to give you just 2 nights helping the younger years with their homework as punishment for your foolish endangerment of fellow students, and this time you will stick to the Hogwarts curriculum and not teach younger years any of your shortcut magic. Understood? Yes, ma'am, said Harry. But I have to say, Professor Lupin agreed with me. Fire really is the solution to most defense against the dark arts issues. Nevertheless, you will not encourage any students to learn the Fiendfire spell, understood? Not even the 7th years. Especially not the 7th years. They might actually be capable of casting it. Okay, agreed Harry. Now about teaching omniculars to fly. I would suggest you ask Madam Pince for books by Jareth Hobart regarding the levitation spell. I dare say that will be much more fruitful than throwing your possessions off a tower and hopping they learn to fly through trial and error. Harry left the professor's office, careful not to allow the smile he was struggling to contain come out, until he was well away from his head of house. Some people may have considered it a lot of effort to go to, but after many hours spent in the library with Hermione, Harry knew he could very easily have gone down an endless rabbit hole looking for a way to map out the maze that was growing where the Quidditch pitch used to be. Flying over it was prohibited, and it was obscured somehow so you could not see it from a distance, so he needed something that could fly and record. All of his inquiries to normal sources had proven fruitless, with many of the suggestions being, if not totally useless, not what he was trying for at all. Throwing the omnioculars off the tower had actually been a suggestion made to him, rather than his own idea, but Harry was not afraid to steal a good idea when it fell into his lap, so he knew he had to ask someone who had a much better clue than his. Normal sources, a professor preferably, but in a manner that did not violate the rules of the tournament. Of course, it would be amusing to see if Hermione got sick watching the recordings he would make during the test flights, and Lockhart already indicated there would be a small market for them too, if he could figure out a way to make the flying smooth and controlled. Harry really liked it when a plan paid off multiple times. It felt like less work that way. Unfortunately, he would end up being extremely disappointed after discovering the maze changed shape frequently, but at least his efforts did not completely go to waste. Harry kept waving to the audience and smiling as he casually walked towards the entrance to the maze, apparently not the slightest bit nervous or anxious despite starting so much later than the other competitors by virtue of his scoring, or lack of more precisely, in the second task. The other contestants had all sprinted the moment the cannon went off for them, determined to squeeze the most out of every extra second and not lose a precious moment. Harry was also determined to squeeze every second of his life for every bit of value, but his idea of what made good value was considered a bit skewed compared to his peers. For instance, it was not every day that he would allow himself to be paraded in front of several hundred people, and definitely not likely they would all be cheering for him so exuberantly. True, many here were just urging him on in the hope of seeing something horrible and violent happen to him, but their actions were still basically inseparable from those who were honestly wishing him good luck. For the first time, Harry actually appreciated why Quidditch stars might work so hard to get to the top of their sport, and that sort of scared him, since he could apparently very easily become the greatest seeker the world had ever seen, at least until someone worked out why snitches seemed to have such an obsession with him. Still, he was here, the crowd was here, and he was loving the momentary bit of adoration and attention that he would never again go out of his way to seek, so why rush in? Giving a final wave of his wand to the cheering throngs, Harry stepped into the maze and was instantly completely cut off from the noise of the crowd. The eerie silence and low light set the scene for an incredible spooky experience that Harry really appreciated for its artistic merit, but did not particularly like as a personal experience, with no reason to pick one way over the other, except that he might have noticed Fleur going to the left, making that direction, and the prospect of following behind her very tempting. Harry stood just inside the opening to the maze and waited patiently. A few moments later, the bushes rippled and bent, twisting and turning into a new configuration that would, by Harry's estimation after watching hours of recordings, last for the next few minutes, slightly less than the time before. After 4 times, it would reset to a longer interval and then start decreasing again. It was one of the very few useful things he had gotten out from his illicit recordings. Years of trying to work out the system of moving staircases and secret passages inside of Hogwarts to shorten the amount of effort it took to get to classes on time had honed Harry's ability to see patterns in random seeming chaos. While he had still not completely mastered the castle, he had become pretty good at timing it all. The temptation to rush in, trying to make his way to the center where the trophy waited as quickly as possible, was difficult to resist, even for him, despite his natural inclination to let things work themselves out and only worry about the things he could effect with the minimum of effort. He was determined to take a more active hand in fate this time. He wanted to wipe that smug superior look off Fleur and her massive headmistress's face. He wanted Crumb to have a real reason to look as sour as he always did. He wanted Seti and the rest of his house to be forced to recognize Harry could accomplish more with less effort than they could working as hard as they possibly could. He wanted the rest of the school to realize he was more than just an average student. He wanted to win. So he stood perfectly still, his wand casually held in front of him, ready to deal with anything that might unexpectedly pop up from the maze. Like Cedric, who suddenly appeared around a corner, his wand ablaze with light. He hesitated when he saw Harry, but then swore as he noticed the entry to the maze and realized he was back at the start, after having already spent 10 minutes navigating around in circles. "What are you doing?" Cedric asked as he jogged up to Harry. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," said Harry, appreciative of his housemate's obvious concern. "Just waiting for a bit." Cedric looked confused, but nodded, not really that interested in what Harry was planning to do or not do, as the case may be. "Keep an eye out for the golden mist. It flips you upside down." "Thanks," nodded Harry as Cedric raced off to the next turn. The maze rippled again, pretty much exactly on time, but this time closing off the huge opening where he and the other competitors had entered. It was now impossible to differentiate it from any other sections of the hedge wall. A few meters to the side of where he stood, an opening appeared leading inwards. Harry walked towards it, forcing himself not to rush, his wand still held warily in front of him. He really wanted to cast a spell to light up the area, but that would mean keeping a spell going the whole time, plus it would make him stand out literally like a beacon, attracting who knows what attention. His night sight was pretty good, despite the fact he needed glasses to see, but the maze somehow felt like it was really dark when he could actually see quite a lot more than he should have been able to. Whatever the reason, and it was obviously something magical, he could see another opening heading the way he wanted to go, so he carefully navigated his way to it, conjuring a small mirror on a stick to let him see around the corner to make sure there was nothing waiting for him on either side before he walked in. Hopefully, there weren't any vampires in here that would not show up in the mirror's reflection. Since it looked clear, he moved through the opening and then walked back along the hedge wall so that he was standing in line with his original entry to the maze and its center. "Point me," he cast, his wand spinning around several times before settling down and showing him the way north. Satisfied, he was as close to exactly the right place as he was going to get without putting in a huge amount of effort. He settled down and waited. It was a simple strategy, one that was not guaranteed to work and was likely going to be very slow. But Harry understood enough about magic to know it stood at least as good a chance as running around blindly fighting off who knows what monstrosities Tiny let loose, while also avoiding sinister traps or having to trying to solve clever puzzles in order to move forward. A few minutes later, Cedric ran past again, looking slightly worse for wear this time. "How the hell did you get in front of No? Don't tell me," he said, breathing heavily as he made way further down the corridor. "Look out for the acromantula. It's a big spider, a really big one, and it is not friendly at all." "Thanks," called Harry as Cedric's light faded away. Fleur came past next, her wand alight and warily pointing in Harry's general direction. She watched him suspiciously, waiting to see what he would do. Her hair had come slightly undone and face was smudged with dirt, a fact Harry really wanted to point out to her. "You've got a little bit of something," he said in a polite, friendly voice, pointing to his cheek. "Right there." She suddenly looked offended and let out a snort of annoyance before putting her nose in the air and walking past Harry, ignoring him, just like she had every other time he or any other Hogwarts student had been near her. Cedric came past again, heading the opposite direction just as the hedge moved, another opening appearing near Harry, heading in the direction he wanted to go. "How did you do that?" asked Cedric as he followed Harry into the new corridor. "Did you know it was going to open there?" "Magic," said Harry smugly. "Bull," said Cedric, laughing. Then he turned and headed off, waving absently to Harry, only to stop as Fleur came around the corner he was heading towards. Instantly, their wands pointed at each other, and Harry also found himself pointing his own wand at the French beauty without even thinking about it. She glanced at Harry quickly before returning her attention to Cedric, no longer looking quite as self-assured as she normally did. Seconds ticked by as everyone tried to work out what to do next. "Let's not anyone get too excited," said Harry, breaking the silence. "I figure we've all got enough to deal with in here without adding to it, all right." Fleur spared him another glance before nodding and lowering her wand slightly. Cedric, too, lowered his wand and then moved to the side of the corridor, allowing the maximum room possible for her to walk past. "Mademoiselle," he said, nodding and gesturing with his free hand to indicate she was free to walk by. "Merci," Fleur said, standing up straighter before striding past with a slight smirk bending the corners of her mouth. She barely glanced at Harry again, but he noticed a definite sway in her walk as she passed him and once again felt that almost irresistible pull on something deep inside of himself. He was starting to suspect it was fear or maybe indigestion. Either way, it did nothing good for him. As the woman ducked around the far corner, he let out a breath he did not know he was holding and turned to look at Cedric, who obviously had also been watching her. "Trouble, that one," said Harry. Cedric smiled and nodded in agreement, and then continued on his way, leaving Harry alone once again. As time dragged on, it took a bit of willpower to stick to his plan. Harry easily fought off the urge to do something stupid or wasteful and patiently waited until openings appeared heading in the direction he wanted to go. Sometimes he had to wait multiple changes in the maze before it happened, but it always did eventually. Cedric came past a few more times, looking more and more beat up and wore out, and more determined. He didn't say a word to Harry the last couple of encounters, just nodding as if to save his energy. Fleur ran past too, stopping in startled surprise as she recognized Harry, before mumbling darkly in French and running back the way she came. Harry smiled to himself, hoping she thought that he hadn't moved and she had returned to the same place she had met him before. Then he nearly bumped into Sourpuss's face when the maze opened up a path directly to the stout foreigner. "Evening," said Harry, smiling like a loon. "Nice night for a walk, eh?" Crumb did not look happy, as well as looking quite dirty and even a bit burnt in places, and for a moment Harry thought his third task might be over as Crumb's wand pointed at him, but eventually the international Quidditch star snorted in amusement and lowered his wand before nodding in acknowledgement at Harry, and then heading off in another direction. Eventually, Harry's luck ran a bit dry, and the shift in the maze opened up to a corridor that was not empty. A thick golden mist filled the whole length of the path in front of him. The path in the other direction turned a corner, heading in a direction away from the line he needed to return to. Harry walked to the edge of the mist and poked at it with his wand. It didn't feel any different. What did Seti say? It flipped you upside down. Probably not difficult to get through then, but he could just wait for the next change and hopefully get around it altogether. A noise from around the corner startled Harry. He half expected to see one of the other champions again, but the shape that loomed out of the darkness as it stepped around the corner was not anything he expected or hoped to ever seen in Hogwarts. "Well, you've gone and done it now, getting expelled as expected," said Harry's Aunt Petunia angrily. "You can look forward to a future, working for your uncle in his factory, now that all that magic nonsense is behind you." "Ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous," screamed Harry, waving his wand frantically. He had never really been much good at defending against boggarts, despite all of Professor Lupin's personal tutoring, mainly because the panic he experienced always seemed to wreck his ability to visualize something funny to force the boggart into. "Oh, screw this," he said, abandoning his attempts to defeat the creature pretending to be his aunt. "Akio," he cast, pulling it towards him with a speed and force he would normally be proud of. He barely had a moment to duck aside as the foe Petunia flew at him, screaming about his uselessness and doomed future, but the moment it was level he cast the next spell. "Depulso," he yelled, hitting the creature as it went past, sending it spinning into the golden mist. Immediately, Petunia let out a wretched scream and shot off into the sky, disappearing into the distance well above the massively tall hedge maze walls. Fancy that," mumbled Harry to himself. He threw a couple of summoned rocks into the mist, while he waited for the maze to change again, watching them shoot off upwards. It'd be interesting, too. Know where they came back down, he thought. Hopefully that boggart wouldn't end up in a muggle house or something. Could a boggart survive in outer space? Eventually the maze changed, and an opening in the direction he wanted appeared. A couple more times Harry again encountered obstacles on the path in front of him, but he managed to avoid the temptation of engaging whatever fascinating thing he saw and just waited until the maze moved enough to make it possible for him to bypass whatever it was. In one instance, there appeared to be a Half-bird, half-human creature with really large, wings, waiting near the end of the corridor. That one really tested his determination. He did start to use a branch he pulled from the hedge to poke at anything that looked suspicious, like bits of ground that looked a bit muddy or burnt, and took up throwing rocks at places he could not see. Clearly, but generally, he was able to avoid everything that might have caused him any significant inconvenience or effort. It wasn't exactly boring, since the atmosphere had him bordering on panic the whole time, but there was a certain lack of direct excitement that left Harry feeling a bit disappointed at the same time as he was relieved. Cedric ran past again, the back of his robes on fire. Harry thought about hosing him down as he passed by, but figured if Cedric wasn't worried, then it wasn't something he needed to do. He was pretty sure Ceddy hadn't even seen him, and it would not be a good idea to startle the poor boy in his exhausted state. A few maze changes later, Crumb strode by in the distance, looking very angry. He was using what Harry first mistook for a large furry branch as a walking stick. It took a few minutes for Harry to realize it was a big spider's leg, a really big spider. Well, that's one less thing to worry about then, said Harry, warily keeping an eye in that direction. He didn't think Crumb had actually seen him, since he still had not lit his wand up and had taken to standing with his back to the hedge wall, only occasionally casting the 4-point spell to keep on target, but he suspected things might start to get nasty, as they had to be closing in on the center by now. It even seemed to be getting darker, although that could have been his imagination. Harry had never moved more than a dozen meters away from the line he had plotted to the center, and had a rough idea of how far he had to go, but he wasn't foolish enough to be absolutely certain. Things tended to get strange once you got magic involved. Still, he had a plan and no reason to change it, so he stuck to it, patiently waiting for the right openings. He only decided to cast a charm on himself to be less visible after seeing Crumb and his new walking stick go by again, and realized the spider leg walking stick was half as long as it had been the first time. The disillusionment was a tricky bit of magic, and Harry wasn't sure he had cast it right, but Fleur didn't seem to notice him as she wandered past, looking seriously beat up, with Cedric following meekly behind her like a doe-eyed puppy, apparently enthralled or something. Harry thought about interfering, but caught himself before he did something foolish that would reveal his presence and endanger himself, and probably end up costing a lot of energy and effort to get out of. Instead, he waited until they were almost out of sight and then cast a tickling charm on Cedric. He had no idea what it would do, if anything, but it was likely to mess something up, and he could always honestly admit he had tried to help his fellow housemate. After all, it was really hard to concentrate on anything when you were being tickled, so maybe Cedric would break free. Then again, he might just be able to ignore it, the way some people could not be tickled. Freaks. After an eternity, the maze changed, and an entry into a large, almost empty square opened up. Almost empty, aside from the glowing Triwizard Tournament cup, sitting right in the middle on a waist-high pedestal. Harry almost couldn't help himself. He wanted to run and grab the cup, putting an end to this whole terrifying ordeal, but running for no reason was definitely not something he would normally do. Hell, walking was an activity he normally avoided if possible. He considered summoning the cup, but figured that would be a waste of time, since if the egg in the first task was protected from that, it was unlikely the finally object in the challenge would be too. Boy, he would feel really silly if it turned out all he had to do was stand at the entry of the maze and summon the cup to have one. Nothing sprung up out of the ground or leaped out of the shadows as he slowly and carefully made his way over to the pedestal and its glowing prize. No pits opened or cages fell from the sky, no invisible barriers barred his way or twisted space and time to move him further away, and within a matter of a minute, he was standing right in front of the trophy. Just before he grabbed it, winning the tournament, he thought to himself, well, that was actually rather easy, and then his hand closed on the handle of the cup. Bugger, he said sourly as a familiar twisting began. The gut-wrenching feeling of the port key gripping him was the last thing Harry felt before being whisked away. "Seize, I told you Mr. Harry Potter would wins, just like the prophecies said," yelled an elf excitedly. "Winkies said the young master's needs must comes first, and so he dids. Yous also says the great Harry Potter will get exploded, set on fire, or turned into a newt," argued another elf. "Those were falsy prophecies for unbelievers," said the first elf. The small gathering of elves, watching from the roof of the Ravenclaw Tower, all nodded in agreements. "Good thing I puts his name in the goblet then," said another, obviously trying to claim credit for helping one of Winky's ramblings match their interpretation. "So did I," yelled another. "Me's too," yelled a third, "and mine was the ones that came out." "Was not," cried the first of the elves, balling its fists angrily, ready to defend its claim. "Silly elvies, I was the one to make silly goblet pick Mr. Harry Potter sir's name," said another elf, looking smug. "Liar," screamed the other elf, leaping at him. The ensuring brawl proceeded along normal lines, with the added excitement of possibly getting tossed off one of the tallest towers in the castle, but Dobby had finally had enough. All the craziness generated by increasingly wild interpretations of Winky's mumbling had been getting to him, and learning the elves were the ones who had made Mr. Harry Potter sir compete in the tournament finally pushed him too far. Enough was enough, and there was a feast needing to be made merrier than he could on his own. So when everyone else busy trying to pummel the other elves, he snuck into Winky's room and cast the sobering spell the Malfoys had kept secret for many generations. If she really was in a trance and not just falling down drunk as Mrs. Malfoy on the weekends, nobody would know, but if he was right, all this nonsense would go away, and the elves could get back to proper workings. Instantly, Winky lost her mystical, glazed look and blinked, looking around clearly for the first time in a very long time. "Oh dear," she said, blinking again. "The Masters is going to be really angries with Winky." Winky knew. She's not meant to have 2 butterberries in a night, but she's was just so caught up in the Quidditchy World Games things. "Oh dearies, dear me. I must get back to young Master before he sneak us off again." Dobby snuck away, happy to have fixed that mess. Harry was standing on the winner's podium, holding the trophy above his head. The crowd was cheering wildly. Dumbledore and all the professors, even Snape, were clapping and cheering loudly. Fleur, half naked from having her clothes mostly burnt off, was looking at him with unbridled admiration. Sourpuss Face was clapping and agreeing with Seti, who was completely naked for some reason, that they had never really had a chance against Harry. It was glorious. "Potter, wake up." The harsh voice Harry vaguely recognized as his defense against the dark arts teacher cut through his dream and roused him to semi-consciousness. "What?" he mumbled. "I said wake up," yelled the professor. "Get up and present yourself." Hands grabbed Harry and lifted him upright as his eyes fluttered open. "Are you all right, my boy?" asked Professor Dumbledore. "What happened?" Harry asked, slowly becoming more aware of his surroundings. "He's okay," called someone. A band started playing loudly, and the crowd started cheering, although not as exuberantly as in his dream. "You took a bit of a tumble and knocked yourself out after you were portkeyed here," explained Madame Pomfrey, running a wand up and down all over him. "But you are remarkably unscathed, apart from a rather large bump on your head." "Hang on," said Mad-Eye, taking his wand out, with a series of quick slashes of his wand and angry sounding spells. Harry was suddenly a lot dirtier and even had what appeared to be the multicolored blood of several creatures splashed over his robes. "Alistair Moody," yelled Pomfrey, "what do you think you're doing?" "Can't have the lad look like he walked to the middle of the maze and picked up the cup without trying, chuckled the nutcase as he shoved Harry towards the podium. Yeah, thanks for that, grumbled Harry, spitting out foul liquids that had managed to somehow get in his mouth. The winner of the Triword tournament is Harry Potter, pronounced the ministry stooge, holding up one of Harry's arms and clapping Harry on the back, forcing him to pose for pictures from an armada of photographers. After a seeming eternity, Harry managed to get down off the stage and started to make his way through the crowd of strangers, all wanting to shake his hands and congratulate him, until his friends finally pushed their way through to him. Surrounded by people he actually valued enough to make an effort to care for, Harry finally felt a true smile come to his face. I knew you could do it, said Hermione, enveloping him in a massive hug despite his moody created state of uncleanliness. Bulldust, he laughed before getting crushed by Susan and Hannah. I thought the Raxperts had you at the end, said Moongirl dreamily. It would have been sad, too. End the year with a funeral instead of a celebration. Unless it was a wake, I suppose, but I don't think I'd like that as much. People tend to be a bit morbid at wakes. True, agreed Harry, not really knowing but happy to believe the strange girl's convictions. Harry looked around again, momentarily taking a break from the excitement and adrenaline. He had wanted a more exciting year, and while this was way more than he had been aiming for, it had been a pretty good one, really. Nothing had really gone how he had expected, and he had strayed from his path quite a distance, but all in all, he felt he had definitely achieved maximum effect for minimum effort. Come on, Harry, get up to the dorm and get cleaned up. There's a huge party in the Great Hall, said Jay. Mate, Harry said, looking pointedly at them. I'm the winner here. You really think I'm going to walk all that way? Nah, you want me there, you can carry me. Surprisingly, they did just that without argument, hoisting him up onto their shoulders just like he wanted, and they didn't drop him, not even once. In dark graveyard behind a decrepit house, not far from where the old World War II veteran was, peacefully snoring, deeply asleep while dreaming about stabbing people with a bayonet, a crazy wizard waited anxiously near a large cauldron that was boiling away, noxious vapors pouring over its rim and spilling onto the mist-covered ground. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind, and a figure appeared 10 feet in front him, dropping to the ground in a tangled heap. A second figure appeared a second later, rending the quite night air with a loud crack. Stupefy, yelled both wizards at the same time. Red beams shot out and struck the figure, dropping it back onto the ground from where it had been trying to rise. Yes, yelled Barty Crouch Jr. excitedly. I told you, said Peter Pettigrew. That lunatic Black would not stop going on about their secret hide. Out, for months I had to listen to him rant and rave about all the time they spent there and how there was a cave that led to the forest. All I had to do was sneak in and throw a portkey at him. Tie him up and get his wand, said Crouch. You get his wand, said Peter. Crouch instantly turned his wand towards Peter. Okay, I'll get his wand, whimpered Peter, scrambling over to the prone figure. He tried to hold his wand in one hand and search the strange robes with the other. Come on, Harry, where's your wand? Then, oh look, it appears he broke it in the fall. Suddenly, a hand shot out and grabbed his throat in a crushing grip. Peter dropped both his wand and the broken wand to grab at the hand choking him, trying to scream. As the figure stood, lifting the small man off the ground. Get out of the way, yelled Barty pointlessly as he tried to get a clear line of sight. Ah, to hell with it. Avada Kedavra. A green light shot out of his wand and struck the statue near the figure holding Peter up, causing a spray of stone shards to burst out, pelting both figures and nearly knocking them down. Peter fall from the death grip on his throat and whimpered in terror. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a rat and began bolting away, only to scream as a knife flashed out as nearly cut him in half. Barty Crouch excitedly fired off another killing curse, this time hitting his target right in the robe. covered chest. There was a pause, a moment when the world stood still as the spell hit. The silent figure slumped slightly, then stood up straight and turned its head towards Barty. And Larry's eyes glowed with a deep green light. Harry Potter really loved magic. The sheer potential for it to make everyday life so much easier sometimes made him giddy with excitement. The fact it also made everyday life extraordinary was just the magically enhanced. Flavorsome cherry on the 8-tier cake. Literally. An enormous birthday cake. That was at least 8 tiers high with a cherry the size of a medium apple on top had just unexpectedly sprung out of the rather smaller box's owl, Hedwig, dropped onto his bed. Just few seconds before. Whoa! Gasped Harry as traditional birthday music started playing from somewhere in small bursts of sparks exploded above the cake like miniature fireworks, while the different tiers began rotating in opposite directions to each other. Harry's birthday wasn't until later in the week, but it didn't really surprise him to have something like this show up a bit early. He had been getting lots of mail since winning a farcical, magical sports tournament the school year just gone, and the quantity of owl-delivered mail and gifts had been steadily increasing as it got closer to his birthday. Suddenly, the cake started spinning slightly too fast and began listing heavily to one side. "Oh, damn!" yelled Harry, jumping into action. Harry tried to catch it with his hands, not really thinking about how he was going to hold onto handfuls of frosting and icing sugar in his rush to stop the whole thing tipping over and making a huge mess that he would then have to clean up. Subsequently, his hands immediately sunk into the impossibly soft cake, tearing into the layer he grabbed as the one above and below continued to turn. "Hedwig, help!" cried Harry, turning to the only other living thing in his room. His owl immediately launched herself at the opposite side of the cake like a falcon, driving its claws into a tasty fish, sinking herself halfway into it as she began gorging with unbridled enthusiasm. "That's not what I was thinking," growled Harry, fighting to hold the cake even more now that his pet was adding to the unbalancing dessert. "Aren't you meant to be a carnivore or something?" Hedwig ignored him and sunk her whole head into the interior of the enormous lower cake tier as it slowly spun her around. Harry's losing battle only got worse as some of the fireworks got overly enthusiastic and started firing off with even more gusto, whizzing and whirring around his room in wild abandon. "What the bleeding heck are you doing?" asked Dudley Dursley, Harry's obese cousin from the now open door of Harry's room. "Who, me?" asked Harry. "Just a spot of cake wrestling, it's all the rage nowadays." Dudley had been much more sociable towards Harry this year, apparently arming everyone in a boys' school with sticks, and encouraging them to enforce the rules had been good for teaching manners and respect for some reason, making Dudley much more polite and respectful. The two had spent more time together over the last few weeks than in all the years they lived together before, and were getting along surprisingly well. "Freaks," mumbled Dudley, reaching out to grab the door as he prepared to leave. "Dudders," yelled Harry. "Quick, help me before it falls over. I was joking, help." Dudley sighed and calmly walked into the room, closing the door behind himself. "How do you manage to get yourself into these kinds of situations?" he asked, reaching up to pull Hedwig out of the cake with one hand, while pushing the top of the cake with his other hand to straighten it up and allow Harry to extract himself from the tower of sugary goodness. "I swear this magic crap causes more trouble than it is worth." Technically, Harry was not allowed to actually perform any magic with his wand while not at school, but there were so many other magical things he could do and use that he did not lack for options. Unfortunately, many of the knickknacks and tools Harry brought home were a bit experimental, resulting in some unexpected incidents that Dudley found side-splittingly funny. Dudley's parents did not find any of it at all amusing, but had stoically decided that rather than fight it, as they had for all the years previous, they would do the proper British thing and just pretend nothing was happening. This was a great improvement on their normal attitude towards Harry and his freakishness, and had made Harry's holidays fairly enjoyable. "Are you kidding me?" said Harry, standing back from the mess as it finally stopped turning or shooting. Out sparks, even the music spluttered to a stop. "Look at this cake, look at the size of it, how fantastic." "Is it? Even Hedwig couldn't resist, and she is only meant to eat meat. Come on, Dutters, you have got to admit it is one of the most fantastic cakes you have ever seen." "It's gaudy and ridiculous," said Dutters, who for the first time in life had found something at school he actually took seriously, in the form of cooking classes. "There's no balance to it, all just sugar and cake. It'll be so sweet it will make most normal people gag, like all that other crap you lot eat." "You love it," accused Harry, digging out a couple of dessert dishes and spoons from the pile of dishes stacked up on his dresser. They were all clean. The house elves that secretly followed Harry around everywhere made sure of that. And Harry found having random cutlery on hand a necessity, with the sheer amount of food people had been sending him this year. Dudley shrugged and grinned a bit, before pushing Harry over onto the bed and grabbing the huge cherry. "This is all right," he admitted, taking a bite, "but your lot are a bunch of lunatics." "True," agreed Harry, digging in to fill up his plate with sugeriness. "I won't argue that." Harry woke with a start, a Tourette's curse-inspired profanity-laced statement almost bursting from him. Out of habit. In a split second, he regained full awareness and looked around, taking in the slight rocking of the carriage and the surprised-looking faces of his school friends, which was a bit of a shock since the last thing he recalled was going to bed at Privet Drive just before his birthday. Plus, they looked older, like a lot older. "What the hell?" he asked. He thought about adding a few more pertinent questions, but it would likely be fairly redundant, as someone was sure to start filling him in soon enough. "Oh, finally woken up, have you?" said Sue in a far too casual tone. "Typical." Harry waited, but everyone returned to their various separate endeavors, which appeared to be mainly reading or staring off into space, with a look Harry was sure he had seen on some of his former primary school teachers, and Petunia after her third glass of sherry had kicked in, but before the fourth, which was a totally different Petunia, who was surprisingly flexible dancer. Thousand-yard stare it was called by some people. Harry preferred to call it beteaching, which was his shorthand for been teaching too long, in honor of his former educators. The thing was, Harry normally only saw that look on people his age as the school year neared its end, which meant he was somehow missing an awfully long period of time from his memories. In fact, the state of Jay's robes made Harry suspect they might have been heading home at the end of the year. Was he missing the whole of his 5th year? Then he noticed the date on the newspaper that had been carelessly jammed in between the cushions of the train seat. Moving with and decidedly unusual haste, Harry snatched up the paper and looked at it closely. "This can't be right," he mumbled, hurriedly turning the pages to check it wasn't just a misprint. Even the headlines made no sense. "New Minister of Magic Lucius Malfoy declares no new taxes on purebloods." "When did that happen?" Harry mumbled out loud, only to be heard by Moon Girl, who was lying on the floor of the compartment for some reason. "It's his 1-year anniversary gift to the people for electing him," she said. 1-year anniversary?" asked Harry, starting to feel a foreign queasiness rising in his waters. "Oh yes, you have been asleep for a very long time," she said. "Asleep? Well, ever since you cast that spell to let you skip over 5th year, you just haven't really been here." "Skip over?" "Yeah, Harry, you boring git," said Ern. "That curse was meant to let you go through all the boring bits of class without waking up, but it just means you weren't there to make anything not boring. You've been pretty much a walking corpse for 3 years now." "3 years," yelled Harry, finally getting the attention of the whole cabin. "Oh dear," said Moon. "It looks like he has rotted his brain and can only repeat things. I bet he can't even clean himself anymore, and someone will have to devote themselves to caring for his body until his rapidly deteriorating mind finally gives in and lets him die in his sleep, just as he lived. For a moment, Harry thought he heard an excited "Eep" come from nearby, and then the sound of a body falling to the floor, but he was far too distracted to think about it. What? I'm missing 3 years. This is 7th year. That's why you all look older. What happened? What did I miss? Everything, Harry. All the lessons, all the study and exams, the days with your friends you missed. Everything. Cool, he said, relaxing back into his seat, which seemed a lot uncomfortable than usual. It was also a lot noisier than he thought it was normally, and the rocking was making him feel a bit unsteady. A horrifying possibility entered his thoughts. He looked at his hands, seeing them decidedly more wrinkled and worn. He stood up rapidly, only to groan in pain and almost fall down again with feebleness, as muscles felt suddenly stressed beyond their usual limits. No, he screamed, realizing just what it meant. I can't be old, this can't be happening. No. Harry woke with a start, a profanity-laden curse spilling from his mouth as he struggled to sit up while fighting with the entangled blankets of his bed. A heavy book and a small wooden box tumbled off him, to thump loudly on the floor and completely wake him up. A dream, he gasped. A sodding dream, or a nightmare, really. Note to myself, never eat anything the twins send me without reading the instruction first, and never read anything Hermione ever gives me ever again, especially not a book dissecting the classic fairy tale of Rip Van Winkle, he mumbled to himself as he rolled over, went back to sleep. Vague thoughts about how cool it would be to have a spell that would let him sleep through all the boring bits of his life drifted through his mind, bringing a disturbing smile to his face. On the day of his birthday, Harry discovered that being popular was even more annoying than his old defense professor Smiley had indicated. Barely an hour went by without an owl or some other flying monstrosity dropping another bundle of cards and presents near and sometimes on him. Dudley found it damn funny every time Harry was brained a package by, of course, the Git. It didn't help that Harry had been forced to leave the house by his aunt and uncle after things started getting silly. Probably about the 8th or 9th time, something got caught in the blocked-up chimney. He had retreated to the local park, where a laughing and unhelpful Dudley later found him knocked out on the ground and covered in letters, cards, and boxes. Harry was just starting to get worried his expanded backpack was not going to be able to hold everything when the flood of mail suddenly dwindled to a stop. Thank Merlin, must be lunchtime, he thought to himself as he stuffed even more letters into his pack, while Dudley watched from the swings nearby. The sudden loud crack noise of apparition echoed across the park as an unusual-looking group of people suddenly appeared in front of Harry, startling Dudley enough to almost fall off his swing. Harry was just considering engaging his preferred automatic defense of screaming loudly and running away when he recognized a few of the people. Professor Lupin and Professor Moody, he greeted his former teachers happily, and Ron's dad, he added, recognizing the father of about a dozen of his school mates. There was also a smoking hot, goth-looking bird with bright purple hair Harry sort of recognized, and another older-looking lady he didn't. What are you lot doing here? We've come to wish you a happy birthday, said Lupin, sounding anything except sure of himself, and to see if you wanted to stay somewhere else for the rest of your holidays. Tell the boy the truth, yelled Moody, making everybody jump. I don't think that, began Ron's dad started saying. That be the first true thing anyone has said all week, interrupted Moody rudely, his face twisting. Strangely, Harry figured it was meant to be a grin, but it was just horrific. Purple Goth sniggered. Dementors caught a stinking Death Eater just a block over from here 2 days ago, said Moody, loudly cutting off anyone else's objections. Ministry thought he was dead and buried in Azkaban years ago, but he was sneaking around your neighborhood, probably planning on finding you and turning your face into a hat. That's disturbing, but good, right? I mean, it's good that he was caught and all, not that he figured my nose would make a nice fascinator, so what's the issue? Asked Harry. The problem, said Lupin, interrupting Moody's less than tactful explanation, is that before the Dementors were allowed to take his soul, he was heard to make a lot of very worrying accusations. About you? Yeah, I tend to get that a lot, admitted Harry, nodding his head. These were slightly different to the usual things I imagine people say, went on Lupin. He claimed you had accosted him and Peter Pettigrew and tortured him until he agreed to help you with nefarious some deeds. He called you the Dark Lord Reborn. He also said the boy had glowing green eyes of a demon and the face of a nightmare, said Moody like he was spitting out something foul. It's not that bad a face, said the purple goth with a huge grin and a wink that sent Harry's heart beat racing so much he was suddenly worried he might have been experiencing the first stages of a heart attack. At any rate, said Lupin, the Ministry is for reason taking these claims a lot more seriously than they should be. Nothing to do with the fact the piece of dragon Fumit was the son of one of their ministers of course. Moody spat out again. So Professor Dumbledore decided it might be best if you were to come stay somewhere a bit more protected, as it were. Now I know this is a bit of a surprise, and you are probably a bit hesitant. Okay, said Harry, leaving the group a bit unprepared with his sudden unopposed agreement. Let's go. Harry, don't you think you should probably think things through? Maybe talk to your family first? Asked Ron's dad, who Harry decided to think of as Mr. Ron because it was just easier to remember. No, all good. I figure you can send someone to get my stuff, right? My family won't care much, be relieved to be rid of me early again, actually. Just like that. No objections or questions, just okay, and you are ready to leave you home and family, asked Lupin. Well, yeah, said Harry. I mean, arguing with you all when you look pretty serious seems like it would be a lot of effort, and I have no real reason not to just go with you, so why bother? I'll find out everything else important soon enough, right? Excellent, said Moody, reaching out to grab Harry's shoulder before disappearing with a loud crack. The sudden disappearance caught the other wizards by surprise, but they quickly stopped muttering and disappeared as well, leaving Dudley alone on the playground swings playing with one of Harry's packages he had swiped. Bleeding nutters, he said, shaking his head and starting to unwrap the present. Sirius's house kind of sucked. It was dark and dreary, and tempted Harry with every Muggle boy's dream of what a haunted house should be like, but was also actually quite boring when all of the spookiness turned out to be the mundane things dark wizard families put up with every day. A portrait that screamed obscenities was funny the first few times it ranted and raved at him, and others, but playing peekaboo with it got old pretty quick, and the mysteriously moving curtains in one room turned out just to be an infestation of a bunch of fat bugs that could cause a lot of problems if they stung you. The stuff in the cabinets needed far too much care when handling to be worth the effort too, although they were interesting to look at. At least Sirius was good fun. His years in Azkaban jail, along with many months living on various strange mushrooms in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, had apparently turned his brain into a very random place, although Lupin claimed he was always a bit like that anyway. They spent days playing some truly ridiculous magical board games that had rules so esoteric and weird that Harry actually learned to understand more about magic from them than he had in half a year at Hogwarts. I don't care how many of my muggles it kills. I want to turn your pureblood into a newt using the blood of the manticore potion and 10 amulets of shape-changing, he told Sirius. The magic types are compatible if I perform the rite of ask whatever it is. Ashkent, added the sometimes purple-haired goth girl Harry now knew as Tonky, a former Hufflepuff prefect. he had encountered at school in his first year. Yeah, that, with the mouse blood and stuff. That means I win because you can't use a counter curse. Against that combination, without having mastered wordless casting, right. After a brief pause, Sirius turned into a dog and viciously mauled the board, throwing it and all the cards and play pieces into the air. Yep. You win, agreed Tonky, watching Sirius take out his frustration from a safe distance away. Don't get how you can understand and like this game so well. It's obviously designed to reinforce hatting Muggles and to foster an unhealthy sense of cutthroat competition into the family while teaching the fundamentals of dark arts magical combat. This is nothing. Zach taught us all to play Monopoly a few years ago. Now that was brutal, explained Harry. Harry even got to have a few friends come and visit, not that he particularly could have been bothered himself, but Sirius was told it was a good thing to do for Harry by Ron's mum, and so made they arrangements for Harry. Hermione found the house fascinating and spent a happy few hours with Harry showing her all the truly weird parts, including the library of books so evil even she was not game to read them, and the troll-like house elf curled up in a rag bed in the boiler room, which she found both disgusting and strangely compelling. But he doesn't want to move, and forcing him to would be treating him like a slave, argued Sirius, who was having one of his more lucid moments. Unfortunately, Hermione had left hours ago, and Sirius was talking to a statue of one of his ancestors. But Harry thought it was a good point, and the stationary statue wasn't making much of a debate out of it. Sue was horrified at a lot of things she saw in the house, and managed to convince both Sirius and Harry to come to her aunt's house, where she lived for a lunch, along with Sue's best friend Han. Sue's auntie was a big shot in the law enforcement arm of the magical police, so her house was almost as secure as Sirius's, and a lot cleanser, friendlier, and generally nicer. They had really nice visit, and Harry learned a lot from conversation with Sue's auntie. I suppose we could clean up a bit, said Sirius, looking around his dreary residence after returning from the visit. Can we use magic? Asked Harry. I mean a lot of magic, like for absolutely everything. Can't see why not, agreed Sirius. Ministry can't tell if it is you or me casting spells even if the trace could detect this place. Sweet, said Harry, a gleam in his eyes. Well, that didn't go the way I was hoping, said Harry, watching from across the road as flames leapt out of the roof of the former black homestead, while it made a valiant effort to burn to the ground. I was kind of expecting it, admitted Sirius. Oh yeah, I just hoped it wouldn't happen, said Harry. Harry woke with a start, a Tourette's curse-inspired profanity-laced statement almost bursting from him. Out of habit. In a split second, he regained full awareness and looked around, taking in the slight rocking of the carriage and the surprised-looking faces of his school friends, which was a bit of a shock since the last thing he recalled was going to bed at Privet Drive just before his birthday. Plus, they looked older, like a lot older. What the hell? He asked. He thought about adding a few more pertinent questions, but it would likely be fairly redundant, as someone was sure to start filling him in soon enough. Oh, finally woken up, have you? Said Sue in a far too casual tone. Typical, sleep through the whole year and then wake up on the trip home. What did I miss? Asked Harry, stretching out as he luxuriated in the rare feeling of having finally got a good night's rest. Well, the owl examinations for starters, answered Sue in what Harry recognized as the tone she used as a prelude to an angry rant or stony silence that could last days, but that he preferred since it interrupted his resting less. Good, he said after a moment of contemplation. Nobody needs that sort of stress in their life. You don't get it, Harry, said Han, taking up the slack as Sue started building herself up for a good yell. You missed the exams, like didn't show up for most of them, and sat staring at the paper without writing anything for the others. Realization hit Harry harder than one of Hagrid's friendly punches. Oh no, he said, eyes wide and aghast. Yep, said Ern. You failed, which means you have to repeat the whole year, and this time we won't be around because you will be with the younger class. For a moment Harry thought he heard an excited "Yep" come from nearby, and then the sound of a body falling to the floor, but he was far too distracted to think about it. Another year of school, he stammered, ignoring Sue as she began to rant at him about all his failures. Through the year, Merlin's saggy wand bag. Harry woke with a start, a profanity-laden curse spilling from his mouth as he struggled to sit up while fighting with the entangled blankets of his bed. Another bleeding nightmare, he gasped, wiping the sweat from his forehead and tossing the half-empty bag of sweets he found to the other side of his small privet drive bedroom. Why do I keep eating these things? Hedwig barked at him from the perch in the corner, in what was quite obviously the owl equivalent of "Shut the hell up and go back to sleep," which he promptly did. Harry Potter is a demon, screamed Barty Crouch Jr. insanely from his prison cell. His eyes glow. He is immune to death. You have to stop him. He will kill us all. The Dementors gathered not far away outside his prison cell, a small glowing animal that could have been a dog, except it had two tails, prowling up and down in front of them, keeping them a respectful distance away. Oh dear, said the Minister of Magic, looking through the small window into Barty's cell. Any news on how he escaped? Most likely his mother smuggled Polyjuice potion in with her the last time she visited and swapped places with him, said the jailer. Obviously his father must have known, if not right away then soon after. Yes, well, we won't be getting any answers out of him until we find him, said the minister. Until then, I suppose we shall just have to do our best to keep this quiet. Or course, minister, said the jailer. He didn't really understand, though, nor did he care. The games politicians play with their secrets and lies had nothing to do with him. And what about this Potter he keeps yelling about? Asked one of the flunkies that always accompanied the minister wherever he went. Well, obviously Barty Jr. is delusional. Harry Potter was at Hogwarts. I saw him myself as he pulled off an amazing win. Quite a triumph that Triwizard Tournament was, said the minister, slightly tersely. There was a sudden silence as everybody considered how to answer. The tournament had been a total schmozzle, a public, international embarrassment. Best that's ever been, agreed one toady. Fantastic spectacle, agreed another. So very exciting, added another. The jailer wisely kept his thoughts to himself. Yes, indeed, said the minister with a tone of satisfaction at hearing the chorus of agreement. I think we can safely say Harry Potter is not a demon and most certainly does not have glowing eyes. Although it might be prudent to have someone keep closer eye on him. After all, he is a very important figure to the whole wizarding world, and we wouldn't want there to be any, issues with him, would we? I cannot believe you are back, said Dudley sitting across the dinner table from Harry. It had taken Dudley a few days to get over his terror when Harry first showed up with Sirius in tow, but surprisingly, he was really trying to get along, and not just because he was worried about being turned into a newt. Years of getting repeatedly whacked with the sticks each of the students at his elite private school by the other students, and the occasional teacher had taught Dudley a lot about how to behave nicely when required. His parents didn't do anywhere near as well. Well, we kind of had to, said Harry, digging into his meal. My headmaster said this is about the safest place for me apart from school, and he isn't allowed to let me live there outside of the school year after some law was passed a few decades ago due to pedophiles. Or was it poltergeists? Maybe pedophile poltergeist, something like that anyway. Making any other arrangements would be a lot of work, and Harry really didn't see what he could possibly hope to gain from making the effort. He would have happily stayed in Diagon Alley, but Dumbledore apparently wanted him somewhere safer, without actually telling him what he was in danger from which was a bit concerning. He still had no idea how or why the headmaster of his school got involved in his personal life outside of it, but it was easier to let the adults do something useful rather than sorting it out himself or letting Sirius take care of it for that matter. Staying in a rotting, decrepit shack that was famed for the terrifying ghosts it housed was not something Harry was going to do. Sue offered to let them stay with her, but that really seemed like it would be a lot of social interacting and being neat and polite and stuff that Harry was just not that into due to the effort involved. Not to mention he wasn't sure how house-trained Sirius was. Moon Girl also somehow found out about his lack of housing and sent a letter, but Harry was not really certain what it was she was offering since it included the word Snorklark, which didn't sound particularly pleasant, and even worse, the word hiking, which was downright disturbing. There were a lot of other words in her letter that he had no idea what they meant, and he was not going to look them up, just in case he was forced to think way harder than he wanted to. "That's a real dodgy school you go to, for sure," said Dudley, reaching over to take the salt shaker from his Aunt Marge's hand. "You certain they won't remember any of this?" he asked, nodding towards where his parents and auntie sat frozen like statues. "According to Sirius, they will have memories of everything being normal for the whole week, if Tonky did the spells properly," answered Harry. "I'm not sure what normal means when it comes to you lot," stated Dudley, shoveling more food into his mouth. "Good thing those little buggers of yours can cook well, though. I might have to talk to them about making a few dishes better, but at least they can do a mean roast." Testy the house elf froze as she heard the great Harry Potter's cousin of unusual sizes words echo into the extra-dimensional space they had added to the Muggle kitchen. He was going to talk to them about their cooking. For a split second, primal instincts kicked in, and she felt an overwhelming desire to take the fat boy and turn him into a spicy soup using just a pair of teaspoons and a cake knife. Unfortunately, that would probably upset the great Harry Potter, and that was unacceptable. She returned to preparing the dessert, leaving Dudley completely unaware of how close to a grisly death he had just come, although his dessert suddenly lost a lot of its flavor. "Yep," agreed Harry, sitting back and rubbing his very full stomach. "I kind of feel a bit bad about leaving Sirius live in a tent in the backyard, except the damn thing is a whole house anyway. I'd go stay out there with him, but I think he enjoys being alone and having a bit of privacy. I hope Ripper isn't causing any problems." Ripper tried to squirm further back under the scant protection offered by the bushes as the terrifyingly massive black hound patrolled around the tent, possibly looking for food. Approaching the interloper in his usual manner and trying to assert dominance had failed so spectacularly that Ripper was currently reassessing his place in the universe. So far could not see himself rising any higher than food for the abomination that had taken over the area, and his tiny hypaggressive brain was starting to understand that maybe there were alternatives when dealing with other creatures, ones that didn't need to involve violence at all. Sirius was almost completely unaware of any of this. He had nearly eaten the small, angry dog that had suddenly jumped out at him and Harry when they arrived, mistaking it for a large rat, but luckily for Ripper, he wasn't actually that hungry at the time after a nice dinner at a greasy spoon-type restaurant in London. What he really wanted was some nice juicy special mushrooms. "Speaking of which, I've got a favor to ask." "Well, actually, it's more I want to do you a favor, really," said Dudley. Harry was, of course, instantly suspicious, since it was not that long ago that Dudley thought not pulling Harry's pant down before pushing him into the girls' lav at school was also doing Harry a favor. "Can I take Sirius for a walk?" the huge lad asked with way too much enthusiasm. "What?" "I mean with him turned into that dog, Paddy or whatever." "Padfoot?" "Yeah, him. Can I take him down the street for a walk like a regular dog? I really want to see the look On Pierre's face when I rock up to his house with that monster. He thinks his ugly mutt is so tough. Wait. Till he sees Padfoot. Harry briefly wondered if Dudley had even considered that Sirius might find it demeaning. Then again, he probably had, and rightfully concluded the insane former convict would think it was a great lark. Actually, it was a pretty good idea with a lot of amusement and disaster potential. "You'll have to ask him yourself," he said, figuring it was no skin off his nose. "Just don't let him go too nuts, and don't forget he is a grown man and pretty dangerous." "Not likely to forget that," admitted Dudley with a shudder. "Still," he grinned, "it's going to be great." Harry grinned as well and wondered if you could make a memory orb from a muggle, although it would probably be considered muggle baiting, and if did he really care? As the pink monstrosity's voice finally faded away, all around the great hall dozens of dulled minds slowly shook off the glazed look in their eyes and came back to life. So basically, the Ministry is exploiting the fact Dumbledore was having issues finding a defense professor for this year to put one of their stooges in to mess things up and make everyone's life harder. In some sort of power play, stated Harry, causing the rest of his Hufflepuff year mates to stare at him in bewilderment. "Harry, you normally sleep through anything and everything that is even the slightest bit boring," said Jay. "How in Merlin's bent wand did you manage to not only listen to the pink frog droning on for 15 minutes, but actually get to the bottom of what she said?" "Oh, I fell asleep after the first minute," admitted Harry as he heaped his plate full of his favorite foods while everyone else was either still struggling to revive their brains from the dark pit of mindlessness the speech had dropped them into, or were distracted by his announcement. "Then how did you come to that conclusion?" asked Sue, herself slightly better off having received ante-meeting training from her auntie, who had regularly been subjected to hours of meaningless dribble spouted by politicians and bureaucrats. "Malfoy told me," said Harry. "On the train, he was boasting something about his dad recommending the new professor to the minister, or some rot. I know Moody wasn't coming back in case the 1 year curse got him, and I know they were looking around for someone to take the position because Sirius wanted it, but Kitty told Beardy she would quit before letting him anywhere near a bunch of teenagers. Which is actually pretty reasonable, considering his mental state." "Professor McGonagall is a lot wiser than most wizards," agreed Han, whose brief encounter with Sirius at Sue's house had apparently left a bit of an impression, despite him being on his best behavior while there. "So, it just makes sense that Froggy up there is not here to make anything better for the rest of us," said Harry. "I means, look at her, really look at her." The group collectively turned to look at the newest professor, sitting at the head table. One glance and you can see, just from the obviously magically puke-enhancing effect of her sheer pinkness, that the only thing on her mind is getting noticed in the most obnoxious way possible, and that means forcing everyone else to deal with her the way she wants or risk being subjected to more of her presence, concluded Harry. "Bit of a stretch," said Ern. "She could just be obnoxious all on her own, you know." "And I don't think that cardigan is magical, just horrible," said Sue as she shuddered. "Really, truly horrible. Parvati looks like she might spew, and I think Lavender fainted." "That's bordering magical then," said Ern. "Nothing natural can do that to person." "Meh," said Harry. "You never met my Aunt Marge." It only took a week for the whole school to realize there was something seriously wrong in the new defense professor's head, which was quite frankly nothing particularly unusual, but this one's ridiculous instruction left even the most tolerant student ready to push her out of the top window of the astronomy tower. Even Malfoy had been heard, complaining that his 2 bookend buddies were finding it a strain and had gotten several detentions from a single class when they were actually trying to behave. The issues Pinky caused everywhere she went over the next month upset pretty much everyone, except the caretaker, who appeared to genuinely like her, but he also liked to watch small creatures dying after spraying them with various toxic mixtures secretly obtained from students' failed potion attempts, so it was not a good endorsement. Her obsession and ability in twisting even the most benign rule in order to find something to punish students about was verging on obscene. They could have tolerated it if she was also a good teacher, or even a decent one, but nobody had managed to learn anything remotely useful from her so far. And it didn't appear that was going to change if Hermione was right about the textbook they were assigned. For the class, nobody else had managed to read enough of it without dozing off to dispute her statement. Hermione's disgust was so great she had apparently thrown the book into the Gryffindor common room fireplace and hid it with a spell so powerful the Weasley twins were still roasting chestnuts on it too. Days later, "She is a megalomaniac on a power trip," said Sue, after receiving a detention for something so totally insignificant that she couldn't even tell the others what had happened, or so she claimed. Harry secretly thought she had been busted perving at boys out on the Quidditch pitch again, but he wasn't going to say that. "We have to do something, or we are going to fail our defense owls," said Ern to the general. Agreement of everyone, except Harry, who was again fairly content to just let them rant while he snoozed. "What can we do? Reporting her to the other professors hasn't worked," said Sue. "And you heard what Madame Pomfrey said. We all have to just grin and bear it." "What can that twit possibly have going for her that is keeping her here?" wondered Han, not for the first time. "Peter Principal," mumbled Harry from the corner where he was dozing, as usual. "The what?" asked Han. "The Peter Principal," Jay said. "The idea that people in organizations get promoted for success, going higher and higher with increasingly difficult responsibilities until they reach a position where they have reached beyond their capabilities and are no longer able to succeed, so therefore are no longer promoted because they are now doing a rubbish job in their current position." "No, that would require her to actually be good at something," said Sue. "I really don't think she is good at anything except annoying people." "Good point," Jay admitted. "Maybe they just sent her here to get rid of her from wherever it was she torment people before," said Harry, habitually going for the simplest explanation. "That's not as far-fetched as it seems," laughed Jay. "So, what's the easiest way to get rid of her, Harry?" asked Sue. "No idea," said Harry. "I haven't given it much thought, to be honest. I mean, I've not gotten any detentions to have made the effort." "Yet," interrupted Sue. "Yet," accepted Harry. "All she wants us to do is sit still and read that batshit boring textbook. I mean, it is not hard to do. We don't even have to cast any spells in class, and homework is just parroting pages of the text practically verbatim. It's not difficult. I can literally do it in my sleep. This is going to be a really simple class this year." "What?" he said a few moments later, realizing everybody was suddenly staring at him. "What did I say?" "Are you saying you like her classes?" "Like no, Merlin, no," said Harry quickly. "I just can't see any point in fighting her about them. I mean, Greasy is still way worse. I swear he tried to melt me with that messed up recipe he gave us the other day. Who the hell can stir exactly 46 times at exactly the same speed? And if you don't, your mixture superheats and melts through cauldrons. You are just angry because it melted your egg beater." "It was stainless steel, cost me 5 quid, grumbled Harry. "You haven't had a detention yet, have you, Harry?" asked Ern. "I have one tonight," said Harry, unconcerned. "Got it for being alive, I think. Froggy might be taking notes from Greasy." "Sounds about right," said Ern. "But you know we all call her Pinky, right?" "Meh, not going to change now," said Harry. "Yeah, let's see how you feel after she has you writing lines," smirked Sue. Harry shrugged, unconcerned. Boring and repetitive he could handle, but why was everyone looking at him the way Dutters sometimes used to when he knew Harry was about to get into trouble? Harry noticed the itching in his hand immediately. He quickly associated the scratching of his quill to the itching, and after a few minutes caught on. The quill was cutting him, using his blood as ink. While painful and upsetting, it also oddly made him start thinking, what if it was possible to move? Where the quill was taking blood from, could he make the perfect back scratcher that didn't require actually reaching up over your shoulder? Would a similar enchantment be used in conjunction with a switching spell and his auto quill to make tattoos without the artist needing to touch a person's body? Could the whole process be automated to make perfect tattoos every time from any picture or design? And how much money was such an invention worth? His mind whirled with potential. Is the message starting to sink in? Asked Froggy in a sickeningly sweet voice from the front of the room, interrupting Harry's thoughts. Oh yeah, he was in detention. He had forgotten for a moment as the excitement of a new idea had taken hold. Now what to do about the frog? A second year near Harry groaned as the magic cruelly cut into her, giving Harry an idea. Ooh, he moaned, writing the next line, and then a bit louder with the next one. Aah, he sighed, then started scribbling faster and faster, panting excessively and making everyone else in the class stop to look at him. His noises got progressively less pain-filled. Mr. Potter, screamed the frog, what are you doing? Writing. Oh yeah, writing lines, miss, Harry groaned out, not stopping as he wrote madly. Stop that ridiculousness immediately, she yelled, standing up as Harry continued to write and moan. Just a bit more, he gasped out, increasing his writing speed even more. Umbridge yelled for him to stop as she raced around her desk and over to him to snatch the quill out of his hand just as he let out a huge dry and slumped back into his seat, bonelessly. That's the stuff, he sighed in apparent contentment. The pink-clad professor was apoplectic with rage and disgust. Get out, she yelled. All of you get out right now. Harry grabbed his bag and stumbled to the door, a glazed look of happiness on his face. As soon as he got out of sight of the obnoxious teacher, he straightened up, and his face returned to normal, the blissful look disappearing in an instant. Between Uncle Vernon's secret habit of watching late-night foreign TV after everyone else had gone to bed, the educational memory spheres Smiley was still producing, and a few weeks of exposure to Sirius, Harry no longer had to wonder what joke the upper years had played on him when they enchanted Larry's mouth. Best bit was Umbridge didn't even notice that Harry had stopped actually writing with her special quill and was just been pretending to touch the page as he scribbled, laving his offhand completely unmarked. Harry hummed a jaunty tune to himself as he walked towards the common room, twirling the strange quill he'd taken with him as he left. He pointedly ignored the looks the others who had been in the detention were giving him. The rumors tomorrow were going to be fascinating, but that was tomorrow Harry's problem to deal with. Dolores basked in the glow of the perfectly obedient children, sitting perfectly in perfectly straight lines. Every uniform was crisp and perfect in every way, and the silence as the former rebellious brats studiously examined the text she had selected was, of course, perfect, only being broken by the sound of the students turning the page. All of them at exactly the same time. It took a few seconds for her mind to register that, then she froze. At first she thought she was mistaken and must have imagined it, but after a few minutes it happened again, and there could be no mistake. Every student in the room, from the front to the back, turned the page at exactly the same time, never raising their heads from their books to look around or even glance sideways at another student. Her hand automatically reached out to grasp her stubby little wand from where it had been laying, exactly parallel to the edge of the desk. She rose quickly from her seat, but then suddenly stopped too. Look around. She waited, and sure enough, after a few minutes, every student reached out to turn the page of the book again in perfect time. She watched for a minute more, slowly making her way around the classroom, looking for some indication of what was happening. The students turned the next page, again at exactly the same time. "What's going on?" she asked. "What are you all doing?" Every student stopped looking at their books and turned to look directly at her, all in perfect unison. "We are studying our textbook," they all said, again in perfect unison. "Pages 45 to 54. Dolores stumbled backwards, almost tripping before regaining her composure. "Stop it," she said. "Stop this nonsense right now." The students put down their books and just sat, perfectly still, not even blinking, staring at her. "Stop it right now, or you will all have detention," she said, raising her voice in as threatening a manner as she could. Nothing changed, the students just perfectly still, none of them flinching even when she whacked her wand on the table of the student closest to her, who just happened to be the one student she truly despised, Harry Potter. "Did you hear me? Detention," she almost yelled into his face. "Yes, Professor Umbridge," came back the monotone reply from every student's mouth, all in perfect harmony. Harry didn't even blink as he joined his classmates. "Stop it," screamed the professor angrily. Nothing changed, of course, since nobody was doing anything to stop. "You," she said, pointing to a random Ravenclaw student. "What's going on? Why are you all acting like this?" The student looked confused, but in a wooden, almost mannequin-like way. "Sorry, Professor, I do not understand," the student replied. "Detention," yelled Dolores before turning on another student and screaming another demand to know what was happening. The response was the same, a deadpan, perfectly appropriate response that just drove the professor's anger higher. Again and again, she yelled and raged, almost raising her wand to cast a curse at one point, but nothing she said, or did, made any of the students even flinch. "Get out," she finally screamed, nearing collapse. The students all rose, in again in perfect unison, and marched out the door, silently and without glance towards the almost sobbing in frustrated anger professor. She had barely recovered her composure by the time the next class came in, walking in perfect in step with each other and in otherwise total silence. "So, Harry, now that we have a way to deal with attending that useless defense class, thanks to your modified sleepwalking curse, we need a way to learn enough to pass the exam," said Sue as she slid up the bench to sit next to Harry. Harry lost control of the food he was trying to wordlessly levitate into his mouth, causing to fall onto the table where it splattered. "Bugger," he said, not making it clear if he was talking about the loss of his food or the situation. "Hermione wants to hold private study sessions," said Han, sliding in on the other side of Harry, putting him instantly on guard. He instinctively knew that when two girls suddenly surrounded you, something bad would surely follow. More specifically, that they wanted something from him, and it was something he was not going to want to give. He was also self-aware enough to know he was much more likely to give in to them this way because they were girls, and he really liked girls paying him special attention most of the time. "Sounds like a great idea," he said, trying to sound positive but disinterested. "She really knows her stuff, and you will likely learn a lot from her." "Don't you want to attend?" asked Sue. "I mean, there is no way you are going to be able to pass your owl otherwise, is there?" "I don't need to," said Harry, reaching for more food to practice with. He was determined to remove the need for cutlery, since in his opinion it represented a waste of resources and effort. So far, he had only managed some limited success with a few spells, but it was looking promising, so long as he could find the right spells to repurpose. All we have to do is pass one owl, and we can use our wands as adults. I've got Muggle studies all lined up, and since I pretty much designed the whole course, I don't even have to study for it. "But that would mean all your other years of studying defense will have been wasted," said Sue. "I mean all that effort you put in. Don't you want it to have some purpose?" "I learned stuff," said Harry with a shrug. "I don't really come here in order to pass exams, you know. I come here to learn how to do stuff, and I've learned a lot of things that I wanted to." He demonstrated by deftly slicing a chicken into several sections with a casual swish of his wand and a barely mumbled word. "I don't know if you realize this, but you are pretty good at defense, Harry," said Han. "You are way ahead of most of us, especially with Pinky not showing us anything this year." "Coincidence," he said, once again trying to levitate piece of the chicken without a wand. He had tried soup first, thinking it would be easier as he could just take a bit. It had not worked out well for him or the three people who had been sitting near him at the time. "I learn and practice these spells because I have uses for them, not because the exam needs me to know them." "What use do you have for a shield?" asked Han. "I saw you casting that yesterday." "Ask Ernie about the soup incident," Harry answered. "A shield would have saved me from having to clean my robe and his and Terry's too." "I know you can cast the stunning spell," Sue added. "That's purely defense with no other practical application." "I learned that so I could knock myself out," said Harry. "It's come in handy a couple of times already. And before you say it, the Patroness does double duty as a way to send messages easily. Well, it would be if Flowers hadn't banned me from casting it. That makes like 8 things she has banned now. Almost as bad as Filch and his list. The fact the caretaker's list often listed unusual items or spells most students hadn't heard of and only worked to pique their curiosity had been completely lost on the rather dim man. "To be fair, you did make a habit of sending it at the most inappropriate times," grumbled Sue. "Well, I wasn't going to go into the loo to talk to you," said Harry. "It's lucky I was already sitting down or I would have had to change my robes," growled Sue. "And you nearly made that first-year fall Ravenclaw off the tower when it charged through the wall into their common room because you wanted to ask Luna what day of the week it was." "Moon Girl has the best answers," said Harry, smiling broadly. "Nevertheless," said Han, trying to get the conversation back on track, "you have mastered or at least gained some proficiency in a lot of the spells we need to know, and you are also pretty good at reacting to threats quickly for some reason. It's really hard to sneak up on you or surprise you even when you are sleeping." "Yeah, thanks to Dudders," mumbled Harry sourly. "So you could really help the rest of us get a passing grade." "I really don't want the responsibility," said Harry, finally managing to get the chicken to float close enough to his mouth to take a bite. "It's too much like having to work." The girls looked at each other, silently coming to an agreement. "You know, I heard that Pinky is very anti-Muggle," said Sue. "Auntie says she was always backing any call for legislation that put Muggle-born or half-bloods at a disadvantage." "Yeah, I heard she was one of the people pushing to make it impossible for any non-pureblood to hold any position in the ministry. She even wanted to create a register of everyone to show how pure their blood was." Mumbled Harry, accidentally letting the spell go too late and stuffing a huge piece way too far into his mouth and nearly choking on it. "I imagine if she manages to get her way, everything to do with Muggles will be degraded, if not outright banned," continues Sue. Repeated Harry, still chewing, but starting to feel very suspicious about the line of reasoning been presented. "I bet she could even turn around and take away the Muggle Studies OWL," said Sue, taking a bite of her own food and looking thoughtful. "That's terrible," said Han, looking horrified. "HMMMMM," growled Harry, starting to look a bit worried or possible just having issues swallowing the huge mouthful of food. Imagine suddenly no longer being allowed to use a wand because the only OWL you got was no longer considered valid, continued Han. Harry chewed silently. "Of course you will be okay, Harry," said Sue. "We all know you are doing well in your other subjects. Well, aside from never turning in assignments, that is. I'm sure you will do well enough in your exams to get a good enough grade to pass, if you work hard, that is. Except for defense, of course, you are doing fairly well with your classwork there. mainly because you just have your quill copying bits out of the book. Pity defense has such a high mark based on how well you do the practical at the end of the year. Harry continued chewing, his frown deepening. I mean, really, all it would take is a bit of effort to help us, and you would be certain to pass defense. As well, probably less work than getting your other grades over the line. He mumbled again, eating another mouthful. Come on, Harry, said Sue, giving up in pretense. Don't be difficult. We need your help, and you will. Get a lot out of helping others. Think of the goodwill people will give you, the favors you might be able to use later. Said Harry, nodding thoughtfully as more food drifted into his mouth the moment he opened it. They do say teaching is easier than doing, encouraged Han. Nodded Harry again, eating yet more. So that's a yes, asked Sue. Mumbled Harry. You've lost control of the spell and it is force-feeding you, isn't it? Asked Sue. Harry nodded, looking slightly embarrassed. Sue sighed and took out her wand ready to cast a finite. To her credit, she only briefly thought about not canceling the spell for a while, making Harry suffer just a little bit. Fred was struggling to contain his excitement as he sat down to the most hated detention since Filch made students clean his non-magical privy, which had been built when the castle was first erected and likely never cleaned since. He paused before starting to write with the dreaded quill, waiting for someone else to start so as to deflect suspicion for at least a moment or two. Suddenly, a third year in the front row screamed. Umbridge leapt to her feet. Well, leapt was probably too ambitious a word to describe the struggling involved in getting the ungainly woman up out of her chair, where she had been poised to sip her tea, and wallow in the misery of the students cutting their own flesh. The screaming student was clutching her hand, blood running freely out from under her fingers. A lot of blood. Way too much blood. Fred giggled. Before Umbridge could make it to the crying student, another suddenly yelled and grabbed his hand. Then a third, then more. Almost half the room was suddenly screaming and bleeding excessive amounts of blood all over the desks and floor, while crying out for the confused professor to help them. Fred quickly used his own quill, hastily writing a nonsense limerick he had picked up from Hagrid when the huge groundskeeper had been returning from the pub late one evening and didn't notice the brothers hiding nearby. George suddenly cried out and held up his hand, a fountain of blood shooting up out of it several feet into air, spraying out of the small wound as he started to scream in apparent utter despair. I am going to die. I am going to die. Help me. Trust him to go even further than they had planned. The idea Harry had come up with was to use their nosebleed nougat trick sweets to make it look like the quills had malfunctioned and were actually doing people real harm. The twins took his initial idea and ran with it, deciding the blood had to be more than just a bit. George had obviously gone off script to add even more drama, show off. Fred's own fake hand suddenly burst open, exploding with enough force to knock him off his chair and spreading chunks of animal meat over the whole room, some even hitting the roof. Oh, Merlin, it hurts, he screamed dramatically. I am ruined for life. My poor pureblood is leaking away. Wasted in this torture chamber of horrors. Who did this to me? Who will pay for maiming a scion of a pureblood house? Nobody actually heard him, but it didn't really matter. Detention was most definitely over. Right, the first thing you need to know is that real defense has bugger all to do with knowing exactly the right spell for the situation, but that's not what the school will teach us, and probably not what we will be tested on. So ask yourself this: do you want to know how to defend yourself, or do you just want to pass the exam? Harry looked up from his notes. That's pretty good, said his reflection. Very insightful. Thanks, but it's a load of bollocks, he said, tossing the notes to the side. He was really starting to regret agreeing to help Hermione's defense study group, despite the fuzzy, warm feeling he got when the girls all expressed their appreciation. For starters, he was starting to feel way too nervous for something that didn't actually have any sort of meaningful consequence attached to it. It wasn't his responsibility if others didn't pass, even with his help, and he probably stood to lose very little if they didn't. He did want to help, that was true, but he knew his limitations pretty well, and he wasn't really cut out to put the effort into creating a whole year's course with the limited resources they had available. While he realized his view of teachers was quite tainted due to his prior experiences, it didn't stop him from understanding just how much actual work a good teacher needed to do. Hermione was hell-bent certain that huge, long lists of different scenarios, and that appropriate responses, taken from the last 200 years of assigned textbooks for the course, were the best way to prepare for the exams, but nobody except her and a couple of Ravenclaws were going to be able to memorize even half of the titles, let alone the content. The answer in the current textbook for everything was almost always, call the authorities and wait for them, which Harry did mostly agree with, except for the obvious glaring omission of the fact it might be difficult to get time to alert the appropriate people when a werewolf was trying to chew your face off, or an inferi eat your brains. Harry's default answer usually centered around getting the hell out of there as quickly as possible, but that was also sometimes very limited in its application when supernatural forces were involved. Although most of the creatures in the wizarding world did seem to lack a decent slice of common sense, and that included wizards and witches, making them not even consider legging as a viable option. The right way could be any of these, but Harry knew that the right way was not necessarily going to be the answer the examiners wanted, and the students had no way of knowing thanks to the particularly inept instructions currently been fostered on them by Froggy. What's the absolute minimum we need to know, and how can we most get the knowledge? Harry asked himself out loud, falling back on thought patterns he had developed and relied on for most of his life to date. Well, we need to be able to cast at least a few of the most useful common spells, like that stun spell and that shield spell, and also the normal way of dealing with some of the most common creatures people encounter, like werewolves, bowtruckles, and nargles, answered Luna's voice, which was a bit startling since Harry thought he was alone in his dorm's bathroom. Still, she was making sense, so rather than overreact, Harry relaxed and considered her words. Yeah, that's all well and good, but doesn't really improve our chances of passing the exam anymore than studying last year's textbooks does, he replied. If I am going to put effort into this, it has to have a much bigger payout than just that. If only there was some way to be more certain what is going to be in the exam, so that we can narrow down what we need to learn. Can you use your divination skills to predict what is on the exam? Asked Luna. Harry laughed. No, the last time I brought out the Ouija board and asked it something, it caught fire and exploded. That may have been because you tried to contact the departed spirit of a dinosaur, or was it when you asked why ghosts all appeared with clothes instead of being naked, since their clothes didn't die with them? Both seem like reasonable questions to me, shrugged Harry, but it was trying to contact my own spirit that made it go off. Still don't know why. Got an A for that though, so I am not complaining. Harry stopped in thought for a moment. Usually cheating takes a lot more effort than doing things legitimately, he said thoughtfully, but I wonder if it might be justified in this case. That sounds promising, said Luna. Yes, it does, but there is something else that is really bothering me. Why, no, forget why, how are you? In my bathroom, and just how long have you been in here? You really shouldn't leave your cloak just sitting around in your trunk, answered Luna, her voice seemingly coming from above Harry, now that he focused on it. And only a few minutes this time. Mr. Potter, what do you think you are doing? Snarled Greasy as Harry placed his homework on the snarky professor's desk. I think I am handing in my essay on the properties and uses of Moonstone, answered Harry. But no. Doubt I am so stupid that I can't even get that right. So maybe you can correct this poor imbecile and tell me what it is I am actually doing. Do you expect me to believe you have suddenly decided this class is worthy enough of your attention? To hand, in what I believe, is only the second paper you have ever presented since first year. No, said Harry gleefully. I don't expect anything from you, Professor. Detention, yeah, I know, agreed Harry, turning to leave the classroom and catch up with his classmates, who were all looking at him with varying degrees of suspicion and expectation. What? He asked innocently. Don't what? Us you get, said Jay. We know you have a reason for pretty much everything you do, and you know we are not going to stop bugging you until you tell us, so let's just cut to the chase and hear it now. Cut to the chase, whispered Sue. I'll explain later, answered Han hurriedly to cut off Harry from having a reason to delay by going off on a tangent nobody was interested in, but still somehow ended up arguing about. Harry thought about pretending to be upset or hurt by the accusation, but it was a fair cop. The textbook isn't great, he said, so I want Greasy's notes on the correct answer, and the best way to get that is to give him something that he can tear apart. Chances are I will get back about twice as much as I wrote, and even though at least half of that will be insults and other abuse, what's left will be a lot more accurate and concise than anything in the textbook. What? He asked, seeing the looks of disappointment on his friends' faces. That's pretty boring, answered Ern. You've done that before with most of the professors, I think. Yeah, I was hoping for something a bit more imaginative, admitted Sue. Everyone's a critic, mumbled Harry as they headed to his next class. He thought about mentioning the contact poison that could be added to his ink, but he really didn't feel like telling the others about it after their lackluster reactions, and there was very little chance the ever-suspicious Snape would be careless enough to get any of the powerful laxative on his skin in the 2 hours before it evaporated if Harry had put it in anyway, so he hadn't gone ahead with it. Well, not this time, but if Snape got used to him handing in work. The final exam papers are kept in the headmaster's office under some very strong protections. Generations of students have tried to find ways to get them, and none have succeeded. That we know of, pointed out Jay. That we know of, amended Sue. Sounds like the effort is definitely much higher than actually trying to pass, said Ern. They all turned to look at Harry, who just for a change was not snoozing during their conversation. Not necessarily, he said after a moment. I mean, getting them out of the office is basically a lost cause, but what about before they get to the office? Who writes them and decides what questions to ask? It's all done in the Ministry of Magic offices, said Sue, and breaking into there is no laughing matter. If you are caught, you could very well end up in prison. Nobody is that crazy. Well, I might know a guy, said Harry, smiling in a way so creepy that several ghosts throughout the castle felt a shiver run their incorporeal spines. Ooh, that was nice, mumbled Peeves as he paused, once again mismatching students' socks, making sure to leave the ones with holes in them near the top of the drawer. Padfoot crept through the empty offices as silent as a ghost. Well, actually, it was a lot more silent, considering how the ghosts he had met usually liked to carry on moaning and complaining about everything from how they were never avenged to why their head was still attached. Many scholars spend considerable resources investigating the cause of ghost creation, but Sirius was pretty certain it was just because the people they came from were miserable sods who loved whinging so much they just couldn't stop even after they died. Smoothly, the massive hound slipped from shadow to shadow, barely a blur to all but the most careful observer, of which the ministry was absolutely barren. His infiltration into the seat of bureaucratic power had been a thing of beauty involving subtle magic and sublime timing that legendary master thieves would toast as perfection incarnate. It was really such a pity that he was completely lost. He had a map, sort of. It had been quite a good map, in fact, but he had accidentally chewed it up a bit. which was an acceptable kind of accident to happen if he had been in dog form. He hadn't been. At any rate, he was fairly certain he was on the right trail, as the obstacles and barriers to his progression kept getting more difficult, which had to mean he was on the right track. Right. So I heard the most horrible thing, said Hermione, rushing over to where Harry was once again trying to levitate food into his mouth wordlessly. Slick isn't actually a true blonde, asked Harry. What? No. Why would Malfoy not being blonde be horrible? No, forget it, I don't know and I don't want to know. Umbridge is trying to get the centaurs removed from the Forbidden Forest. Bugger, answered Harry, snatching at a potato that tried to shoot past his head. He missed and it flew away behind him somewhere. They seemed like a bunch of all right people. When did you meet centaurs? Asked Hermione, momentarily thrown off track. In first year, said Harry, lining up his next potato. Had a detention with Slick and some centaurs. Found us, scared the willies out of me, but they didn't actually do anything wrong. Tiny talked to me about them after that. I think he felt bad for them and wanted me to like them. Still, not much we can do if Froggy has gotten fixated on them. Keeps her off our backs for a bit, I guess, although it would a lot better if she decided to tell the spiders to nick off. I'd pay to see her argue with them face to face. Hermione knew Harry wasn't really as uncaring as he seemed, but sometimes he needed a bit more motivation in order to make the effort of even expressing his emotions, let alone acting on them. Speaking of Hagrid, she said, how do you think Umbridge is going to react when he starts arguing with her about the centaurs, and she finds out he is not completely human? It took a second for Harry's expression to change. Then his brow furrowed, and he looked almost ready to react angrily. At that moment, Hermione realized she had done something terrible. She had manipulated Harry without even really thinking about it, pointing him at her problems like he was a weapon, and it was not the first time either. He had never really done anything but be a friend, and she was using him. The guilt suddenly crushed her. Harry, she began to apologize, only to be cut off. I think maybe Froggy needs a bit more attention, he said, his voice somehow holding a note of threat. Hermione had never heard before. It scared her deeply, but before she could gather her thoughts, he stood up from the table. Excuse me, he said. I have to talk to a few people. Thanks for letting me know about this. Hermione tried to call out, to say something, but her voice failed her as her thoughts spiraled inwards. Then a potato hit her in the side of the head. The rumor mill of Hogwarts was the equal to any in the world. A whispered secret could travel the halls faster than a wizard apparating. She wasn't kidnapped, she left voluntarily. Why would she do that? Think, have you ever seen a female centaur? Do you know what centaurs do with human women? That's just a prejudice lies spread by pro-wizard activists, as if centaurs would want her. Either way, nobody saw the missing professor for 2 weeks, and after Professor Dumbledore walked out of the forest levitating her inert body, she went into the infirmary and did not return. Rumor was it took 3 healers 2 days to get the smile off her face. Umbridge is back, complained Ern as he slumped into the common room lounge chair next to Harry. There goes our free period. I suppose we should be happy that we got a few months without her, said Jay before dropping 3 of the cards in his hand onto the table with a huge grin. Fiend fire. Immediately, everyone else at the table groaned. Why do you keep trying to use that bloody spell? Asked Han. You have failed to control it every time. Before. But this time, I have 2 cards and a clumency, so that should give me enough skill to control it. Answered Jay, picking up the 52-sided dice from amongst the various figurines on the table, most of whom had started crying and weeping in exaggerated despair after his announcement. And if I do, then you are all toast, or delicious crispy bacon. One of the figurines pulled out a sword and cut its own head off, which would have been okay except it was one of Jay's. I don't know how many times you have to be told that occlumency is only good for countering. Legilimency, said Sue. Everyone is dead again. Salvio hexia pratigo totalum, said Harry, flipping over one of the cards in front of him, causing another groan from everyone on the table. At best that's going to flick the spell off to somewhere else, said Ern, not stop it. We are still going to burn just a bit later on. Better than nothing, I reckon, said Harry. Auntie often said that, in a bad situation, doing anything is almost always better than doing nothing. Admitted Sue. But I'd like to know how you always seem to have something ready to counter anything. Anybody does, Harry. That's because I am not actively trying to win, said Harry. You are all busting yourselves trying to get stronger and more powerful and control as much of the board as you can, which means most of your decisions tend to be attacking in nature instead of escape or evasion. I'll pick up the pieces after. Everyone has killed themselves off, hopefully. The best defense is a good offense, countered Jay, rolling his dice and then groaning at the result, as did everyone else, including Harry. A magical flame swept the board, removing about half of the pieces, including most of Harry's and all of the evil muggles that had been attacking the magical house at the center of the game. The 3 younger year students watching the game were busy scribbling notes while the 7th years started pawing through thick tomes of defensive spells and arguing about the effects and use of the 2 spells just played. The Council of Game Adjudicators were going to have their work cut out for them, investigating real-world cases for an accurate game, ruling, and mechanic for how best to deal with the situation in more interesting manner in the future. Harry was really glad he had convinced a bunch of people that giving them to rights to modify the game rules to better reflect the world was an honor, and not just something he didn't want to have to think about himself. The fact people from all 4 schoolhouses were part of the council and contributed very different perspectives could possibly have created a lot of tension and aggression, but somehow that worked in favor of the formerly obscure game Harry only partially remembered playing. At Sirius's house with Tonky, a few of the Ravenclaws were talking about writing a thesis on officially gamifying the defense against the arts course. Harry was interested, but only if he didn't have to actually do all the work or any of it. In fact, I was really dubious about using this game to learn defense, said Sue. I mean, we are not actually learning how to cast any of these spells, which is a good thing considering most of them are illegal or at the very least stupidly difficult, said Ern. But it really has taught us a lot about what to do and how to counter the dark arts, she finished. Of course, Harry had just been looking for a way out of studying the boring textbooks normally assigned to the subject, most of which were only really useful if you could hit whatever was attacking you in the face with them. Smiley's semi-autobiographical books had been entertaining, but not very realistic or useful. They had given Harry the idea of making learning the piles of curses, counter-curses, monsters, and other defense-related material a bit more fun. Smiley had also done the equivalent of what passed for a patent search of the game and assured Harry that what he was developing was unique enough to ensure he would have full rights to market and sell it without having to pay anybody any royalties. A small percentage would go to the Council of Game Adjudicators Harry had created as additional incentive for their help. He really hoped nobody ever made any connection between this game and the borderline evil game from Sirius's house, but Harry felt sure Tonky's mum was right, and that game had been created by the Black family centuries ago for use only by their own children, as part of their indoctrination into pure blood nonsense. The only known copy was destroyed when he and Sirius had accidentally burned the house to the ground while cleaning it. The large parts of various Muggle games he borrowed from were not obvious enough to merit any concern either. Even if Harry couldn't convince the school to buy it as an educational aid for future years, the Popularity it already achieved in the school was sure to continue, netting him a tidy profit for many years to come, so long as the minimally paid free house elves in his factory didn't keep making artistic changes to the figurines and their personalities. "New Wuo," screamed Zack's second miniature as it sobbingly cradled the burnt remains of what had been up to that point its biggest and most hated rival and competitor. Deep in the dingiest and darkest corridors of a section of the castle that was cut off from the rest after a very suspicious tunnel collapsed some decades before, a room full of elves toiled slavishly to create incredibly lifelike models of various creatures, found in almost forgotten volumes of lore so old that the pages themselves could not be touched directly and had to be carefully turned by the gentlest of magics. "I am telling you this one's likes to pulls the waxes from the ears of only wizzies that have red hair," yelled Pickety. "It must have 34 more spells added to the base matrix to behave like a proper thingy." "Use is a fool," yelled back Argy. "It's only true when is full moonsy, so it need 36 more spells." "I'll show you a full moonsy," yelled Pickety, throwing aside her carving knife to leap at Argy with her carving spoon. The other elves quickly abandoned their work to join in the fray, almost as excited at having to clean up the mess they were about to make as the actual fight itself. "The great Harry Potter is the bested boss ever," exclaimed more than elf for no discernible reason at all. House elves were weird even by wizarding standards, but could be quite amusing with their passion. "So what's been happening in her classes?" asked Sue. "Is she still spouting the same shite?" "Nah, apparently she has gone all misty-woo, and now preaches using peace and harmony, or some rot. She spent the whole Gryffindor's and Slytherin lesson telling them the best way to counter in fairy was with lavender oil or something." "Only if it burns really hot," muttered Harry. He was very annoyed. The introduction of the game he learned at Sirius's had removed pretty much all of his responsibilities in regards to helping the others learn to defend themselves, especially after he was easily convinced by some Ravenclaws to create the council in order to make the rules he did remember a lot better and more defined. He still regularly got together with the defense study group to actually practice a list of spells that was most likely what they would need to know for the end-of-year exams, along with a few other spells they found interesting or funny, but that was again more a case of having a bit of fun rather than actual work. He really likes working closely with many of the girls that seem to need some extra personal attention. Now, though, he'd probably have to figure out something to avoid wasting time and energy dealing with whatever useless rot Froggy tried to pile on them. "Lucky we only have to worry about it for another few weeks," said Sue, shocking Harry out of his downward mood thought spiral. Why?" he asked. "The year is almost over. We have the exams in a few weeks and then that's it, and going by past experience, we will have new defense teacher next year, if you even bother coming back at all after getting your one owl." Harry's mind froze as reality suddenly hit him. As his friends cleaned up the board game and kept talking about mundane, everyday things like subject selection for next year and what was likely for dinner, which was sometimes a real mystery since the house elves were again suffering a bout of randomness, a small part of his brain started to panic. What is going to happen next? Where was he going to go? How had this all snuck up on him so quickly? 5 years. It felt like he had only started going to Hogwarts last month, although he had somehow also been here for so long that he didn't know any other life. It was like that nightmare he kept having of waking up on the train trip, him having missed out on a large portion of his life. It was actually happening to him, just not in as dramatic a way as in the nightmare. Then another part of his brain sat up and slapped that other small part in the metaphorical face. What did he have to worry about? He had money, safety, health, and even a few friends he knew he could trust in for help if he needed it, although Sirius was a bit much of a nut job to rely on too much. Hell, he could even just come back to Hogwarts next year if he wanted, since it didn't actually matter if he passed any subjects once he got an owl to qualify as an adult in the wizarding world, so that when he turned 17, he could use his wand outside of school. He could live in the castle eating and sleeping. Without doing anything, he didn't want to for at least another year or two. He didn't need to worry about what to do. He could just float along and do anything he wanted without anybody putting demands or pressure to make a future for himself. Why waste energy and effort on worry when it really wasn't productive? That would all be tomorrow Harry's problem. Harry, did you know there is a prophecy about you in the Department of Mysteries? Harry sighed. Ah, shit. The fact Sirius snuck into Hogwarts, right into the Hufflepuff common room in fact, after successfully raiding the Ministry of Magic, disturbed a lot of people, not the least of whom was Harry himself. How did you get my invisibility cloak? He asked once the confusion and panic caused by Sirius's sudden appearance had settled down. Well, settled down was not really what happened. More of mass stunning spell suddenly makes room go quite sort of thing. Still, Harry admitted it had been a lot easier than trying to sort out the mess in a more socially acceptable manner. You don't have the only invisibility cloak in the world you know, said Sirius. So it's not mine then, asked Harry. I didn't say that, answered Sirius, levitating the unconscious Ernie out of his chair and onto the floor, so Sirius could take his place in the comfy chair. The former escapee actually looked a lot more sane and normal than he ever had before. Sane for a wizard, that was. At least he was wearing clothes, despite his lame argument they somehow made his transformation into a dog less realistic. Harry was pretty sure Sirius just liked randomly going naked to shock people. Whatever, what's this about a prophecy? He said, pushing aside thoughts about just how much of Sirius's behavior was insanity, and how much of it was actual, wizarding logic. Well, while I was thoroughly searching the ministry for your end-of-year exam papers, I came across a well-hidden room filled with memory orbs containing prophecies, explained Sirius. My natural concern made me search the index until I found there was one about you. I then cleverly stole the orb without setting off any of the alarms or traps. Harry immediately suspected this was not what actually happened, but there was little point in making an effort to get the absolute truth from his fairly insane godfather. Chances were good he just got lost and stumbled on it by accident. Won't they notice it is missing? He asked. I swapped it with a decoy, and since normally nobody except the person the prophecy is about can touch the orb, no one will ever know. A decoy? Where did you get a decoy from? Oh, it was just something I happened to pick up somewhere, said Sirius, suddenly looking uncomfortable. So what does his prophecy say then? Asked Harry, his curiosity overcoming any concern he might have had about meddling with fortunes and fate, as if he had ever been the type of person to worry about such things in the first place. Deep thoughts like that usually were unproductive, as they couldn't really be tested or proven in any way. I don't know, said Sirius. Didn't want to accidentally break it or trigger something by trying to view it, since it is magically bound to you. He reached deep into his robes, much deeper than any mundane pocket could account for, and rummaged around for quite a while, before pulling out a cloth-wrapped bundle that, when opened, contained a memory orb much like the dubious quality educational orbs Smiley was still producing in partnership with Harry. Harry reached out for it, and was immediately presented with a grainy image of his divination professor, spouting what sounded like a typically confusing prophecy in a voice that closely resembled some of old codgers who hung out at Vernon's favorite pub. Well, that was a bit of a waste of time, said Harry, watching the recording run through a second time. I don't suppose you got the exam questions. His only answer was a quiet bark from a quickly retreating black dog, and the answering screams of students off in the direction it was heading. Harry sighed again. having already found some things that might be actual parts of the Dark Lord's soul, or possible bits of a ghost. Harry knew there was always the possibility of encountering more of them at some point in time. He would not have been surprised if the bit he left in a blood-covered jar in Beardy's office after it came out of Q-Mort's head, didn't escape somewhere along the line, maybe after a house elf cleaned the jar or something. At any rate, the garbled mess of a prophecy just made him realize he might have to make a bit of effort to look out for himself, but all the nonsense about not living until one of them dies was obviously rubbish, since he was most definitely living quite well right now and was happy to keep doing the same. Until he wasn't anymore, at which point the Dark Lord could have a turn. He wasn't going to live his life always looking over his shoulder or searching the world for signs of the evil he knew existed. He was far too selfish and lazy to put that much effort into something that really didn't bring instant gratification. But he did need to start seriously thinking about his future. He didn't have nearly enough money to live a life of luxury, even with his various schemes. He could live comfortable for a few decades, no doubt, since being a wizard basically removed any need for him to spend any sort of serious money to feed House and Cloth himself. Unlike Muggles, Harry had access to the tools to almost effortlessly create anything he really needed. And dozens of ways, he could leverage even his average abilities to turn a profit, especially since he had no qualms crossing over to the Muggle world when, and if he needed. The possibilities of subtly and quietly achieving success there, using just a slight bit of magic, were endless. Once he had his owl, and turned 17, that was. It was probably time. He made a bit more effort, ensuring he was definitely going to get at least 2 owls just to be safe. Muggle studies was practically in the bag, but defense wasn't a bad backup plan. Hell, despite Greasy's best efforts and Harry's own natural aversion to the ridiculously dangerous art of potion making, he was just passable enough to likely be able to pass the exam. The bonus of seeing Greasy's face, if he did get the potion's owl, was likely worth a little bit of extra effort there. He was fairly decent at everything, and he loved charms so much it would be stupid not to pay a bit more attention to the actual curriculum instead of just his own interests and priorities. There was likely very little he needed to do to get a passing grade, since his experience in using many, many charms to make daily life easier was well above everyone else in his year, and likely the other 2 more senior years as well. Transfiguration had way too many rules and things to memorize for him to be confident of getting through the written portion of the exam, but again, his actual spell work was top-notch due to the amount of time he spent using the spells to do things that would otherwise be too labor-intensive to be worth doing. It was much easier to turn a spoon into a knife rather than get up and go get one when he needed it, although the majority of transfiguration spells were so specific as to be almost useless. Who in the world happened to have a spare pet just sitting around when they needed a goblet, and who really wanted to drink from it afterwards anyway? Hermione almost had a coronary when Harry jokingly asked if he could borrow Crookshanks, since he looked like he would make a good throw pillow, and Harry was feeling a bit snoozy. Her threat of blatantly abusing her knowledge of advanced curses that Harry had helped her gain was totally unfair. Obviously, the class spells were used to demonstrate various concepts of transfiguration, rather than being worthy in themselves, but Harry just couldn't bring himself to learn these ultimately useless spells. He had somehow managed to pick up a lot of advanced understanding through his use of sleep reading, which was a really huge bonus considering it was only originally meant to allow him to look busy while kipping, but he had no clue how this would translate when it came to the actual exam. With his luck, he'd end up having to explain something ridiculous like why the color of the transfiguration mattered instead of the actual metaphysical mechanism behind it. He also had no clue if he had a chance at getting a pass in herbology, not having paid any attention to his grades there despite his head of house, Flowers, being the main teacher. He didn't mind the gardening it involved and knew he wasn't horrible at it, unlike Ern, who was once accused of somehow killing a garden rock in their class. Tiny gave Harry a top grade, no matter what happened in care of magical creatures. It was outrageously biased, but the man did own him for getting his conviction from the ministry revoked, and being allowed to have a wand and cast magic. Harry felt a bit guilty about that, but not enough to try and put a stop to it. He did show up for most classes and also did the assignments that didn't involve too high a chance of death or serious injury, which was not a lot really, but he couldn't count on that when came to the exams. So, at least 5 owls was a distinct possibility. That was more than enough. That just left next year. He could come back, loaf around and learn some more interesting magic in a very comfortable and mostly relaxing environment, deranged teachers, deadly competitions, and murderous ghosts aside. Or he could head off into the world and start experiencing life outside of school with Sirius or some other adult that could cover for his magic use, not that he hadn't already worked out several ways to possibly use magic before coming of age. For now, he could be content and spend most of his efforts ensuring he continued to enjoy and appreciate the good things in his life, rather than lamenting past lost opportunities or worrying he might miss out on more of them in the future. The prophecy would sort itself out no matter what he did, and it didn't sound like it had anything to offer him right now, so he could just pretty much ignore it until it made some sort of sense. He should probably go speak to Flowers or maybe even Beardy about it, since they might have some wisdom to share, but he really doubted they would say anything that would dramatically affect him anytime soon. Mess, that can be tomorrow Harry's problem. Noticing some of the people around him starting to stir, Harry quickly fell back on one of his favorite tactics for avoiding awkward situations and shot himself in the leg with a stunning spell. Despite all the new spells he had accumulated in his defense study, sometimes you just had to go with the classics. Deep in the ministry, the almost silent rows of glass spheres trembled slightly as heavy footsteps marched down the normally empty aisles. Even the oppressive silence held its breath as a cloaked figure slowly proceeded along the dust-covered paths, a faint set of dog prints crossing and crisscrossing the path in an obviously confused trail. Glowing green eyes suddenly turned to the side, focusing on a specific prophecy orb that, unlike almost every other orb in the building, was not covered in a layer of dust. A pale hand emerged from strange snakeskin-like robes and slowly reached out, hesitating for the barest of moments before grasping the orb and lifting it from the cradle it sat in. Here at last he would find meaning. Here at last was the answer to his creation and the purpose of why he felt drawn to Harry Potter. Bo chicka wow wow. Strange music blared out of the recording as a group of barely dressed men and women began gyrating in a most provocative manner in front of the words, "Welcome to Gilderoy's locker room. Your guide to the sexy world of professional Quidditch." The fist holding the sphere clenched, and Larry's no longer wide-open mouth set itself in a tight line. Harry Potter, the boy who lounged, slumped in his favorite Hufflepuff common room chair, feet propped up on an enchanted coffee table that massaged his soles and toes. It was surprisingly relaxing and a bit of a shock to people who unsuspectingly used it as a temporary chair. That seemed to be happening a lot more often than Harry thought was normal, and he was starting to have some disturbing but intriguing suspicions, especially as 2 previous versions of the table disappeared completely. The final exams were looming, but Harry felt little true urgency, despite his nerves spiking every now, inspiring random fantasies of doom. He was trying to discover the perfect balance between effort and relaxation that he thought he had mastered long ago, but was not doing too well at it right now. At least he hadn't fallen to the idiocy of panic and undertaken any of the seriously suspicious advice later years had helpfully passed on to some of his year mates. Harry gave serious consideration to getting in on the action, especially with some of the more obnoxious students, but ultimately stuck with his belief that ripping someone off or purposely antagonizing them was more work than it was worth, unless it was greasy, of course. Instead, he supplied a few simplified copies of his version of the Black Family game, expansions available for a small charge, of course, many expansions, and sold copies of a magical cocktail recipe supplied it as an alternative to the standard potions manual, and Harry found it helped people like him who really didn't like making stupid and dangerous potions to practice many of the techniques and skills used in normal potion making. Nev still managed to make something out of it explode somehow, but at least everyone caught in the explosion got nicely sozzled, which happened to be about half the students cramming for exams in the Gryffindor common room. Turned out to be quite the party, apparently, and the Weasley twins were interested in selling it in their future store. Around him, the Hufflepuff common room fairly hummed with a suppressed atmosphere of anxiety and fear. It was frankly ridiculous and disturbing that school could elicit such heights of emotion, especially at this juncture, where not a whole lot was really at stake. Everybody was feeling like these tests were so super important, that their value as human beings were on trial, and their whole future revolved around the next few days. Ridiculous. It was important, sure, for a number of reasons, not the least of which was as a potential get out of school early card, but it's not like there were no other ways to make up for a poor result now, although that could involve a lot of hard work, which was actually a bit scary to Harry. Still, he had a few days to revise the bits he was weak on, like almost everything to do with anything. Because his brain had suddenly decided to forget everything he had learned in the last 5 years. Harry abandoned all pretense of studying and closed his eyes to concentrate on taking a nap. It would do nobody any good if he let himself get run down in the lead up to the exams, and he wasn't doing anything good right now. Tomorrow would sort itself out, he was sure, and if it didn't, well, he would deal with it tomorrow. The exams began with Transfiguration. The written portion went about as well as could be expected, which is to say, rather pitifully. The often strange and outright bizarre questions that at first glance did not appear to be related to anything they had ever studied were thankfully outnumbered by ones requiring incredibly mind numbingly boring regurgitation of rote-learned statements, which unfortunately were currently the hardest things for Harry to remember easily despite how previous ease with those sorts of things. He could discuss what steps he would take to transfigure something from one thing into another via several other changes, and why, but the underlying theory was so obscure he just made up justifications based on many of the unusual facts he had accidentally learned via his sleep reading. His answers sounded like something a knowledgeable academic of wizardry might say, but were most likely absolute bunk. He really hoped there wasn't any difference. The shared sense of relief mixed with doom as the classroom emptied after 3 hours of grueling paperwork was thick enough to be palatable. Despair clung to the hallways, suppressing any youthful exuberance surviving such an ordeal would normally invoke only to be balanced out with almost hysterical bouts of humor. "How'd you go, Slick?" Harry asked amiably as he found himself exiting the room alongside the often arrogant but not as annoying as he could be boy. "Well enough, of course," replied Malfoy with uncharacteristic humbleness. "Not that any of this rot really matters," he added almost bitterly. "You never know," said Harry. "Some obscure bit of magic might one day be very important, like using a gasping curse on someone because they have forgotten how to breathe." Draco shook his head in amused disbelief. "You say the strangest things sometimes, Potter, I swear." Being brought up by muggles has destroyed any chance you had of being a proper wizard. Don't laugh. I plan on putting that in the defense exam if they ask for an example of using a curse in a beneficial way, answered Harry half-jokingly. It was an immense worry that several Ravenclaws immediately pulled out notepads and started scribbling notes hurriedly. Harry casually made his way through the exam waiting room, looking every bit the relaxed and confident student he was meant to be, even though some rebellious part of his brain was urging him to smash the window and leap to his probably death, as it was bound to be less painful and stressful than what he was about to face. "Mr. Potter, what do you think you are doing?" asked a slightly irate and possibly amused professor. McGonagall as Harry approached the exam table, where an ancient mummy-looking woman the others were calling Griselda Marchbanks was waiting. While Harry didn't accept the rumor, she was a lick or inferi masquerading as an examiner to secretly test students' defense against the dark arts knowledge. He couldn't help but find her extraordinary age and withered appearance a negative thing. Nobody that old could seriously still have an important role to play in the future of so many young people, could they? Could she even relate to modern society? Then again, his experience in Muggle school before Hogwarts showed that often the people in charge had no clue, so why would the wizarding world be any different? "I am here for my transfiguration exam, Professor," Harry replied respectfully. "I am referring to the fact you have changed your chair into something resembling half of a chicken, as you well know," added Kitty sternly, while looking pointedly at the legs of Harry's chair, which were indeed currently very chicken-like. "Sorry, my nerves sort of got the best of me while I was waiting, and I was practicing my inanimate object to animal transfigurations, but attempting a half transition using the Whirlpool method," he answered. "It was such a success, I thought it would be a huge waste to just undo it without letting it fulfill its destiny." "Its destiny being to bring you to the table, I assume," she remarked dryly. "And beyond," agreed Harry, not all deterred by the professor's words. Whatever Kitty was about to say was suddenly cut off as his chair gave out a pained-sounding squawk, and something dropped out of it onto the floor behind him. The stunned, and in one case embarrassed, silence was broken a moment later by none other than Griselda. "Boy, did that chair just lay an egg?" she asked. Harry was internally debating his range of answers, but didn't get a chance to reply before she continued. "Extraordinary. Now that's what I am talking about, just like Dumbledore," she exclaimed happily. Harry had no idea what she meant, but she was smiling, so that was a good start, right? The fact Harry was able to brew an almost perfect draft of living death came as a bit of a surprise to him and Greasy both. Well, discussed more than surprise for both of them. Snape refusing to allow Harry to use anything except the standard potion equipment wasn't a surprise. But Harry performing everything correctly and getting a decent mark was never going to be allowed, so when he accidentally added a bit too much asphodel root, he figured he had no choice but to go all in, rather than fix his mistake. Of course, Greasy leapt at the chance to heavily criticize Harry's potion once it was finished, although his caustic comments were unusually mild compared to his normal level of abuse, and was willing to put it down to the professor's high level of enjoyment at seeing so many students suffering more than usual. Or possibly the presence of other people in the room who might have the power to call him out on his customary behavior. Snape swooped in, his robes billowing dramatically. "Potter," he sneered, "your ego and arrogance have once again proven to be far too large for your tiny brain. This is supposed to be the draft of living death, not some childish attempt at impressing your friends with a novelty drink. Clearly, you think you're clever, but all you've proven is your staggering incompetence." Harry, maintaining his composure, replied, "Actually, Professor, I brewed the draft of living death as per the exam instructions, which I am pretty sure you already know since you have been staring at me. Non-stop the entire time. Although I could be mistaken regarding your level of knowledge and expertise, of course, since you have told everyone many times over the years that I am totally wrong about everything all of the time. However, the instructions didn't specify that it had to remain the draft of living death, just that we had to brew one. So I brewed it perfectly, and then I just improved it. Snape's eyes narrowed. Improved it, Potter, turning a potentially dangerous potion into an alcoholic beverage is your idea of improvement. Your foolishness astounds me. Hell, the only reason Harry even showed up to the exam was to annoy the Git one last time. It just happened the potion was one Harry was very familiar with, thanks to Sirius' gift, giving him the opportunity to stir the cauldron. Harry had considered bribing Peeves to do something to all the potions before the professor had a chance to mark them, but he suspected Snape had already decided everyone's grade, and the actual practical exam itself was a complete waste of time. There was still a slim chance he would pass, based on the theoretical portion of the exam, but he didn't consider it any great loss if he didn't. Smiley told him getting a good grade would boost sales of their range of custom potion-making tools, but he could always get certified outside of school if they really needed him to. You say that now, but I bet you'll change your tone when you're testing it for quality in the back room later tonight after several hours of marking our exams. It's delicious, said Harry happily. Harry, I think Hagrid might be planning on doing something extremely unwise, said Hermione after the care of magical creatures exam concluded. It had been surprisingly tame, with only one gruesome accident involving a niffler and some gold jewelry that the student in question really should have known to remove after the last incident with treasure-hunting creatures. It didn't matter that you couldn't see where she had it. Nifflers were going to go for gold any time they sensed it, and they were not polite about tearing it out even if it was still attached to sensitive and easily damaged flesh. What makes you say that? Asked Harry reluctantly. He knew he shouldn't encourage her to begin some sort of crusade or quest, but he was really trying to be a bit more sociable to the people who had treated him well during his time at the magical school, while he still had a chance to. He felt they deserved it, and he could make a bit of an effort for those people. Did you notice the questions in the exam were a bit, focused? She asked. You mean about dragons? Well, he has always been a bit mad about them, hasn't he? I mean, he had that egg all those years ago. Yes, Ron told me all about your escapade involving the secret dragon, said Hermione. He told everyone, added Sue. Multiple times, said Han. With varying degrees of exaggeration, added Ron. Everyone turned to look at Ron. What? It was a great story, said Ron proudly. Anyway, yes, there were a few questions about dragons, so what? Asked Harry, returning to the topic at hand. A few. At least half of the exam was about dragons, Norwegian ridgebacks specifically, said Hermione. Like Norb, his little pet, said Harry. That's understandable, kind of. It is his favorite thing in the world. What are you thinking? I think Hagrid is planning on getting his pet dragon back, said Hermione. Don't you think you might be jumping to conclusions a bit there, Hermione? Asked Ron. It was just a few questions in an exam about the care of magical creatures, and like Harry said, he probably knows a lot about Norwegian ridgebacks on account of his close ties to one of them. The subject of the easy topic was explain how you could subdue and transport an adult, female Norwegian ridgeback, then keep it hidden, happy, and comfortable in the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. Yeah, I guess that could be considered kind of, be a bit, specific. Yeah, specific. So, you, think he might be trying to figure out a way to, kidnap Norbert from the sanctuary and keep him as a pet at Hogwarts. Yes, I think that might. Something Hagrid is seriously considering, she said. Surely he can't be that obvious about it, said Sue. The first place anybody is going to look for his missing pet is going to be right here, and putting that in the exam is a bit of a dead giveaway. Hagrid is the gentlest and kindest being I have ever met, said Hermione, but subtle is just not in his vocabulary, and neither is taking into account the possibly catastrophic long-term effects and consequences of his heartfelt actions. You have a point, admitted Harry, but what do you want to do about it, and why are you involving me? Because you somehow managed to convince him to give up Norbert to begin with, and if anybody can talk him out of following through on some harebrained scheme, it is you or Professor Dumbledore, I suppose, but he seems to be busy doing something this year and has barely been around at all. On a rather windswept beach in a turbulent bay, the ancient wizard fought against the elements to avoid tumbling into the turf beneath him. Luckily, his sticking charm was working, and he was in no danger of just falling off. The search to find this spot had taken much of his free time this year. Realizing it was once a popular spot for Muggle school children had narrowed the search down quite a bit. A sudden gust took him by surprise, almost causing him to topple over, but he managed to keep his balance. Woo-hoo! He whooped as his rented windsurfer tore along the waves at exhilarating speeds. He hadn't quite forgotten why he had come all the way out here, but seeing the Muggles and their wonderful toys had distracted him. He probably should have been doing something more productive, like teaching Harry Potter occlumency to protect his mind from any remnant of Voldemort's old guard who might try to do him harm, but who in their right mind wanted to delve into the fantasies and daydreams of a teenage boy? Well, Severus would do it, he realized. Although the man already had an unhealthy obsession with the boy, so it might not be the best idea. Well, he could have a talk to Harry and get him started once he got back to the castle, after he had further mastered this wonderful activity. It's not like the cave was going anywhere anytime soon, so he could wait for better conditions to go looking in it. Hasn't he? Asked Harry. Hadn't noticed. Anyway, aside from making me feel guilty about making him give up his lifelong dream, I still don't see why you are telling me. Hagrid is much more likely to listen. You, the renowned voice of reason of our year group, and possibly all of Hogwarts. You did convince him not to have us raise a new batch of blast-ended Scroots, added Sue. And to not force everyone to try and touch the unicorn and its foal, added Han. That could have gone really badly. But Harry already has a history with Norbert, said Hermione. So do I, said Ron. I helped to get him out of Hogwarts, you know. You can help Harry too, then, insisted Hermione, not missing a beat. Both of you need to convince Hagrid not to attempt to get his pet dragon back, and especially not using any of our essays as ideas on how to do it. Harry was thoughtfully quiet for a moment. You know, I wasn't too precise with my essay. I mean, I wrote some of the standard things we all learned about dragons, and about the things you might find in the Forbidden Forest, but nothing that could really become a plan, he said. How about you guys? A general mutter of agreement as to the varied answers. I wrote I'd get my brother Charlie to do it, said Ron. Course he only would because he is my brother, and even then, it would be a bit of a stretch to think it would work. That doesn't really matter, does it? Asked Hermione, starting to get more animated. He might see something and take it into his head that it is a great idea, and then follow it and get into a whole lot of trouble. Everyone stopped and stared at Hermione. You gave him a plan, didn't you? I mean a real this might actually work plan, right? Hermione broke down in a slight panic. What am I going to do if he follows my plan gets caught? They are bound to trace it back to me, and then I will be in trouble, and probably charged with masterminding the crime. Why did you do it? What could possibly make you create a real answer to a question you realized might not really be a theoretical question at all? Asked an astounded Sue. I couldn't help myself, explained Hermione. I just saw the problem and after initially disregarding it, started thinking about how it could be done. And before I knew it, I had detailed a 49-point plan that is going to get me sent to Azkaban, unless you go and convince Hagrid not to even try. Harry laughed. Don't laugh, she yelled. This is serious. Okay, I will go and talk to him. I'll convince him not to try, although I must see what you came up with. No. Oh yes, this going to be a core memory that I will enjoy reminding you of for 100 years. Maybe it would be better to go to Azkaban, suggested Sue quietly. Unexpectedly, charms turned out to be Harry's least favorite exam. While his expertise in the one area of magic Harry truly excelled, that was on display in the practical portion of the exam. The written portion, that was always going to be a drag, almost turned into a total fiasco. Harry didn't really see when the problem started, as he was busy trying to dredge up obscure and pointless facts about the creators of obscure charms that nobody in their right mind had any possible use for, but a disturbance in the back quickly escalated to the point of getting the whole room's attention. Mr. Thomas, what are you doing to your quill? Nothing, said Dean, apparently struggling to hold onto his quill while it fluttered around madly, attempting to escape his grip. It's just gone crazy. Harry sighed and shook his had been asked if it was possible to sneak one of his quills into the exam. And Hermione had warned them the anti-cheating spells were quite comprehensive and complex, but some people just can't be told. Professor Flitwick swished his wand deftly a few times, freeing the quill from Dean's struggles and summoning it over to himself. Mr. Potter, is this one of your devices? Asked the diminutive charm professor sternly after looking at the quill for a minute, as Dean spluttered some excuse about accidentally bringing in the wrong quill. It would appear so, Harry replied, once the professor walked over and presented it to him. And what do you think has happened to it? Asked the professor pointedly, knowing Harry was very familiar with them, since he had been instrumental in their development. Harry squirmed uncomfortably. He didn't really know Dino, or Dean, or whatever his name was, but he instinctively didn't want to get him into more trouble. He suspected someone had preloaded a lot of stuff from their textbooks into the quill to get it to write the correct answer out, and something had gone wrong, possibly due to the anti-cheating spells Hermione and Sue talked about, but Dean was insisting he brought that quill in mistakenly, and it normally just spell-corrected as he wrote. I think it has gone rogue and is attempting to practice self-expression, Harry stated with as much certainty and authority as he could muster. Flitwick did not look convinced or impressed. So, did you speak to Hagrid? Asked Sue after Harry returned from visiting Hagrid. Harry had a bit of a shell-shocked look on his face. She is terrifyingly brilliant, he said. I mean that plan, it was pure genius. Ron couldn't stop talking about how great it would work. I mean, he was right, but it really sucked him in. Me too, I guess, just genius, pure, unadulterated genius. But you talked Hagrid out of it, right? Asked Sue, starting to get a worried feeling about the whole thing. You didn't agree to help or anything crazy like that, right? Right. What? Oh yeah, it was easy to talk Hagrid out of it, since a lot of the magic she said to use was way too complicated for Hagrid or any of us to pull off. Out of our reach for many years, unfortunately. Thank Merlin for that, said Sue with a sigh of relief. I mean, you would have to be a bit crazy to even try, though it would, as Ron said, be glorious, said Harry, with a dreamy look in his eyes. Yes, I can imagine the effort would be way too much for you then, Harry, laughed Sue. Yeah, way too much work for me, so I sent it to Sirius. Defense against the dark arts was where Harry and his Hufflepuff crew truly shone, despite Froggy now insisting that the best defense was to love your enemy. Harry's version of the Black Family game simulated real-life combat situations closely enough to give even the worst of his year mate some idea on how to answer most of the game's simplified rules. version granted an extraordinary depth of understanding, and Ern's impeccable strategy was sure to amaze the testers, hopefully leaving them thoroughly impressed, or so he claimed afterwards. Harry wasn't sure, since he expected using fiendfire was probably outlawed. The practical portion went even better. The games of dodge spell his practice sessions had evolved into really came into their own, based on Dudley's favorite game of throwing things at people to hurt them, but substituting some common defense spells and adding in random environmental hazards. Such as the odd boat trickle, the game gave them all practice casting spells while under pressure. This served them well when it came time to the practical portion of the exam. Despite his best efforts, nobody was willing to let Harry really push the limits of the room of requirement, so no dragon fighting, unfortunately. Being able to cast a corporeal patronus would probably gain him some extra points, but it wasn't looking like it was going to come up in the exam at all, which wasn't really unexpected, as it was well beyond what was normally taught at their year level. Time for Plan B. Is that a Dementor? Expecto Patronum, Harry suddenly shouted, pointing at random location in the hall. At his prearranged signal, several other students immediately cried out the same incantation, and soon the room was swarming with corporeal patronesses, running around madly. His patroness casually walked around for a while, before stopping and apologizing quietly to the people nearby in Harry's voice. "Sorry, my mistake," it said before, turning and strolling back over to Harry, where it then stood quietly, trying to look all majestic and stuff. The look the examiner gave him was not as impressed as Harry had been hoping for. Muggle studies was a mess. "This is wrong," he muttered, scribbling furiously. "And this, and definitely this. Mr. Potter, talking during the exam is strictly forbidden," said Professor Cabbage sternly. Well, her name wasn't actually Cabbage, but Harry knew that was pretty close to her real name and much easier to remember. "But these are all wrong," exclaimed Harry. "Your mistakes are your own problem, and you should not be disturbing the other students," she said, raising her voice. "Not my answers," Harry replied, still scribbling at the paper. "It's the questions. I don't know who you got to edit the exam, but they have made a complete balls up of it, unless you think Muggles use their legs to shoot fire." A chorus of other voices joined Harry in declaring the exam unfit to sit as the other students, who had all achieved a significant, although skewed understanding of the Muggle word after watching so many movies as part of their course, raised their voices in support. It still amazed Harry that more Muggle-born had not taken Muggle studies for the easy A. It now represented after the revisions over the course over the last few years. Eventually, the situation was brought under control, with Cabbage agreeing to have the questions changed to what they were meant to be before some misinformed, but likely well-meaning quill pusher in the ministry had fixed them. Harry purposely did not correct a few of the multiple-choice questions, though. Question: what is the function of a telephone booth? Time travel. Crime fighters change room. Entrance to underground secret government facilities. All of the above. Technically, it had been used as each of the above in movies, and it was just too funny to take out. By the end of the week filled with exams, Harry felt a peculiar sense of accomplishment, which was really weird and slightly disturbing, since his year had involved a lot more effort than he had ever put into anything before. "I cannot believe you sat the Ancient Runes exam," complained Hermione. "You literally never attended a single class and never studied it at all, except for that book on obscure ancient graffiti you had covering your face when you were sleeping a few months ago." "Yeah, that was a waste of time, but then again, had nothing else to do and nothing to lose," he answered. "It will be really interesting to see what they make of those tags from the graffiti I used. The pretty ones, that is, not the ones that look like giant D. Yes, I know the ones you're talking about, interrupted Hermione. Still, it was a bit silly as you have. Absolutely no chance of passing, even with your imaginative interpretation of the equivalent of Kilroy was here. Same with arithmancy, I guess, although I am surprised how much of that I was able to answer. Who knew it had so much crossover with divination and a bunch of maths formulas? It most certainly does not have any crossover at all, Hermione said defensively. Any resemblance to that junk is purely coincidental or your imagination. Besides, it's not like you actually studied divination enough to recognize it. Her dislike of the subject and its teacher were well known, so Harry wisely decided to let that one go. My custom Ouija board was quite popular with the examiners, he said. One of them said he had never seen anything that extraordinary in an OWL exam before in his life. Could be because it caught fire when you asked it to answer the questions for you, suggested Jay, or the fact you replaced the letters with symbols you found in a supposedly random book from the library. That turned out to be a nymph summoning ritual. Yes, I don't think that statement was meant to be taken in a positive way, Harry, agreed Sue. Ignoring the mention of the very controversial book, Harry had been studying way too much before. Suspicion caused them to investigate what had caught his attention so thoroughly for several days. You're all just jealous, said Harry unconvincingly. My prophecy that the world would soon hear of a charismatic figure who would rise to lead a large group of willing subjects into an age unlike any ever. See before was a real hit. I still reckon you were quoting a movie that's due for a sequel, said Jay. Possibly, admitted Harry. And if they start to hear all the Muggle-born students talking about it, they won't be able to deny I was right and give me an exceeds expectation retroactively. Finally, the last exam was passed, astronomy at midnight, of course. Harry did well and likely got extra credit for his understanding of optic and tracking charms related to stellar movements caused by still. Persisting with the patched-up telescope, he had rebuilt several times since its initial creation. It still pointed at Moongirl sometimes, but he didn't mind that. The students had a week of nothing but relaxation and early preparation for the next year, if they were coming back. Harry was still undecided, and that made the final dinner a melancholy affair for him, despite Hufflepuff winning the House Cup for some unspecified reason. Well, that's probably it, he said to himself as he packed up for possibly the final time. His roommates had already cleared out, leaving Harry as the last to leave, for possibly the first time ever since he normally had everything messily organized well ahead of time, in order to reduce any stress or urgent effort when the time came. He would never have called himself a sentimental person before coming to Hogwarts, and didn't really know when that had changed, but at some point in time, the castle and the people and creatures in it had become much more to him than just a school. He knew he would always hold his years at Hogwarts in a special place in his heart. It was worth the effort. Luna sat thoughtfully twirling a 3-quills tat had been stuck together. It wasn't one of Harry's early enchanted quills that would automatically dictate and correct, just 3 normal quills she had glued together for some unfathomable reason. You know, Harry, she said dreamily, you're not really lazy. Astounded silence suddenly filled the train carriage as everybody stopped to look at the girl and Harry, with various levels of amazement, disbelief, and concern, possibly over how Harry might react to such an accusation. Despite all of the outrageous things she had said over the years, this was possibly the most astounding and slightly insulting. Excuse me, Harry asked, rolling over to peer down from the hammock he had managed to string above everybody's head. You are not lazy, she repeated. You are just efficient. Harry blinked. Efficient. Yes, Luna nodded. You do what needs to be done in the simplest way possible. It's quite brilliant. Really? Harry lay back, contemplating this new perspective. ignoring the snide comments regarding the debatable accuracy of Luna's observation from the usual peanut gallery of his friends filling the seats. Below him. Efficient. He liked the sound of that. As the train chugged away from Hogwarts, he found himself smiling, deep in thought about the true nature of his laziness. Perhaps Moongirl was on to something. Perhaps he was simply efficient. And with that comforting thought, Harry Potter, the boy who lounged, drifted off into a peaceful, well-earned nap. On the other side of the country, in the depths of a dark alleyway very few would notice or pay attention to, a gathering was taking place. The large room was so dark the people there would be hard-pressed to see the face of the person crammed in next to them, not that they would try or even want to. A dark, moving drawing of a snake could be seen on every raised forearm. A droning chant filled the room, slowing, climbing in volume and tempo, and accumulating in a roaring crescendo only to stop as the silhouette of a cloaked figure suddenly appeared on the raised dais in front of them. The figure slowly raised his hands and drew back his hood, casting unsettling, glowing green eyes out over Fluck that had gathered at his call. With a dramatic swirl, he tore his cape off and flung it aside, revealing his artificially sculptured body, the equal of which hadn't been seen since Adonis graced the earth with his presence. A massive snake curled around his shoulders, its huge head scanning the crowd threateningly. "Let's hear it for the Dark Lord Larry Potter," yelled the announcer, somehow eliciting even louder cheers from the audience of mostly females of many different species. Loud music began thumping as Larry started his routine, twisting and gyrating in ways that would damage an average human. The crowd screamed in ecstasy and excitement as he continued to dance to the pounding, animalistic rhythm. "Gets it off," yelled one particularly vocal house elf in the front row. "Gets it all off." Larry teasingly pretended to oblige, since she and her friends were regulars. Deep inside, Larry felt pleased. He had found the adoration and worship he craved, and he would rule them forever, just as the prophecy foretold. Larry's mouth bent into a perfect smile.
Thanks for watching this story. If you'd like to watch more, check out my channel.